All right, guys. Ehud, welcome in. Good to see you. Guys, we're just getting the live started, getting everything open. Thank you for being here. And I mean, we're off to the races now. We are off to the races. Off to the races, guys. I think we might have Hanji up in here. Let's see if we got Hanji. There we go. There's Hanji. There we are.
I'm here.
Welcome in, Hanji. How was your Mother's
Hey.
Day?
Relaxing. Having pasta right now.
Oh, that pasta's good.
Mm-hmm.
Pasta's really good. So I hope everyone
How
had
was
a good.
yours?
That was good. Yeah. I took my mom out for some late lunch to the Bob Evans.
Never been.
Oh, it's good. It's really popular up north. It's Saladin. Welcome in honors of Mother's Day. Nick, thank you so much. Good to see you. In honors
Nick!
of Mother's Days, we're starting off with God doesn't care about the welfare of women. Prove me wrong. That's right. Let's hear a hearty one in the comments for everyone who loves Bob Evans. Bob Evans down on the farm. Bob Evans legitimately started as a farm restaurant, believe it or not.
Really? Tiny, rare.
Yeah, up near Columbus, Ohio. It was a legitimate family farm owned restaurant, and it did so well that they started franchising.
Hmm. I have to try that one day. Oh, did you ever get the coconut Dr. Pepper yet?
No, not yet. I looked for it. They don't have it in the stores up here yet.
Mmm.
So we're waiting on that. We're waiting on it.
It's so worth it.
So, anyways, guys, it'll take a minute for us to get some opposition up in here. You know how it is. Matthew 22:37 says, "I'm lying." I think you forgot to read the rest of the Bible, because as it turns out, hey, thank you for the Frank. I appreciate that, Casey. As it turns out, the Bible overall is not incredibly positive towards women. It's just not. In fact, women are subservient to men in almost every passage that mentions women in the Bible. They are literally designed to serve men. It says in Genesis 3:16 that your desire will be for your husband and he will rule over you. What do you think it means to rule over your spouse or your significant other? Do you think that's a good thing?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree with that sentiment. How you doing, Shane? Oh, Shane dropped. Shane dropped. Okay, I guess he wasn't ready, or
He
maybe he
wasn't
was.
ready, or he heard the woman with the voice. Oh, she actually has free speech here? I don't think
Oh
so.
no, we can't have that. We cannot. We can't have a woman saying words. Yeah. All right. We got somebody else in the guest box. Oh, Shane came back. We'll see if we can get a connection. How you doing, Shane?
What's up?
Are you a Christian, Shane?
Yes, I am.
Do you love your mother?
Yes, I do.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't think you should be a Christian anymore.
Why? Why is that?
Because I don't think the God of the Bible loves your mother as much as you do.
But can you prove to me that there's a God? There is not a God?
Well, I'm an atheist, so I don't believe that there's no God. I don't believe in gods.
Well, how are you here though?
Because my parents had some lovey time in the back of a Volkswagen, and now I'm here.
Yeah, but prove to me that there isn't a God. That's what I
Prove
want to
prove to me that there's not a tooth fairy.
know. There is no tooth fairy
How do you know?
because my parents put money under my pillow.
No, that's not disproving the tooth fairy. That's just proving that your parents put money in your pillow. What evidence do you have that there's not a tooth fairy?
What evidence do you have that there's no God?
I have the same evidence that there's no God as you have that there's no tooth fairy, because as it turns out, things that don't exist don't have evidence. Do you see how that works? Like if I told you there's a magic dragon in my basement that's invisible, you do not have evidence to the contrary, because as it turns out, the magic dragon wouldn't exist. Things that don't exist don't leave evidence.
Don't do me like that, because I would have asked you, where's the damn dragon?
I know. We're not talking about chasing the dragon. We're not doing any of that.
Well,
Yeah, so when you were talking about the existence of fictional entities, the burden of proof is on the person that believes the entity actually exists. You don't get to presuppose that the thing exists until somebody proves you wrong.
like, I just want to know that I didn't want you to prove me that there is no God.
Why would I?
Because
I can prove
don't
you
know
that your God doesn't exist.
there is a God.
I
How
can
do you
prove
think we
you
have
that
life?
your I can prove to you
How
that
do you
your
think- how do you
specific
think we
God
have
doesn't
souls?
exist.
How do you think we have, like, how do you think we were here, huh?
We're here because the universe is eternal, and everything in the universe
No,
has
because
gone through trillions of
God
years of
made
evolution.
Life. God made life, because God made life.
What is life, Shane?
You,
No, what
everything.
is life specifically? What is the definition of something that's living?
Living. An organ that.
Boy, you're
Organism.
going to struggle in life if you don't know how to define words. What does it mean to be living?
You told me that.
Something that is living is essentially something that is able to reproduce.
Has a heart. Has a heart.
Hey Shane, do you is there a reason
Hold
why
on.
you is there a reason why you
Tiny
won't let me?
Danny roar.
Oh, thank you.
But Shane, how old are you?
16.
Oh,
Oh,
of course he's a child. Get out of here, Shane. You
that's
got to be
why.
18.
Aw, loser.
Sorry, kiddo.
Get a
Yes,
better
Go
life.
cry
hip-hop
somewhere
regulations.
else. Talk to somebody on your level. I think there's a local kindergarten open somewhere.
Tiny. Rawr.
How you doing, Crated? Crated, you with us?
Sorry, hello.
Uh, thank you, Free. Thank you, Rev. Crated, can you hear me?
He has red bars, honey. Give him a minute.
Yeah. Is there a way that you can get some reception? Because your reception's not good, and I hear nothing but background noise. Oh, Avon, who's back to cry in the comments. Oh, Avon. All right, Crated, you need to get some Wi-Fi, okay? All right, I guess box empty again. So, guys, we're just waiting for some Christians to get up in here and provide some opposition. If we can't get any opposition on this particular point, we can switch to another one. But I figured since it's Mother's Day, we should start with a pro-mother topic at least. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah. Win mothers. Okay. What was
you.
Solomon's most famous building? Trivia question number 1 for the day. What was Solomon's most famous building?
Oh, also, don't forget Abraham married his sister and pimped her out to Pharaoh.
He did. Abraham did marry his half sister, and basically, I don't know if he pimped her out, but pretty damn close to it. It was
Mixed
the
words.
it was the
She wanted me
temple.
to remind you.
It definitely was the temple. Good job there, guys. All right, let's see. This is a difficult one, okay, guys? This is some really difficult Old Testament stuff. What was the sin of Achan that was committed in Jericho? What sin did Achan commit in Jericho? I'll give you a hint. It's one of the 10 commandments. It's not adultery. It was one of the
see
10
what I
commandments.
did?
It wasn't eating bacon.
Justin, you see what I did?
Oh, yeah, you got your hair done. Looks great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Leave-in conditioner, and it's actually stiff as like, but it's growing. It's like if I were to uncurl it down to here.
Mm, mm. Yes, my cherry, you got it right. He stole household goods. That's in the book of Joshua. Remember, they were supposed to utterly destroy all of the Canaanite cities, burn everything to the ground. Everything that lives and breathes, everything's going to be burned to the ground, and all the goods are to be completely destroyed. They weren't supposed to keep anything of the Canaanites. And Achan decided he was going to take some household goods for himself. And God said, no, we ain't going to do that. We're not going to let that happen. All right, guys. Next question. Where did God make a contract with Israel to be his people? This is easy one. Where did God make a covenant with his people? Geographical question. That's right. It was Mount Sinai. You got it, guys. You got it. Okay. Name the book that speaks about service ministries the most extensively. And this question's not worded well, but I would say which book of the Bible most clearly talks about the different giftings that people get for the ministry. There's one specific book in the New Testament where the author talks quite specifically how the Holy Spirit gifts certain people for the work of the ministry. It was Corinthians, Fen. You got it. It was First Corinthians. That's right. That's where you hear about the various gifts of the Holy Spirit, like speaking in tongues and prophecy and healing and different things like that. So that was First Corinthians. Really good. We're still waiting for some opposition, guys. We're going to keep doing some trivia while we're waiting for some opposition. Let's see. What was, I think you guys are going to know this one, okay? What was the Old Testament punishment for cursing God? What was the Old Testament punishment for cursing God? There's a handful of laws you could break that would get you this. I hear stoning. Yeah, stoning is close enough. It's generically just that they're going to be unalived. But I think you guys know as well as everyone else that typically they did the unaliving by stoning. So I'm going to count stoning, not boning. No. There was boning. To be fair, there was boning, but that wasn't a punishment. That was a reward. And remember, guys, there's no law. There's not a single law in the Bible about pegging. Just remember that. There's not a single law in the Bible that prohibits pegging. I'm just putting that out there. What special event were the disciples to wait in Jerusalem for? What were the disciples instructed to wait for in Jerusalem?
The people want to know if washing of feet meant schmecks.
The washing? No. Washing feet's not a euphemism for almost. It's almost the resurrection appearance. It wasn't that. You're getting close though. What did Jesus say he was going to send after he left? He said, "I must go because one greater than I." That's right. The Holy Spirit. Yes, they were waiting for the Holy Spirit to arrive. Pentecost,
Well done,
the
Jets.
artist. That's right. They were waiting for the outpouring of the Holy Spirit, which was prophesied in Ezekiel, in Joel, and also in Jeremiah. Very common prophecy. All right, now in 1 Samuel 15:3, what tribal group did God command Saul to completely annihilate? Don't leave anybody living. Which people group did God instruct Saul to genocide in 1 Samuel 15:3?
The Canaanites?
Saladin got it. It is the
Amalekites.
Amalekites. Those damn Amalekites.
I had one of the kites.
There's a lot of kites. It's those dang babies. Those dang evil babies. Always, they need dealt with. Eventually, God's going to figure out how to deal with all these evil babies. But for now, we're just going to have to keep executing them, apparently. Which reminds me, hey guys, if you haven't looked, we released the first of its kind an atheist worship song. It's on my page right now, an atheist worship song, and I gotta say, it's an absolute banger. Absolute banger. It's the best worship song you're ever gonna sing.
See what happens when you listen to me? See what happens when you listen to me? Everyone loves it.
Hanji approved it before we released it. Yeah, go listen to it if you haven't. How you doing, Michael?
How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm clean, 36-year-old, ready to converse.
Sure. All right. I'm glad you're clean. So I assume you're a Christian, right?
I was born raised a Christian, yes. I have been a soldier. I have been to war. I have lost my faith personally.
So you're no longer a Christian?
True.
Oh,
Correct.
well, you and me both. I'm no longer a Christian either.
I've been rebaptized after a little bit of war, and I've lost my faith after a little bit of more war. And
I don't blame you.
I am 100% ready to defend, converse, anybody with any clean opinion, and join your group.
Well, listen, Michael, I'm going to add you as a friend. You're welcome here. You're amongst friends here. Okay, we
And
appreciate
thank you
having
for
you.
your service.
Yeah, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. I would do it again to save a child, but
I know that's right.
you got to let some kids go.
Happens. Anyways, Michael, I appreciate you being here. We're going to get a Christian up in here and try to have them defend their position. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Cheers, man. W. Michael, y'all. W. Michael. Well, we had a guest in the guest box for a half a second, and then they left. Apparently, they weren't up for it. So we'll keep moving through the trivia. Eventually, we're going to get some opposition. I didn't think this is not a difficult topic, is it?
Baby, you know damn well they're not going to speak on this.
I think they're afraid, aren't they?
They are.
Do you think this?
Because the thing is that, like, when it comes to women like me, oh, she's the reason why you left the faith, huh? This, that, and the third. But bring that mother into it.
Yeah,
Bring that mother into it.
The good pastor and his subordinate have both been messaging me, begging me to come out to Boston to debate them.
Oh God.
It's not going to end well.
Do you need me to go with you? Because
Yeah, how you doing, Muslim Mike?
Hi, Justin. Basically, right, I don't know, obviously, because why don't you open lives like discussing like theological arguments against Christianity? Why is it always moral arguments? Because as an atheist, you can't really make moral arguments because your morality is subjective.
All morality is subjective. Yes, I agree, and you
Okay.
cannot demonstrate that it's anything but that.
Okay, so what Hitler did, according to him, it was okay.
No.
Why? It's subjective morality to him. It's okay.
It's so that's the thing about morality, right? It doesn't have to be objective to be wrong. For example, we can use objective means to determine if something is good or bad. Like we know that certain actions just have negative consequences on humanity. And we don't have to have an objective moral framework to know when an individual or humanity at large is being harmed. And by and large, our sense of what is right and wrong has developed over the course of evolution based on whether or not particular actions are bringing harm either to the individual or to the community at large. So if you want to complain about me having subjective morals, you're welcome to cry about it all day. But the fact of the matter is you can't demonstrate that objective morals exist. So it's just a waste of everybody's time.
No, I'm not trying to. The thing is, I'm not up here to defend anything, but like, obviously, as a Christian, right, I feel like the theology is more of an argument against the religion more than
I
moral arguments
argue
because
about theology literally every day that I'm live. Apparently, you haven't been around for it, and that's fine. Are you a Muslim?
yes,
Cool. I think your God's trash too. In fact, your God's a pervert.
yeah. I mean, of course, you're gonna think that, but you have no morality is just based on your feelings.
Do you think it's okay to have sex with
Mm,
9-year-olds?
I mean, obviously, according to you, there's no
I'm
according to you,
asking
there's no
you your
morality.
opinion. Do you think it's
No,
okay to consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old?
but you can't criticize anyone.
I'm
That's what I'm trying to say.
asking you, are you too
No, but
afraid
you
to
can't
answer the
criticize.
question? Are you
No,
crying
to
already? Are you so
no, no.
afraid? Are you afraid to answer the question?
I got this. Hey,
Why
yes,
are you being
I'm not.
patronizing?
Hold on.
Why are you being
Because your
I'm
patronizing
not.
God's
for?
a pervert.
Malaka. I'm not an atheist. I actually do have a belief system. So I'll ask you the same question. Do you think it is okay to marry or have sex with a 9-year-old? Yes or no?
Very easy. Yes or no?
And
Said,
I actually have a
one
belief
second.
system.
Wait, one second. Why is it all about sex? Is this how perverted you are?
All right, so this is what's going to happen. You're going to give me
This what happens. This how
you'll
perverted
just
you. Why is it about sex?
you'll
I
give
mean,
me a
justice
yes or
for
no.
Aisha, bro.
You'll just answer the question yes or no, or I'll just drop you. It's up to you. If you want to get up here and cry about atheism, you're welcome to do it some other place. So yes or no, is it okay to have sex with a 9-year-old?
Because you have subjective morality, it's okay. You can't
He's
criticize anyone.
running. He's running
So
because
in other words,
he knows his prophet's a
yes.
pervert. Yeah. Run away, run away. They always cave. They just assume that you're not going to bring
That's
that
right,
topic up,
guys. Go
and I
ahead and
don't know
spam the
why.
chat with hashtag Justice for Aisha, please.
That's right, Justice for Aisha, guys. How you doing, Shanta?
I'm not doing too bad in yourself.
Doing well, thanks for asking.
Awesome, awesome, likewise. So you said that the God of the Bible does not care about women. Why did you come to that conclusion?
Because I read the Bible.
And where in it does it say not care about women?
Yeah, God basically treats women the same way that women or that property is treated, or the same way that slaves are treated, or the same way that animals are treated. And even from the get-go, Genesis 3:16, God literally says that your husband will rule over you. Do you want your husband to rule over you?
I don't mind.
Oh, you like it?
I want a man. Men are supposed to rule and lead.
Oh, so you like to be
What's wrong with that?
dominated?
Yeah, it's not about domination. I'm sure you like to be dominated. Aren't you gay?
No,
Oh, you're bisexual.
no,
Do you date trans women?
no.
Are trans women women?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gay. So you like to be dominated just the way that I like to be
No, I
dominated.
don't.
Yeah, but you would date a woman who has a penis who can dominate you.
If I found her attractive, I would date her, yeah.
Exactly. So we both like to be dominated, especially
No,
in the
I don't like to be dominated. You see how the word domination for you immediately went to having sex? Is that your kink?
But you just said that I like to be dominated. I said I like to
She's
be
telling
led.
on herself.
Yeah,
She
I like
really
to be
is. It's kind of
dominated.
funny.
See, we
Yeah,
went to
so what's wrong with that?
we went to the word dominate, meaning
Because I would never let the man rule me.
Can I
That's
speak
what's
to
wrong
the
with me.
yeah.
man?
So we said dominate
Girl.
as ruling over somebody. That has not a sexual connotation. You brought sex into it, which is only telling on yourself.
So yeah, I like to be dominated in
So-
more ways than one.
All right,
So back to the topic.
Shanta, so back to the topic. What was the sign
Awesome.
what was the sign of the covenant that God gave to women?
I don't know. Can you tell me? I'm not really a Bible
Yeah,
reader.
I know, they
just
never
wanted to
are.
know. I just
Yeah,
wanted to know.
well, the answer is none. God
Oh.
does not have a sign of the covenant for women, only with men. Why is that?
Oh, because men are supposed to lead and women are supposed to follow.
What if you're not married?
Even if you're not married, you should become married. What's the problem with that?
What if you're 10?
10-year-olds can marry? Aren't 10-year-olds dominated by their
Oh
parents?
my God! And you have the
These
audacity to
people are
tell me
red
you want to
I'm
flags.
speak to the
asking the
man?
man a question. Can we have the
You're
conversation?
asking your father.
Ask.
All right, someone go call the police on this woman who thinks that 10-year-olds are allowed to get married. We're not getting
Wow.
this life taken down over you, walking red flag. That's why, guys, religion is a cancer. How you doing, Nameless?
Malaca.
Call me Sam for this time. But why do you claim that in the Bible that it says that women like to be dominated, where it says that women and men are equal?
I didn't say that.
Like, your statement is that. Like,
I didn't say that women like to be dominated, although that last one obviously does. What I said is that according to the Bible, women are always positioned subordinate to men. In fact, Old Testament and New Testament, in the very beginning of the book, it literally says that your desire will be for your husband and he will rule over you. And then all throughout the rest of the book, women are treated only a little bit better than children and property. God himself violates women all the time. Are you aware that God purposely has women raped in the Bible?
no, but can you give me the verse?
Yeah, I'll give you the verse. It's going to be in 2 Samuel, was it 2 Samuel 24? Let me get my Bible.
No, it's not.
Oh, it might be 12 instead of 24. We'll see. Yeah, it was 12. 2 Samuel 12.
All right.
This is when David is being punished for the sins that he committed against Bathsheba's husband, Uriah the Hittite. Thank you for the hand hearts. Appreciate that. And part of the punishment says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, And I will take your wives before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in the sight of the very sun. Do you think it was a good thing that God punished David by having his wives raped by his neighbor?
Sure not, but why does
Okay,
mine
why
melt?
does God not respect the consent of David's wives?
I do not know, actually. I cannot tell you that.
Are you aware that in Jeremiah chapter 8, God says the same thing about the Israelite women? He says, therefore, I will give their wives to other men and their fields to new owners, referring to what's going to happen in battle. Oh, my live got flagged for hate speech, guys. I got
Men
Yeah,
reading? Then why
but
didn't
I
she
mean,
shut up and
I
listen
was
to
willing
you?
to hear her out until
Yeah,
she said
but
that
I mean,
10-year-olds can
I
get
was
married.
willing
That
to hear
was
her out until she said that
what
10-year-olds
what do
can
you
get
have
married.
left
That
to
was
listen to at that point?
what
There's no
what
way out of
what
that.
do you
Like,
have left
you've
to
already
listen
said
to at that
something you
point?
can't come back
There's
from.
no way out of that. Like
Mm-hmm.
you've already said
Let
something
me
you
fix
can't
my
come back from.
background.
Kristen, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
The live got flagged
Let
for
me
hate
fix my
speech.
background.
And
Kristen,
I
what
had to
happened?
restart it.
The
Thank
live
you,
got
Hetty. I
flagged
appreciate
for
the hand
hate
hearts.
speech, and I had
So
to
we did
restart it.
a real
Thank you, Hetty. I
quick.
appreciate the hand hearts.
So we did
Oh,
a
Paradox, you're
real
here from
quick.
Daniel Green. Daniel does
Oh,
a great
Paradox,
job.
you're here from Daniel
I love
Yes,
Green.
dude,
Daniel's lives.
I finally
Daniel
caught
does a
one of
great
his
job.
lives this morning.
love
Yes, dude,
Daniel's lives.
I finally
Finally.
caught one of his lives this morning.
Yeah,
Finally.
so Daniel's awesome. I really enjoy watching him
Yeah,
live. I
so
hope his channel
Daniel's
can
awesome.
blow up, but
I
I
really
think
enjoy watching him
he's
live.
at
I
a
hope his
time
channel can,
he
can
goes
blow up,
live
but
at a time where a lot of Americans
he's
are
at
in
a
bed.
time.
Thank you,
Like
Paradox.
he goes live at so like one of the biggest markets for him. They're basically asleep while he's live, so I think that's going to make it difficult on him. But we'll see what happens because he's over like in like Australia or New Zealand. I forget which one.
Australia, my love.
Yeah.
Is
Anyways,
that the breezy?
Maple,
Hey,
good to see you.
breezy.
Breezy, welcome in.
Hey, Purge.
Yeah, I usually catch Daniel like as I'm waking up and getting ready to go to work. And then by the time I'm at work, he's getting ready to end the live. So I don't get to see as much as Daniel's lives as I would like to. Anyways, thank you so much, Paradox, for the hand hearts. Guys, we're just waiting to get some opposition in the box, preferably one that doesn't think it's okay to marry children. We don't really do that. We don't tolerate that kind of nonsense up in here. All right, let's do another trivia question. Provide correct information. Oh, we already did this question before. Why is there a duplicate question in my box? Maybe I put it back in the box by accident. Thank you, Donut. I appreciate that. Yeah, we don't tolerate pervert prophets or people marrying children around here. All right. Well, this is a little bit too difficult. Some of these questions are really hard, actually. From where does Paul write the book of Philippians? From which location? It's not a city. Thank you so much. I mean, it is a city, but specifically somewhere in the city. Where does Paul write the book of Philippians? It's not Asia Minor or Barnes and Nobles. It technically, Justin, it is Earth. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. Jail. Who said jail? I see Jason said jail. You got it, Jason. He wrote it from prison while he was in Rome. So the book of Philippians is a prison epistle. All right, we got somebody in the guest box. Let's see what they have to say. How you doing, Window?
Yeah, I'm alright. I just feel that without like I'm in a lot of pain and I need him.
Need who?
God,
For what?
to know that I'll be okay.
I don't know if you're going to be okay. I hope that you're going to be okay. I don't know what you're going through, and I believe.
Schizophrenia.
What's that?
Schizophrenia.
Okay, I do know what you're going through. I have a relative. My own mother was schizophrenic, so I apologize greatly. I know what you're going through is incredibly difficult, but I don't think God's going to fix it for you, or else He would have just done it. So there's nothing. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to help you, and this is something that honestly, the majority of cases that get better only get better because somebody found the appropriate medication for them.
Oh yeah, maybe we should work on that.
Yeah, I think the medication typically nowadays is safe and it's pretty effective, but you still, unfortunately, you still have to take it, and so a lot of people
Yeah.
have trouble taking it.
Yeah, because we don't believe that we have to.
Right. And that's the thing. When the people who are out of touch with reality don't know they're out of touch with reality. I've got a good friend who has had episodes where he became manic and had episodes of psychosis, and you don't know it. You don't know when you're in the middle of it. Typically, you only know afterwards, right?
Right.
But I'm gonna drop you a follow here real
Yeah,
quick
man,
so
fine.
we can connect.
I just wanted to say thank you for having me here.
Yeah, we appreciate you. I mean, I hope maybe there's some resources we could get you to that might be helpful. I don't.
I go to therapy. I take meds.
Okay. Good.
It's a little difficult religion when you're schizo.
I get
To
it.
be honest.
I get
So,
it. Right.
it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing good. Look how far you've come. You're on TikTok. You're having a conversation with another human being.
That's
You and
true.
I are experiencing the same reality right now.
That is true. Thank you. Yeah, wow.
So you're working hard.
That's a lot to say. Thank you.
So we're gonna be here. This community will support you if you need support. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Cheers.
Be well, Window.
Guys, make sure you follow Window. Let's keep track of her. Okay, let's not let Window fall through the cracks, guys. That's not an easy thing to deal with.
Mm-mm.
All right, cheers. Thank you, Paradox. How you doing, Henry?
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
I saw the title. I wasn't sure what you're arguing or what you're discussing or what the central point. I take it you don't agree with the message, or you do?
It's a statement. God does not
content.
care about the welfare of women. That's my statement. Thank you, Kim. And I'm asking you to prove me wrong, because I think the Bible does not treat women well. Like, if you use the Bible to determine how you treat other people, especially women, I don't think you would treat women well.
I mean, for me, my view is the Bible is literature. It's a parable, essentially, right? It's all these collected stories from
All of it.
people that, yeah, right. Like, and if you treat it like that, it is the best book in the world. I think the moment people think of it as something real that God, which is another thing that drives me crazy, is people are like, oh, God gave us the Bible, and they don't understand that these are collected stories.
Okay, so if it's a
after
parable,
years.
what's the lesson?
It depends.
Because whether it's true or whether it's a parable, women are still treated terribly. So even
But
if
I
it's a
think
parable, the
society-
parable is teaching you to treat women terribly.
but that's a reflection of society. Like men ultimately wrote the Bible, so it's a reflection of society and patriarchy technically.
Okay, so not only is it not true, it's a parable, but it's also just written by men. So if that's the case, why do I care what's in the Bible at all? Why would I read any of it?
It depends on how you want to, like, for me, I came to the realization that there's no God, there's no right or wrong, there's nothing. We
So
are
you're an
just here.
atheist.
I'm not an atheist. Here's why I'm not an atheist.
You
right?
just said there's no God.
Well,
Bro, you're
there's
really
no
confusing
God
right now.
Well, that I think most people don't have like this is my truth. This is it's a work in progress. Through life, you kind of ebb and flow between how you view the world, and so I'm in that space where I'm questioning religion. I've never been religious, but I've always loved the good parts of religion, the community aspect. It drives some people to do amazing things like.
Well, it sounds like you're an agnostic, and that's fine. We're here talking to Christians about their book. If you want to debate about the book, that's fine. But it sounds to me like you don't even believe the book. So I don't know if this is the right place for you, man.
For sure, I would have loved a discussion, but if that's not the place, I'm fine. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks, Henry.
Oh.
Cheers,
Justin,
man.
my love, I just got an update. So remember when I said that I feel like that woman was feeling some type of way?
Yep.
Fuck, I hate being right. If she gets kicked from the box, she has her little goons mass report the lives
Oh, there you go.
that
Yeah, I
she's
believe that.
booted from.
This sounds
So,
about right.
yeah.
Just
Okay.
block her.
So you say Jesus don't care about women.
I said the biblical God, which
That's Jesus.
Okay, hold on. Take a
You
deep
don't
breath.
know. Don't hold on me, clown. You're the Antichrist, hellbound jackal here. I'm here to put you in your place, and if you're a coward, then push me out. If you're gonna be a man, then stand up and talk like one. Jesus of Nazareth is God alone.
Real manly.
Period.
All right, so let's talk about what the Bible says about women.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Jesus of Nazareth, you don't run this show, boy.
As it turns out, I do. I do run the show.
Use my mic, you coward.
As it turns out, I do actually run the show.
You ain't even a man.
I have
Look
all the
at you.
controls. And if you
Satan.
want to come up in here and have adult conversation, I would love to have an adult conversation. But as it stands, it sounds like you want to have a children's conversation. So I'm going to put you back in the comments. You can come back when you're ready to have an adult conversation, okay? Take a deep breath. Try to use the Holy Spirit, okay? Get a little bit of that Holy Spirit ready, and come back when you're ready to talk like an adult. How you doing, Spread?
Hey, Justin, how are you? I'm good.
Doing well, thanks for asking.
I think I disagree with you, but honestly, I still want to hear your point, where you're coming from, in regards to God does not care about the welfare of women.
God treats women terribly in the Bible over and over again. He allows for his own people to take them captive in war. He allows for them to be raped, both his own people and other people. He specifically starts the Bible by saying that your husband will rule over you. I mean, I can go on and on. There's literally no covenant for women in the Old Testament. What you remember the covenant between Abraham and all of Abraham's descendants with God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. What was the sign of the covenant?
I believe the men had to get circumcision, right?
Yeah. What's the sign of the covenant for the women?
Okay. Basically, the covenant is essentially that the descendants of Abraham will be considered God's people. So that includes both the men and the women. But the men
but I'm asking
specifically
you, what is the
were
sign
required
of the covenant for women?
nothing.
Why?
So long as you're actually, you consider that misogynistic, but I don't. If anything, I consider that a good thing for the women because
So how do you know
they don't have to go through genital mutilation.
How do you know if a woman is part of God's covenant community?
Simply, she's an Israelite. She was born into the nation.
Okay, so it was a good thing for the little boys to have their genitals mutilated, but it's a bad thing if it happens for women.
So is that a misogyny argument or a misandry argument?
It's a misogynist argument because women were not considered part of the covenant community unless they were attached to a man who was part of the covenant community. Because women were akin to children and property. That's why every marriage you've ever seen in the Bible, the woman is being given in marriage. Somebody is paying for the woman. You've never seen a single man in the Bible get taken in marriage.
Okay, now is that because
it's because God thinks women are just a little bit higher than property?
the time, because women for the most part couldn't really take care of themselves.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, that's a lie that you tell yourself to make the biblical God more palatable.
You couldn't really take care of a farm or do anything like that.
Yeah, you can. You can read the ancient Near Eastern literature. Are you aware that in the Code of Hammurabi, there are specific laws laid out for women that are living on their own, even women that have been divorced and have children? So the Israelite women were treated differently than like the Babylonian women or the other women of their time period. They were specifically treated as though they were property, whereas in the rest of the ancient Near East, women engaged in trade and commerce and jobs. In fact, almost every tub of beer that was ever brewed in ancient Mesopotamia was brewed by a woman.
Okay, so what does that have to do with God?
What I'm saying is that your notion that women needed men to rule over them because they couldn't take care of themselves, that's a misogynistic take that is out of step with history. It's also true that men could have multiple wives, but women couldn't have multiple husbands. It's also true that if you cheated on your husband, there was a test. If your husband even suspected that you cheated on him, he could drag you in front of the priest, according to Numbers chapter 5, make you drink a bitter potion, and bring a curse upon you. But there's no such thing. If you suspected your husband of cheating on you, there is no recourse. There's nothing you could do. Why do you think it's the Bible talks about how you can punish women for cheating on your spouse, but there's no punishment for men?
Okay, the Bible explicitly states that adulterers, whether they be man or woman, were to be stoned to death.
Right, but that's only if you catch them in the act. In Numbers chapter 5 is when you suspect somebody was in the act, not if they were caught in the act. You're referring to Deuteronomy 22. I'm not referring to that yet. So in Numbers chapter 5, if a man is jealous because he thinks his wife cheated on him, he can drag her in front of the priest and make her drink a bitter water potion. Where's the rule in the Old Testament that says if a woman suspects her husband cheated on her, she can take him before the priest and do the same thing with him?
Okay, in regards to that, I'm not too sure, but let's look at something like Exodus 22 verses 22 to 27. It explicitly states that the abuse of widows or children is something that will get you punished by God. So
what's abuse?
Abuse, just abuse in general, whether it be physical or verbal or anything, any type of abuse.
Which passage you're looking at? 22, 27?
Yeah, Exodus 22 verses 22 to 27.
I think you get the wrong verse. Oh, 22 to 27, the whole section.
Yeah.
All right, so the first one is about oppressing aliens. The second one is about abusing a widow or an orphan. Did I ever say that the biblical God gave people permission to abuse women? And
no,
what do you think?
You're saying
what do you think abuse is?
Abuse is a pretty broad term, but in a sense, it means just to mistreat. Because your thing said that God does not care about the welfare of women, right?
A widow. A widow or an orphan. Okay, so what does it mean to mistreat a widow or an orphan?
Maybe take advantage of them. Let's say.
Yeah, exactly.
So most of the time, these people, they'd be very desperate. So if you're a man who wants to use your power against her, that's how you'd be abusing them or afflicting them. And the Bible strictly forbids something like that, right?
Yeah, so the Bible tells you to treat the widows and the orphans fairly. There's actually no question about widows and orphans in the Bible. But what I'm telling you is that over and over again, women in the Bible are treated only a little bit better than children and cattle. Are you aware that God specifically caused women in the Bible to be raped? Are you aware of this?
Are you talking about the conquering of the Midianites?
No. I'm talking about 2 Samuel chapter 12, when David is
Okay,
punished.
so what, Saul, right?
No.
Oh, you mean
Sam-
Saul, not David?
No, David. That's what I said. I don't know why you're having trouble here. 2 Samuel chapter 12 is when David is punished for what he did with Uriah the Hittite by having him executed on the front line so he can take Bathsheba. And this is what the punishment says. God says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. Do you think it was a good thing that God violated his wife's consent by having them raped so that he can teach David a lesson? Do you think that's good?
No.
No, that's not good. So,
Yeah.
So why do you worship a God that thinks it's okay to rape women?
No. Well, can we go back to that verse again? You said 2 Samuel what?
2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 11.
Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise evil against thee out of thy own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and the one to thy neighbor. You shall lie with thy wives in the sight of the sun. Okay, essentially what he's saying, you taking that as great, but when I'm looking at it
That's
now,
what that is.
No. Basically, what I'm getting is that he'll cause them to essentially cheat on him.
No. God says, I will take your wives and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will lie. Are you aware that this basically happens later on in the narrative? Are you aware that 10 of David's wives are assaulted by Absalom?
No, not assaulted. Because Absalom was essentially, Absalom is his son, right? And he was essentially trying to rule over the kingdom.
He tried to usurp the kingdom, and how many of David's wives did he leave behind, and then they got assaulted by Absalom? How many?
Was it assault or was it really?
Yeah, when someone takes you and has sex with you, that's called assault. Because just like the rest of the Bible, women didn't have the right of consent. Only men.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
That's
why in Deuteronomy 22, you're allowed to rape a virgin as long as she's not betrothed or married to somebody else. You just have to make sure and pay the bride price after. Yeah, Deuteronomy 22. Yeah, these guys never read their Bible.
That was specifically if you seduce.
It doesn't say
that
seduce.
wasn't rape. That wasn't rape. It was
seduce.
Because it says that if they're caught in the action.
It doesn't say anything about seduce. So I'll explain it to you. It says if a man is caught lying with the wife of another man, so that's specifically if you're already
adultery.
Married. But let's go on. Let's see. If there is a young woman, a virgin, already engaged, so that's if you're engaged. And then if you carry on further in the verse to 28, it says, if a man, however, meets a virgin who is not engaged, and he seizes her and lies with her, and they are caught in the act, the man who lie with her will give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife, because he has violated her. That's grape, my man.
Okay, what did you say again? Deuteronomy 22 what?
22, 28, and 29.
Deuteronomy 22.
Yeah, and the word "seize" in this particular section here, tafaz, if you look at it, how it's used elsewhere in the Old Testament, it's used literally to capture towns in battle. It's mean to capture people by force. It doesn't mean that you lovingly took a hold of somebody.
Okay, because I know for a fact that there's a verse that literally speaks about grape. And it says that if a man actually grapes a woman,
Only
it's considered as murder, and he should be put to death.
Which passage? Which one?
Okay, I'm gonna search it up right now. Just give me a sec.
Because I will bet you money that it's referring to somebody who's not a virgin, who's someone who's already either engaged or married.
Okay, just one sec. If mm, mm. Sorry, I don't want to waste too much time.
Mm-hmm.
Be sure to tap the screen, guys. Share it out with your friends. Let's go ahead and get this live going. See if we can get more opposition in the panel, please.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Thank you for being here. It's a Sunday night. I know some of you guys probably are spending time with your family or your mother, but we appreciate you guys being here.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So in that same one, yeah, in Deuteronomy 22, I think if you read it from yes, from 24, like if from
I already
25,
told
but
you
if
24 is about someone who's engaged or married. 23 says
yeah,
if
25
there's, hold on, listen. If there's a young woman, a virgin already engaged to be married, that means she's somebody else's property already. That's a crime against a property holder.
Okay.
Also, shout out to Paradox. Thank you, Paradox, for subscribing to Justin. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paradox.
Okay.
Also, remember,
Now read
guys, we're
26.
we're raising funds for Dave and Taylor. Taylor's currently on hospice. There will be expenses and medical bills coming. We're trying to raise Dave his money for Dave so he can be supported during this time period. He's going through a difficult phase in life. Nobody should have to be, at the edge of losing their daughter or a son. And let's make sure we can support him so he has one less thing to worry about, guys. I really would appreciate it. All right, so what verse do you want to read?
Okay, yeah. Basically, 26. Do nothing to the woman. She has committed no sin deserving death.
Okay, when it says the woman, which woman? Did you forget to read verse 25? Says if a man meets an engaged woman in the open country. So again, it's a woman who's engaged. Exactly what I told you. As long as the woman is not engaged or married and you grape her, the only thing you need to do at that point, thank you, Jason, is to pay the bride price and make sure she's your wife.
No. That's not it in total.
That's what it says. You can cry all you want about the fact that you haven't read your book, but that's what the book says.
Okay, but if she's not the property of her husband, then who is she the property of?
Her father.
Okay, so now, wouldn't the same logic apply? That now she's the property of her father?
Yeah, and that's why when you grape the virgin, you have to pay 50 shekels to the father, not to the woman. Isn't that interesting that when a woman is violated, the money goes to her father and not to her? Again, God does not care about the welfare of women.
Okay. You know that verse
Thank
you're
you,
speaking
Aunt
of?
Carrie, for the subscription. I appreciate that.
Okay. You see the verse you're speaking of?
28, yep.
It's literally a reiteration of another verse.
In Exodus?
But it doesn't... I don't know if it's Exodus. It might be Numbers.
The parallel passage is in Exodus, but it's also a contradiction of it.
Yeah, yes. But in that passage, it doesn't talk about rape.
I know the passage in Exodus talks about seduction, which means which means it's a different law, because seducing somebody and graping somebody, as it turns out, are two different things.
Yes.
Thank you, Aunt Carrie, for the heart. Okay, so bringing up Exodus is a waste, because we're not talking about Exodus. We're talking about a law that was given in Deuteronomy. And in Deuteronomy, it says, if you seize a young woman who has not been engaged or married and you lie with her by force and violate her, you will pay the father 50 shekels. This is not difficult.
Okay, but like I was saying before...
It's literally the same language that was used when Amnon took advantage of his sister Tamar. Same language.
Okay. I don't know about the Hebrew in specific, but essentially what I'm wanting to say is that if you look throughout the whole Torah, you have the same laws reiterated over and over again. So what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, like essentially it's reiterated over and over again. Like you'll see it in Numbers, you'll see it in Leviticus, and you'll see them being reworded differently. I think during the translation, it made it seem like it was grape, but it actually means seduce.
Why would you, someone who doesn't know Hebrew, say the translation was wrong?
Because when I look at like the King James version,
I don't think that's a good position for you to hold. People who don't know Hebrew shouldn't be telling people how Hebrew should be translated.
Okay, but when I look at the King James version and I look at the NIV and I look at so many different translations of the Bible, they word it a bit differently.
Well, the King James was written in 1611, but I'm pretty sure King James says seas.
Yes. No. You look at. It says there's one that says seas.
So the King James isn't going to help you.
Yes, there's one that says seas. There's one that says seduce. So
which one? Which one says
essentially?
Seduce?
Where'd you say it was again? Exodus 20, right?
Exodus 22:28.
Excellent.
Says, if a man finds a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lie with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, because, and she shall become his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all of his days. But for many reasons, the King James doesn't really help your argument, and it's also not a great translation. I would try to pick a modern translation.
Yeah, so essentially, from what you read, was that grape or was that seduce?
Grape, yeah. When you
No.
When you lay hold of somebody by force, that's grape.
Okay, that's just the lingo that they're using, but notice
that's
the term
what the word
if they
means.
be found.
That's what the word means. That's how words work. Words have meanings.
Yes, but
you're desperately trying to say that the word has a meaning other than what the word means.
Thank you, Neurospicy, for the subscription. Thank you so much.
So the new international version says, if a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and he grapes her, and they are discovered. Interesting. Let's see. The New English Standard Version says, if a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed, then he seizes her and lies with her. So that's an interesting one. Berean Standard Bible says seizes. King James, of course, we already read. New King James says seizes. New American Bible says seizes. New American Bible 1995 says seizes. It's funny, all these translations keep saying seizes because that's actually what the word means.
You're reading Exodus 22:16, right?
No, I'm reading Deuteronomy 22:28 because that's specifically the law that we're talking about. Deuteronomy talks about seducing. Although if you really want to get technical, we can find that exact same word in other law code literature referring to grape. There's an argument to be had there for that. I'm actually not going to waste my time arguing it today. But what I can
but that's
tell
the
you,
point I'm trying to make.
What I can tell you, hold on, take a deep breath. What I can tell you is that in Deuteronomy 22:28, Moses through God, or God through Moses, says that if you seize a woman by force, there's no punishment. You just have to marry her. Now, you can say that you don't like it because Exodus says something else, but you have no leg to stand on because Deuteronomy, if it is a parallel to Exodus, it would replace Exodus because it came later than Exodus. So the best you can do is say, well, at one point, God talked about seducing, but when we get to Deuteronomy, he changed his mind and converted it to, grape.
Thank you so much, Star Wars Nerd, for sending out a subscription.
Yeah.
Hey.
Thank you so much, Star Wars Nerd. Or maybe they're not the same law.
Okay, I think essentially it is the same law. And
but it's not the same law. Because, are you aware that lots of laws in Deuteronomy don't show up elsewhere in the Pentateuch? And are you aware that there are laws in the Pentateuch that don't show up in Deuteronomy? So I think it would be really dangerous just to say that Deuteronomy, all the laws in Deuteronomy are like a retelling of previous laws, because they're just simply not.
Hold on, baby. Thank you, Ryan, for sending out the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that.
And also, if you look at the... Okay, sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
So I'm
Also,
saying,
if you look,
so Deuteronomy 28, whether you like it or not, says you can seize somebody by force and lie with her, and as long as she's not engaged or married, you can make her your wife afterwards.
no,
Do you
no,
think
because
that's literally what it says? You can say
okay,
nuh-uh all you want, but saying nuh-uh doesn't change what the words mean.
okay, but the context is the same here. When you look at Deuteronomy 22:16, I know you think it's two different laws, but again, this is why I'm speaking specifically about the translations, because it's literally the same situation. And you also have another verse that speaks about if you
So again,
grape a
don't.
woman, that you'll be abused, that you'll be punished for that.
So Deuteronomy 22:16, let's read it since you think that somehow it has something to say about what we're talking about. It says, "The father of the young woman will say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man in marriage." So I think you got
No,
the
no.
wrong passage
If a
there.
man, if 22:16.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22:16 is about a woman who has been found to not be a virgin on her wedding night, which is a whole nother topic. Are you
No, no, no,
aware
no,
that
no,
if a
no,
woman
no.
is not a virgin on her wedding night, she gets executed?
Uh, if she lied, yes, yes.
Do you
According to
think
the,
that's a good thing that little girls should be executed on their if they're not virgins on their wedding night?
I don't know about little girls, but essentially
Well, they were
women.
probably teenagers when they were getting married.
We don't know that for sure, but essentially,
Yeah, we kind
I,
of have a clue. So, where's the rule in the
I
Bible? Where's the rule in the Bible to execute men if they're not virgins on their wedding night? Thank you for the subscription, Paradoctor. 5 subbies. Thank you,
Yes,
Paradox, for
sent
sending
out
out
5
5.
studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, can you show me in the Bible where there's a rule saying to execute men if they're not virgins on their wedding night?
no, there's no rule like that. But
Why?
remember, it's the men
Why?
who have to be
Why?
circumcised, right?
Why?
Because men and women are different.
I'm asking you why. Why is there a punishment for a woman not being a virgin, but there's not a punishment if a man's not a virgin?
Well, we can't tell if a man is a virgin or not, but essentially fornication is a sin. So
I'm
if he's
asking
caught
you.
fornicating,
I'm asking you, why is there a punishment only for a woman if she's not a virgin? And how come men, the virginity of men is never mentioned in the Bible once? You know that, right? There's not a single time in the Bible where the virginity of a male is ever mentioned.
how can you tell if a man is a virgin?
You can just ask him and he can be truthful.
But how would you how would you? I mean, essentially, fornication is a sin. You're supposed to only have, relations during marriage.
Fornication is not a sin.
Yes, yes, yes. Fornication,
No.
you could be stoned for that.
Find me a law of Moses where it says that sex before marriage results in stoning.
Fornication.
Find me a law in the law of Moses where it says fornication, sex before marriage, whatever you want to call it, is a sin. Because it's not in there.
Okay, one second.
Okay, so the Bible doesn't address it. Paul addresses it in 1 Corinthians, but he just says fornication. He doesn't actually say sex before marriage. Fornication is not code word for sex before marriage.
It's sex outside of marriage.
With somebody else's wife, if you're married.
No, that's adultery. That's adultery.
Because in the ancient world, fornication just means that you're doing an illicit sexual union. But according to the ancient people, if you just had sex before marriage, it wasn't wrong unless you refused to marry the woman. Then it would become fornication.
Okay. So then, if that were the case, in that exact argument, then, if a man were to sleep with a woman before marrying her, if he married her and he was the one who took her virginity, why would she be stoned to death?
She wouldn't.
Exactly. So what's the problem then?
You have no clue what you're talking about. I never said that was a thing. You just made that up.
No, I'm saying so, but like your point was
women don't get stoned for being fornicated.
No, they get stoned for not being virgins before marriage, right?
They were virgins when they slept with the guy that married them.
Yes, no, for not being virgins before marriage.
Yeah, I'll just explain it real briefly for you. If a virgin has sex before marriage, then the person that she had sex with, she was a virgin when she had sex with them. So there's obviously so there's obviously no punishment for it. But if you're betrothed and then you find out on the wedding night that the woman is not a virgin, then you will execute the woman.
Yes, because essentially what that tells you is that she was playing around before she was with you.
Or that somebody took advantage of her and she couldn't prove who it was.
Well,
also, are you aware that the God of the Bible doesn't know how science works? He literally believes that if you don't bleed on your wedding night, then that means you weren't a virgin.
No.
Yeah, that's what it says. Let me read it for you. In Deuteronomy, it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, he dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So there was a cloth that they would place on the wedding bed that the woman would bleed upon as a sign of her virginity. That's how you knew if a woman was a virgin.
Yes, her hymen.
And that's not how virginity works.
So you mean to tell me women don't actually have their hymens broken when they
Some of them do, some of them don't. Are you aware that
the overwhelming majority?
All right, listen. Are you aware that a large percentage of women do not bleed when they have sex for the first time? And are you aware that many of them...
When you say large percentage, what's the percentage?
I can probably find it for you on a medical website, but are you aware...
I don't even think it's 2%.
Is there a reason why you won't let me finish what I'm saying? Are you scared to hear it or what?
No. I mean...
Okay, so I'm trying to ask you a question.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Are you aware that young women break their hymen by accident just through doing menial tasks like lifting?
You mean when you say lifting?
Yeah, lifting
this is
things.
Pretty much... Yeah, but lifting, like this is like working out in a gym, doing weights and stuff, right?
No, you could literally just be lifting water jugs. Lifting.
No.
Yeah, bending over at the knees and squatting and lifting. That action can quite literally tear the hymen. And someone said horseback riding in the comments, which is true. Riding animals, donkeys and horses, is another very large category of women who have their hymen torn.
Okay, so then in that time, let's just assume women were property. What were they doing most of the time?
Typically household chores.
So were those household chores, are they likely to break the hymen?
Some of them could, yeah.
Like what?
I just told you, lifting things, riding a donkey. There could be a number of things.
That they're most likely to be engaged in? No, man,
I heard the word caged in. I assume that's not what you said. Say it again?
No, that they're most likely to be engaged in.
Yes. When you do a chore, when you do a chore, that means you're engaged in doing a chore.
Yes, but like washing clothes, sweeping up, like these aren't the type of...
I didn't say sweeping the floor. I didn't say sweeping the floor would break your hymen. I have no clue why you're going to that. I literally just gave you 2 examples that could do it.
Okay.
So according to a health website, I don't know what their source is yet, but we can find it. Bleeding during the first sexual intercourse happens in only 43% of cases. So only about slightly less than half of women bleed their first time. That means the God of the Bible is scientifically incompetent.
That is cap.
I'm
going to do that. Absolute cap. I'm going to do the research on it too, but how was that done? Like a Pew Research?
I assume, I don't know who did the research, but Pew does collect those particular statistics.
Okay, I'll do research on it, but I know with very great confidence and certainty that the
No, you don't.
overwhelming majority of women
Name your
bleed.
source. Because I've got some articles here from the British medical journals. I've got one from the National Institute of Health. There's another one published by Women's Health. Another one by one from ResearchGate. Let's see who published it. This is from Zaglig University that did a study on it. The fact of the matter
And as
is,
a matter of fact, we can actually do one now. All my ladies, tap 1 in the chat if you didn't bleed your first time. I will start because I was one of that percentage that didn't.
there you go.
Okay, but
Let's see it in the comments if you didn't bleed your first time, y'all. Look at all those ones. Those are all ones of women.
I saw 3 ones. I saw 3 ones.
Those are ones. There's 45 of them. Look at the counter. 50.
It's going.
50.
Okay.
56.
We're
58.
We're 65.
Damn. Hey.
70.
That's right.
We're almost we're almost at 20% of the chat already. Okay, so the fact of the matter is that if we assume that the chat is only a proportion of females, and we've got 600 people in here, that probably comes pretty damn close to 40% because we had 20% of the chat right there. Okay, so the fact of the matter is there are 76 women in here right now that, according to the Bible, would have got stoned on their wedding night if their husbands felt the need to stone them. So do you think do you think that the biblical God like understands biology, or do you think that he's incompetent?
No. What I was gonna ask, because I even hate to ask this question, but you know, a lot of people now, the women now are doing activities that the women back then they were able to do because
Like
they
what?
stayed at home most of the time. So like we spoke earlier about like exercising and whatnot.
Like
so
what?
like if you lift heavy weights or if you're in sports.
Do you know what percentage of women lift heavy weights? It's incredibly small. Now you're just floundering.
No. I mean, like, when I say heavy weights, like, I'm not saying, like, weights that are heavy to men, but maybe heavy to them, like working out or whatnot.
Like carrying water jugs.
No.
A water jug, yeah. So according to current statistics, only about 20% of American women actually lift weights.
Okay, so 20% of women. How many women in the chat here lift weights or exercise? Or, I hate to say this, but how many women did, like,
This is getting embarrassing for you now. You're being very desperate right now to find any reason why the God of the Bible doesn't understand female biology. Could it be because the Bible was just written by a bunch of perverted men?
Sure was. Also, for the people asking for a poll, I made one for you guys. Instead of typing ones, you guys can go ahead and give your vote.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of people walking.
Yes.
Okay, so the way the Bible treats women is exactly the way I would expect ancient men to treat women.
Okay, so
do you see how
if we look at men, for instance, sorry to interrupt, but if we look at men, for instance, it says that if a man not be circumcised, then he were to be cast out from his people.
Yep.
Kicked out and not be accepted as a child of Israel. Is that fair to men?
That was the sign of the covenant.
But think about something like that. How would you verify if a man were circumcised or not? Would you like strip his pants down?
Yep.
And like humiliate him like that?
Well, you didn't have to do it in public.
Okay, but essentially, women didn't have to go through that.
It's not humiliating to me. Maybe it's humiliating to you. I don't know. I don't have those insecurities.
That somebody looks at your penis and go, "Oh, your penis wasn't cut," and now if your penis isn't cut, now you have to get it cut just to be accepted into the tribe of Israel.
It's not a problem for me. I'll drop my pants. I don't care. I showered with men
So
all the
then
time.
you're
I
okay
wrestled and played football in high school.
Okay, that's cool enough, but don't you take in how genital mutilation for just one gender? Like if it was women who had to go through that, but men didn't, wouldn't you say that was bad to women?
Is it your position that circumcision is genital mutilation?
Essentially.
Okay, so then why in a sense. Then why does your God make genital mutilation something that's bad a requirement? Seems like your God is getting worse and worse.
No. But my point is,
God is
essentially,
pro genital mutilation, according to this guest, because circumcision is
okay,
genital mutilation. So that you're making your God sound even worse than what I started with.
okay. But your point was he hates women, right?
Well, apparently he hates men's penises too.
If he hates women, right? Why would men only go through that, but women won't have to go through that?
Because women were property.
Okay,
That's why
but
Paul says that women will be saved through childbearing.
okay, so now let me get this straight. If I'm an Israelite and I have a slave, and that slave is my property, is that slave now an Israelite?
That slave has to be circumcised as well. For example,
No,
when
but
Abraham had his household circumcised, he had all the slaves circumcised as well. Thank you so much, Sweet Pea.
Yes, all the male slaves circumcised, but
Yep.
they didn't have. But the female slaves didn't have to be circumcised.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then is that misandry?
Yes, it's misogyny. Thank you for the hat.
No,
Appreciate that. Thank you, Paradox. Thank
how-
you, Sharpie. That's misogyny because there was no sign of the covenant for women. God could have gave anything. God could have said, "Listen, women, your sign of the covenant is you're going to pierce your left ear." There you go. See, you're
No.
making a false dichotomy. You're saying in order for women to participate in the covenant, God had to order their genitals be mutilated. But that is a false dichotomy. God could have literally said, you're going to pierce your left ear, and that is a sign that you're in the covenant community. See how easy that was?
No, the point I was trying to make
Thank
is
you
that
guys so much
the
for the
women
hand
were
hearts. I really
accepted
appreciate it.
regardless.
No, they
The
weren't.
women were accepted regardless. The men had to go through that just to be accepted.
Thank you. No, that's not what the Bible says. You're just making that up now.
So how were the women accepted then?
But if you were with a man or you were under the headship of a man who was part of the
So
community.
the widows weren't Israelites?
They were members of the community, but they were previously under the headship of a man.
Okay, so now they're not, right?
Yeah, because their husband is now passed. They're widows.
Okay, so then technically they wouldn't be children of Israel anymore, right?
No, they could be. There's just no sign for it. There's no way for them to demonstrate that they are.
When you get a chance, honey, go ahead and make a new goal. You just completed yours.
Shoot. Guys, thank you so much for hitting the goal already. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me. Joking on the misogyny over here.
Right? Are you okay, though? Because that kind of sounded painful.
No, I'm good. I went for a jog earlier today, and my first couple of runs of the year, my throat gets a little bit scratchy because I've got like a very acute form of asthma.
Oh, jeez. Do you have to take a inhaler for that, or is it?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I just power through it. It's fine.
Okay.
It'll go away after a couple weeks. So, anyways, hey, quick question: what happens if there's a married couple and the woman is unalived? He becomes a widow, right? Is he forced to marry his wife's sister?
Repeat that again?
Yeah, if a man is married and he becomes a widow because his wife dies, is he forced to marry his wife's sister?
No.
Yeah. How come when a woman is widowed, she's forced to marry her brother, her husband's brother?
It's the lineage.
Yeah, but why is that fair? Why is she not given the freedom of choice to marry who she pleases?
Okay, most men didn't go for widows. So essentially the point of that was to make the man's brother responsible for taking care of her.
Yeah, but could somebody not take care of that woman? Could not the property of the man who passed away just be left to the woman and she could take care of herself?
But
like that's how it happened in other cultures.
Yes, but there were situations like that because not every man had a brother, right? But essentially, if most men weren't rich, right?
Typically, you would marry the next of kin, right? If you didn't have a brother, you would marry the nearest of kin, or you'd become a permanent widow, right?
Yes. So,
and you could remarry. But if you had brothers, you would be, or if your husband had brothers, you would be required to marry one of your husband's brothers.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
do you think that's a good thing?
The brother had to take up the responsibility. That wasn't a bad thing.
It was a bad thing, yeah. Do you want to know why it's a bad thing?
because essentially you were saying that the woman didn't have a choice.
Do you think
but the
that
woman did
women?
have a choice
She
because
didn't have a
divorce was a
choice.
thing.
She didn't have a choice.
Divorce was a thing during the Old Testament.
A divorce is unrelated. This is widowhood.
Okay, yes, but essentially, she's alone now, so she needs somebody to be there for her.
Yeah, but why should she be required to marry her widow's brother?
Because it's not that she was required.
So
He was required to take care of her.
No, she is required to marry the brother. That's Deuteronomy 25, 5 through 10. When brothers reside together and one of them is unalived and there is no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother will go into her. That is a
Deuteronomy
rule.
25:24.
Deuteronomy 25, verse 5.
Okay.
Nick pegged a very good question,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go ahead and read it for you. And it's basically stating if, hold on, Malaka, so many comments. Well, basically, why couldn't the family take care of her? Why did she have to be forced to marry the brother?
Yeah, why couldn't they just adopt her as a daughter-in-law and take care of her?
Thank you, Kim.
Surely that's possible.
Okay, in this specific case, it was speaking about a woman who never had a child, right?
Yep.
Okay, so in that case, since she was married to a certain household, now essentially the lineage has to be continued.
It doesn't have to. See, that's the thing, is you keep going back to this arbitrary rule that the lineage has to be continued. It doesn't. The lineage could just die.
But the whole point of Israelites, but the whole point of the Israelites is to establish a people.
You can establish a people.
And to establish houses and nations.
Yes, and
so
you can
lineage is actually an important thing.
All of that, and you can do all of that without being forced to marry your widow's brother. You can do all of that. We're doing it right now in America.
Yes, because we're pretty lawless for the most part.
No, we're not.
But
we have quite literally hundreds of thousands of laws.
Mm-hmm.
When I say lawless, I meant that in like a figurative speech. Like, we don't value marriage. We don't value the nuclear family. The society's pretty collapsing. You don't think the society's collapsing?
No. Sounds to me like your household is collapsing and you're looking to blame it on somebody.
No, my household's not collapsing.
But where I live is just fine. We're doing great up here.
You live in America, right?
Yep.
Okay, from what I've been told or for what I'm seeing,
oh, so you're not American?
No, I'm not.
Sounds to me like you need to turn off the TV or computer and actually come here and find out for yourself, because we're doing okay.
Okay.
Also, to people in the chat, no spamming, no caps, please. Caps are only for moderators, please and thank you.
Yeah. So I love.
So the depression rate's not going up.
The what?
The depression rate's not going up.
No, I don't think so. I think depression rates are what they have always been. It's just now that we're actually diagnosing it, we're having a larger number of statistics. That being said, depression has always been around. Always. There's never been a time in history where there hasn't been depression. And no, I don't believe that depression is on the rise. I think that depression has always been around. It's just that now it's okay to admit that you're depressed, and we're actually diagnosing people at larger numbers, and we're actually doing it without shaming them in the society. For example, I had an aunt who was depressed when I was a child. This would have been in the 90s. And she was not allowed to go get medication because her husband was afraid of how it would reflect on the family. So she went unmedicated.
Okay, that's anecdotal experience, but I'm sorry that happened.
But it happens a lot. There was a time period in which it was you were considered a problem if you were depressed, and people looked at you badly if you took medication for it. Those times are changing.
Okay, so now you don't think loneliness and broken families and social media, these things contribute to depression?
I don't know what social media has to do with broken families, because right now we're still talking about women in marriage, and now you're bringing up social media. Do I think social
I'm
media
just saying,
is a cause of depression? For some people, could be.
yes, well, I'm essentially naming things that are different now than back in the day. But
Why?
ultimately,
How does this help your argumentation point?
because I'm saying depression is on the rise.
But I don't think it is.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree on that, but there's a lot of people out here that will disagree with you.
You're welcome to.
Okay. It's not just me, but essentially, if we go back to the Bible, it's foolish. It's just that.
You're talking, but you're breaking up.
It's
I
just
can't
that
hear
he
you.
understands that men.
You're talking, but nobody heard you. You were breaking
Can you hear
up.
me now?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Basically, it's foolish to say that the God of the Bible doesn't care about women because
It's not
there's
foolish.
plenty of laws.
I've actually just demonstrated it to you that the women are not treated equal as men in the Bible.
Okay, but keep in mind that men and women are not the same, right?
They
So, would you treat a child and an adult the same?
Are you saying that women are somehow less than men the way a child is less than a mother and father?
No. A child is not less than a mother and father.
You made the comparison, not me.
I'm saying a child is not less than a mother and father.
Yeah, but they are not less, but they are in a different role. Do you know why children have a different role than their parents?
Why?
Because they're not developed yet. Are
Okay,
you saying
even
that
when a child is developed, they still have a different role.
Are you saying that women and children aren't at the same level of development?
Even when a child is developed, like when a parent is older or a child is becoming an adult, they still have a different role.
No, they don't.
Yes.
No, the day you're 18 is the day that legally you are an adult.
Yes, you're an adult, but
your role,
you and your mom are not going to be treated the same.
Your role in the family is
I'm sorry, I need to pause for a sec. Roger, if I could kiss you through the phone, I would. Thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Let's get the win, Roger, in the comments. My Zeus.
W. Roger. Let's respect some mothers in here today, guys. Oh my gosh, Roger over here too. Roger with Roger coming through with the $100 as well. He says, the way you take us to school on TikTok, it's fun. Oh, shoot. And then he said, no need to shout out. Sorry to shout you out,
sorry,
Roger.
I'm sorry.
Anyways, W. Roger. Okay, so anyways, according to the Bible, women are not treated as equal to men. They're just not. And that's a problem.
Yes, but like I was saying before, men and women are different. So there's scenarios where men are bigger and stronger.
So
they're required to do certain things.
No, they're not.
Yes.
No, they're not.
Like if you're going to war, it's the man who's required to go to war.
Women go to war.
Come on, man.
Have you not been to America? Have you not seen our army?
No. I'm talking.
Are you not aware that women make up a large percentage of the U.S. Army?
He's talking about ancient times. And guess what, sweetie? I'm from Laconia, Sparti, which is modern-day Sparta. And guess what? Women were allowed to fight in war if we wanted to, especially when it came to defending the homes and the council of the two kings in my country. And this is in Greece.
Yeah, he's
Were
never
you
read about
obligated?
Joan of Arc either.
Were you obligated?
We have
Mandated?
a choice because we were equal.
You have
to
the
men
choice.
in my
Did the men have the
country.
choice?
Yes. But guess
No,
what?
men didn't have
we
a
were
choice.
equal in my country. We were seen as
Dr. Joe.
equals. Everything a man could do, we could do. We even had our own training grounds.
Okay, but the men were not mandated to. The men were mandated to go to war, and women were not.
Where? Who are you talking about?
Okay, I'm talking
now,
about.
right now in the United States, nobody is mandated to do anything.
Not modern day America. I'm talking about the
so then
Israelite tribe because you're saying the God of the Bible doesn't care about women.
So why did you bring it up?
I brought up that men are mandated to go to war. I said that men have certain responsibilities that women don't.
In the Bible they do, but that doesn't make it right. That doesn't mean it should be that way.
So you're saying that women should be obligated to do the same things that men are?
Why are the Israelites going to war at all?
There's many reasons.
Why? Name
For
one.
defense.
Name one good reason why, if these are God's chosen people, He doesn't just wipe out their enemies the way that He promised to. Because remember, over and over again, He promised to wipe out Israel's enemies, and then He just didn't do it. Right?
Well,
So
their covenant had conditions to it. Like if the people obeyed God, then this is how God would rise them. If the people didn't obey God, this is how He'd punish them.
no, we're not talking about the punishments. We're talking about when they took over towns and went to war and whatnot, right? Why would God want innocent people, His own people, a percentage of them, to be executed in war when He could click His fingers and just wipe out all of Israel's enemies?
That's not how God works.
I know it's not how God works, because God is a mythology. He's not real. If God actually existed and God actually wanted to annihilate all of the Canaanites, He would click His fingers and just annihilate all of the Canaanites. That's what He would do. What He wouldn't do is send other people to do His dirty work, knowing that a large percentage of them would be unalived in the middle of that dirty work.
Okay, but the thing is, like if you read one of the Bible verses when they were first going into the land of Canaan, He explicitly says that He would go with them in war. And He also sends angels with them to go into war and to fight.
And then He lost. And then He
No,
lost against the irons of chariot, or the chariots of iron.
No. I don't know which one you're talking about. Which one? Which war?
Judges and Joshua. Let's go to Judges real quick. It says in Judges 1:19, let's read it. It says, "The Lord was with Judah, and He took possession of the hill country, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the plain because they had chariots of iron." So God was defeated by chariots of iron, y'all. All you need are iron chariots, and God is no match for you.
Judges 1 what?
Judges 1:19. That's all it took. Just wait till he sees the Abrams tank. He's going to have a field day with that.
So basically, Yahweh was a vampire because he couldn't handle iron. Heard.
Basically. I mean, the iron chariots were basically like garlic cloves to vampires. It's pretty weak.
Okay. Basically, I think this is when Israelite was fighting Israelite.
It doesn't say that. It says when they're fighting against Gaza. Do you know where Gaza and Ashkelon and Ekron is?
No, it doesn't say Gaza
Philistine
here.
cities. Those are 3 of the major Philistine cities. There are 5 principal Philistine cities. Those are 3 of them: Gaza, Ashkelon, and Ekron. And it says the Lord was with Judah, and He took possession of the hill country. Right, so they're not fighting against their own people. You know, Judah's a tribe, right?
Yes.
The Israelites.
Yeah. Yes. The Simeonites. Yeah.
So not only does God disrespect women in the Bible, but He also can't handle iron chariots.
Okay. Yeah, but they weren't able to drive out. Wait, no, they won this war. What are you saying?
It says the Lord was with Judah, and He took possession of the hill country, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the plain, because they had chariots of iron.
But did they lose the war?
They obviously lost to the people in the plain. Are you aware that the hill country and the plain are different territories?
No, when it says drive out the people.
All right, I don't think you're reading the same book I'm reading. I'm reading Judges 1, verse 19. It says that they took possession of the hill country, but they could not drive out the inhabitants of the plain. Please tell me you know there's a difference.
When you take possession of the land, you've won.
Please tell me that you
colonize them.
Please understand there's a difference between the plain and the hill country.
What's the difference?
The difference is they are different geographic locations. The plains were south of the Dead Sea.
Okay, when it says
you guys never looked at a biblical map once.
Nope.
Okay, so it literally says that they were able to drive out the people of the hill country, but they could not drive out the people of the plain. Why couldn't they drive out the people of the plains? Because they had chariots of iron.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do more research on this.
I know.
But Yeah, but essentially, if we go to the topic of discussion, God
Yes,
is not
are you a sadomasochist?
me.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
just checking.
All right, man. Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think that you and your wife should have the same roles in marriage?
I don't have a
I hate
wife,
to get
but
personal.
I don't have a wife, but yes.
Okay, so you don't understand that there's women out there that want men to be the leader?
And they're welcome to have that, but that's not a requirement, and it certainly shouldn't be a requirement for anyone.
Okay. Okay,
Every
so
man, every marriage should have the ability to establish the type of relationship that they want. In fact, if a woman wants to be the leader in the marriage, she should be able to do that. That should be her right to do.
okay, so now how many of
Exactly.
those types of marriages work?
As many
A
as
In
they
lot of
want.
comparison,
them, actually.
As
no,
many as they want.
no, they don't work.
Just because you're insecure in your manhood and you couldn't handle a woman being in charge doesn't mean that everybody else is.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll tell you this. A woman
Has
with
just as much right.
9.999.
A woman has just as much right being in charge as a man.
Okay, no.
Yep. That's
Okay,
a fact.
so
This is why
it's a fact.
this
A
is why
fact?
this is why your religion is just a walking red flag.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, man. Now, essentially, if a man is obligated to provide for his family, is that a
Why is
bad
he
thing?
obligated?
Because he, as the man, is expected to be doing these things.
Why is that a man's expectation? Are women not expected to take care of their children as well? My mother raised children single.
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry she had to go through that. My
How'd
mom
she
did
do
the
it?
same thing too.
Oh no, how'd she do it? How'd she ever manage?
No,
She
no,
wasn't
no.
a man.
Okay, but if the man was in the picture, would he not be obligated or required or expected to take on the lion's share of the work?
He would be expected to contribute. The amount of contribution would be up to
So
the
a 50-50 contribution or
the amount of contribution is up to each individual in the relationship to determine. I know men right now that are stay-at-home dads. And do you want to know why? Because the woman makes more money. One is a patent lawyer and one is an electrical engineer. But he chose to stay at home with the babies so that she can go to work. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, people can do that if they want. But then we see that in situations like that, they fail more times than they succeed.
No.
Yes, they do.
They've been together over a decade. They're doing great.
Okay, maybe that one couple, but if we look at society at whole,
maybe you had a bad relationship where you couldn't dominate your woman, and it made you like
no need
cry
for
at
ad
night.
hominems. Let's look at society as a whole.
Give me one statistic that says marriages where women earn more money fail.
Okay, I can't name a statistic off head, but for instance, if you look at some other statistics, they essentially
what?
say that women are having a hard time finding men that are eligible, and the main reason they say that they're not eligible is because they don't make as much money as them or more. And
It
there's
sounds
other
like you're
research that
single and
says,
bitter.
and there's other studies that say
Sounds to
that
me like
women,
he's telling on himself. That's what it sounds like to me.
and
He's
there's
single
other
and bitter,
studies
I
that
bet you.
and there's
Yeah,
other
so there
studies
are-
that
there
say
are
that
wo-
women prefer
there
men
are-
who make more money than them.
Yeah, there are
Why is that the
women-
case? And there's women who go for men that are taller and stronger. Why are they doing this?
What?
As it turns out, some women have preferences.
Okay, so what are
so
these preferences pointing to?
The preferences point to the fact that everybody has their own set of preferences.
No. But they're not. They're not arbitrary preferences.
Yeah, they are arbitrary.
They're similar preferences.
They are arbitrary. They're socially evolved arbitrary preferences.
No, not socially. Not
They're
socially evolved. But
evolved arbitrary preferences.
height, money, status, strength, confidence.
I've dated girls taller than me. Two of
Okay,
them.
I'm not saying.
I've dated two girls that were taller than me.
Okay, I'm not saying that no woman would go for a guy who's shorter than them. I'm saying in
Right,
general,
because every
women
woman
prefer men.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Women have preferences just like men do.
Of course, I'm not saying they don't have preferences. I'm saying that their preferences point to a desire for a particular type of man, and that particular type of man
maybe women like taller guys.
promotes
I don't
patriarchy.
know.
Let's support our
No, it
short
doesn't.
kings in the chat. Let's go ahead and get win short kings in the chat.
That's right.
Please.
W short kings up in here, y'all.
Okay, so do you think that most women would go for men shorter than them, or makes less money than them?
I have no idea, but I also don't care.
No, we know. Come on, don't do that.
Again,
Yes, we would. And actually, there's been a percentage of women that were actually falling in love with Peter Dinklage. And Peter Dinklage is considered, is it okay to say little person?
I don't even know who that is.
But okay, to put it into perspective, the man is shorter than me. I can't find anyone that is shorter than me unless they were with a birth defect. And even then, it's not about the height, sweetie. It's about how they treat us. Money has nothing to do with it. What they do has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You're projecting.
I agree.
No, I'm not
projecting.
projecting.
Maybe if you don't treat your women like property, they would want to be with you. Thank you, Gabs. Maybe if you treat them like they're equals, which they are, then you would have better luck with women.
Okay, but the overwhelming majority of women do want strong men. The science shows this. If you look throughout the animal kingdom, it shows this.
So what?
So I'm just the point I'm trying to say.
So buttons on your underwear. What does it mean? How does that help? How does that help your point at all? All that means is that some
you're
women
saying that women are being oppressed, and I'm saying that women are choosing this.
All it means is that some women have preferences. That's all.
Not some women. The overwhelming majority of women.
Cool. Let's say 90% of them. It just means that 90% of women prefer men who are whatever strong or tall. It doesn't mean anything though. It's irrelevant.
What do you mean that doesn't mean anything?
It doesn't mean anything. We're talking about whether or not women and men are inherently equal.
Okay,
and
now
your position
so when you
so far sounds like they're not.
No, I'm saying that men and women are not equal. No, they're not equal. But
that's what I'm saying. Your position is that men and women are not equal, and I'm saying that they are and they should be, and that you're a misogynist and that your religion is a red flag.
Okay, think about it like this. You have a spoon and you have a shovel. The shovel's bigger than the spoon, right? They're similar, but they're not the same. I'm not going to use a spoon to clean up snow, and I'm not going to use a shovel to eat food, right? But that doesn't mean that the spoon is inferior to the shovel or the shovel is superior to the spoon.
Well, see, now you're just talking about specific roles. We're not talking about roles. What we're talking about is whether or not they are, in fact, equal value and worth.
Okay, but when you determine who does certain roles, that's how you determine value, right?
No, you don't.
But but
only if you're misogynist. Only if you're a misogynist do you think that the role of the individual is determining their worth or their value.
So if a man wasn't strong, or a man couldn't provide, couldn't protect, couldn't do the things that men are required to do, would you not value him less?
I wouldn't.
So what would you say?
I would say do the appropriate thing, and when somebody breaks into your house, grab your pew-pew and defend yourself. There's no reason why you need to engage an intruder in your house physically when the fact of the matter is they are probably coming in with a weapon. You would be an idiot to engage that person physically.
No. Now you're making a fallacy argument. I'm saying in terms of doing his role as a man. In this argument, it's not him engaging in a fist fight. It's him running away or something.
There's no role as a man. There is no role.
Okay, but would you respect the woman to do that?
If she was caught on first of all, I don't expect either a man or a woman to.
No, we expect the man to do it. Come on, man.
Listen, no, you do because you're a misogynist. I don't. I do not expect any man or any woman to put themselves into a place of danger because society expects them to be tough. That's stupid. That's how you lose your life. That's why we have police. That's why we have professionals that are meant to handle this thing.
Okay, but in the meantime, the man is supposed to provide. I mean, the man is supposed to protect.
He's not. No. That's not
so
a requirement.
if you're saying they're
It's
equals,
not a requirement.
is the woman supposed to be with him fighting those intruders?
No, I have already told you. You should not be fighting the intruders. They're coming
So
to
you should
steal
let
your.
the intruders in your house?
They're coming to steal your TV. Call the cops and let them deal with it. If they come in with a weapon, then by all means defend yourself. But you can replace your TV. You cannot replace your husband. If your husband is dumb enough to come downstairs and start a physical altercation with a guy that comes into your house and he's got a weapon, then guess what? You just lost your husband. That's stupid.
Okay. You're making a completely different argument now.
I'm not.
Okay, let's because you're missing the point. Let's say instead you're outside and another man makes a snarky comment at your woman. Don't you think it's the responsibility of the man to defend his woman's honor and say something?
It would be the responsibility of anybody if they felt the need to. They also have the option, as it turns out, of just walking away and not starting an altercation. My father told me as a child, anytime anyone ever picks a fight with you, you have the option of walking away. You can just walk away. Are you aware of that? That you can just walk away?
Yes, you can walk away. You
Okay.
can walk away, but
Just making sure.
Okay, but
Yeah.
yes, but there are instances where a man is supposed to step up.
No, there's not. That's misogyny.
Yes.
That's something that you've invented.
It's not misogyny. It's the exact opposite.
It's not. It's misogyny. Yeah.
Oh, my
You're
goodness,
saying that men and women have to take on different roles, and it's a requirement for men to defend women because women cannot defend themselves.
Okay, so should the woman defend herself because she's capable of doing that?
If she needs to, but as I already said, you always have the option of legit just walking away.
Yes, but fight or flight, sometimes you have to fight.
Yeah, sometimes you do. And when that time comes, who's ever being engaged in the fight is going to have to fight. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so let's say that time comes. There's the man and there's a woman. Are you requiring the man to do it or the woman to do it?
I'm not requiring.
Or are you saying both should do it?
I'm not requiring anyone to do it. But if you actually are engaged by an intruder and the intruder or somebody accosting you doesn't have a weapon, and the fact of the matter is, two of you could overpower them much easier than one.
Okay, so then the woman, so you're essentially taking the woman and the man are both obligated to fight.
No, again, I don't think either.
No,
of
I'm
you,
just saying. I'm saying in the situation where they have no choice but to.
Name a situation where you have no choice.
Come on, man. Just in a situation someone breaks in your house, you say they don't have a weapon, right?
Describe me a situation where somebody doesn't have a weapon, and I am obligated to fight that person, and I can't just leave.
Okay, it's in the middle of the night. You see that someone's trying to break into your car and run away with your car. You don't want your car being stolen, so now you have to stop that person before they steal your car.
No, you don't.
Okay, so you let them steal your car?
Yeah. Do you understand how car insurance works?
Oh my goodness, bro.
So this is what happens.
Are you a pacifist or something?
I would probably be borderline pacifist, actually. But that's how car insurance works, okay? Somebody steals your car, and then you get it replaced because you have car insurance. What you don't need to do is go out to the driveway, engage somebody who is armed, most likely with a pew-pew, and try to stop them from stealing your car, which, by the way, is just a stupid depreciating asset to begin with. You shouldn't be sinking money into a depreciating asset to begin with. So the fact of the matter is, if you go out and engage somebody physically for stealing with your car, you're risking your life and you're behaving stupidly.
Okay, to protect is to risk your life. It's impossible to protect and not put your life on the line.
Protect your car?
I'm just.
Why are you protecting your car?
It's your property. You should protect your property, and you should have the right to protect your property.
You have the right to do it, but you're still stupid.
When you're protecting things, you're showing that you value them.
In this case, you're basically implying that your girlfriend or your wife is your property?
Yeah. I value my life more than I value my car. So I'm not going to engage a random dude in the middle of the night who's trying to steal my car. It's not going to do it.
Okay, so now what if it's your wife, God forbid, but your wife is now in trouble. So are you going to take that same approach and run away and not do anything?
I would defend any human being who was being accosted by somebody else, whether it was my wife, a child, or even another man. If you were across the street being accosted by a stranger, I would defend you as well. That has nothing
But I
to
thought
do.
you said you're a pacifist.
It has nothing to do with gender.
But I thought you said you're a pacifist.
Yes, I'm a pacifist, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to defend people who are being accosted.
Okay, but if somebody comes into your house, you won't defend?
Why? What are they going to do?
What do you mean? Why are they coming into your house?
They're not coming for me. No one's coming to kidnap me. They're coming to steal my TV or something. They
So
can take
essentially, you're just gonna stand there and be like, "Hey, take my TV and go."
No, what I would do I would actually just call the cops, because as it turns out, you're going to get caught. I would take a picture of their license plate, because guess what? Nobody walks up to a house to rob it. You take a picture of the license plate. You actually know who it is that's robbing your house, and then you call the cops, and they will just track that person down and get your TV back. As it turns out, there's no necessity to legitimately just go and risk your life for somebody who came into your house to get your TV.
Man, you're not living in reality, bro. But essentially, I don't pray that any situation like that happens to you. So I don't want you to think that. But essentially, in life, there is situations where, as a man, you're gonna be required to do certain things.
As a
and
human
as a
being.
woman, yes, human beings as well. But then if we're also gonna get specific,
if somebody engages you physically, and you literally cannot run away, your option as a man is the same option as a woman.
No, I'm not speaking of that. I'm talking about in general, that there's things that human beings are going to be required to do. But then also, if you go even more specific, there are things that women are going to be required to do and
Like
men
what?
are going to be required to do. Okay, childbearing.
So?
Okay. Providing for a household.
Providing and
Leading.
childbearing are different. So providing for a household is a biological, having children, bearing children is a biological function, not a social function.
A biological function that distinguishes us, right?
Providing for a household is not a biological function.
In many ways it is.
It's not.
I know, yes.
It's not.
Because if you look at most animal societies, they're patriarchal, right?
Animals have nothing to do with this. We're talking about humans.
Yes,
and
but
there are many animals where the women do the primary providing for the household. Are you aware that female lions do the most of the hunting?
yes, but they're still patriarchal, right?
Well, thank God this guy didn't get brought into the world as a lion. Well, the woman's
He wouldn't even get mated with.
I know the woman's providing for the woman's providing for the pride.
No, okay. There's more females. There's more females than there are males, right?
Are you aware
so
that
obviously logistically that makes sense?
Are you aware that in hyena?
Yes, hyenas. Hyenas are.
Are you aware that in hyena colonies, women are actually in charge?
Yes, but that's an outlier, though.
Not an outlier.
It's 100% outlier. Unless you look at insects. Unless you look at insects.
Queens and ants both follow queens.
Yes. So insects are much different.
Bees,
like
wasps,
bees.
Yes, those are insects. Yeah. So, but if you look at mammals, humans were mammals, right?
Crocodiles. That's right. So here's the thing.
Crocodiles?
Your argument is just getting embarrassing for you. Do you want to talk about something with substance? Because we've lost like 150 viewers since you've been on here rambling about things that have nothing to do with the Bible.
Okay.
Is this guest pretty well cooked? Is it time to move to the next one?
Yes, this time.
All right. Well,
okay.
I had a good time talking to you. I appreciate you being here. Maybe we'll spar again.
All right.
All right. Cheers. Yeah.
Zeus, that was painful.
He had been cooked for a while. He just couldn't. He couldn't get like the courage to just leave. He just wanted to stay and argue.
Yes, praise Zeus in the chat. Praise him.
Yeah, and that's why this religion is a red flag, guys. It literally teaches you that women are less than men, and that your role as a woman is to somehow be served, or to do the serving, and then to be protected, by men. That's silly.
Mm-hmm.
He forgot to read his Bible. Are you not aware of the story in Judges of Deborah.
He did,
Deborah,
Dr. Joe.
the great judge of Israel. Deborah, in fact, has a male counterpart. See, this is a good poll. Is Guest crying? His eyes are as moist as, oh gosh.
That was not my poll. I didn't make that. That was Giga.
There's a judge of Israel named Deborah, and her male counterpart, in fact, at one point refused to go into war without her. Speaking of Deborah, here's a strong, intelligent woman.
Well, not only that, I mean, not only her being a general, she was a judge, she was a prophetess and a wife. But let's not forget about Proverbs 31 and that woman who was a businesswoman who sold belts to the tradeswoman and considered a field and bought it and was praised in the gates for her work. Like this is often overlooked, right? We do have some sources of very strong women in the Bible, but overwhelmingly it is extremely toxic and degrading to women.
I agree 100%. It's one of the reasons why I had so much trouble with the Bible as a Christian, because I just, as a guy who knew strong, capable women, it was difficult for me to get behind the idea that women needed to be subservient to men. It didn't make any sense.
I got an Insta-block from Lori Alexander, the transformed wife, when I asked her about the Proverbs 31 woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard about that particular user.
Oh, wow. Well, you're lucky. Extremely toxic teacher of the Bible to other women who ironically and hypocritically thinks that women should stay home and just be subservient to the men, meanwhile selling her own books.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a trad wife situation.
It's pretty gross.
Yeah. Here's the passage, Deborah. You know it very well. In fact, I think we mentioned it before in a previous conversation. Judges chapter 4, between Deborah and Barak, says, Deborah, she sent and summoned Barak, son of Abinoam, from Kadesh in Naphtali, and said to him, the Lord, the God of Israel, commands you, position yourself at Mount Tabor, taking 10,000 from the tribe of Naphtali and the tribe of Zebulun. I will draw out Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, to meet you by the Wadi Kishon and his chariots and his troops, and I will give them into your hand. And Barak said to her, if you will go with me, I will go, but if you will not go with me, I will not go.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I know this is off topic, but, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, I know this is off topic, but Closet Sexual wants to know what verse tells us we are predestined to either heaven or hell.
There's a couple of them. I would go primarily to Romans chapter 9. Romans chapter 9 is basically where God says that some vessels are made for holy use and some vessels for unholy use, and that some vessels are literally designed only to be an object of wrath.
For the day of destruction, yes.
Yeah.
Deborah in the Bible was a whole ass Gal Gadot superwoman.
She was awesome.
Just a badass, and it was giving Barak was giving incel vibes. I'm just saying.
Debbie, I think we got another guest on the hook. You want to stay up here and do some roasting?
Sure.
Can she?
I'll mute. Yeah.
Also, Deb, Kevin said that you are basically Deborah from the Bible incarnate. I agree.
Thank you.
How you doing, Hick Life? Hick Life, you with us?
Well.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that I had pushed, but yeah, I was just kind of chuckling here in the background because all these Christians that have no clue what the Bible even says, and they argue against themselves.
They
Like you
haven't
said,
read
he
it.
was, you know, he was making the God of the Bible. Oh, he was making the God of the Bible look worse than what you were saying.
I agree.
You know,
I agree.
with his support. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, it drives me nuts. It's like all these Christians that are, you know, claiming Trump is a Christian when everything he does follows right along with what their own Bible says the Antichrist is.
Right. So I assume you're not a
absolutely
Christian.
Can't see it. I'm agnostic.
Okay. Okay.
We're energy beings, so I believe that when our bodies are worn out, that our souls, being energy, and we run on energy, return to the source. And if that's what, you know, they're calling God, then, you know, then okay. Sure. You know, but none of us are going to know till we get there.
Sure.
And, you know, one of the greatest shows on that has ever discussed religion was The Good Place.
Yeah.
When they said that, you know, Rob got it right. He was the only one that's ever got it 100% right.
Yeah.
But he was so stoned he couldn't remember it the next day.
Yeah. Well, Hicklife, I appreciate you being here. We're going to try to get a Christian up in here and keep the debates rolling, okay?
Okay, have a good time.
All right, cheers, man. Thanks for being here.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, we ran out of Christians in the guest queue. Should we switch topics?
Yep, it's about that time.
It's about that time. We've been live for 2 hours, so if we can't get any more guests, we can always do a restart and see if that helps. Guys,
true.
while we're switching topics, please, if you haven't already sent some love and support to Dave. Dave's daughter, as some of you already know, is essentially in hospice. We don't know how long she's got left, but we're trying to make sure Dave gets supported. So this is Dave's PayPal. If you already know Dave, you can go to his profile and check out some other ways to support him. But I don't want Dave to have to worry about paying for everything while also in process of, you know, his daughter being in hospice, right? I want to take one less thing, one less burden. I want to make his life with one less burden to worry about. That's what I'm trying to say. So I really appreciate that. And we got a Christian in here to said he was gonna send some support for Dave. So we appreciate that. But guys, Dave's he's a vital member of this community. I would hope if any member of this community was ever in need, we'd be able to band together and give them some support.
Taylor was actually talking to us today.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Brittany went live for a little while this morning, and Taylor was in the comments and talking. She ate a little bit of an ice cream sandwich yesterday, and that actually went well. And everything's okay for now. So
for now, okay.
Status quo.
So it sounds like she had a kind of turned the corner and had some improvement.
A little bit, yep.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really good to hear.
And then if anybody wants Dave's Cash App information, hit me up, the usual.
Yes, for sure. If you need Dave's Cash App, hit Heather up. He doesn't, I don't think it's in his profile. He never asked for donations. No. But listen, if you know Dave, let's give him some support, okay?
Yes, we love Dave.
Hey, I really appreciate the update, Heather.
You're welcome. Tiny Diny Rar. Okay.
That's a great Tiny Diny.
You got one too, Deborah. Let me hear it, please. I love it when you do it.
Tiny Diny Rar.
Tom, I'll find out. The big one was her best friend came up.
Right. I'm glad that we were able to make that happen.
Yeah, they were able to make that happen, and she went home today. So
okay.
We're trying to get him to do an Amazon wish list.
Right.
She needs some games to play, I guess.
Yeah. So, that makes sense.
All right. That's all I got for now.
All right. Thanks so much, Heather. I appreciate
You're welcome.
Love you, Heathers.
Love
Tiny,
you.
tiny. Rar.
W Heather, y'all. W Heather.
It looks like I got a few more. Tiny.
I love it when she does that.
I don't like to do the raw. I'm not really good at it. But y'all do it really well. So guys, we kind of ran out of Christians, so let's do a little bit of trivia while we're waiting for some opposition up in here. And I have the impression that Deborah's going to do some cooking here.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, who was placed in the fiery furnace? Who was placed in the fiery furnace in the Bible?
You want me to answer, or you want me to give the chat some time?
We'll give it just a minute.
Okay,
I already know
covering
that you know
up
who
the
it is.
chat because I already know who it is.
Deborah
yeah.
definitely knows who it is.
I know who it is.
I hear Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You got him. You got him.
Yeah.
I would have accepted Daniel and his friends. I think that would have been okay, right? But Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego is the appropriate answer. Okay. Who was cursed after Ham had an illicit sexual union? Who was cursed?
Oh, that's such a raw deal, though.
I know. It was Canaan, bearded baddie. You got it. Canaan got cursed because his daddy couldn't keep his pee-pee in his place.
Yeah, I was going to say it. Noah's grandchild.
Right. It's crazy. Now, here's my thought. I'm pretty sure. I like my interpretation of Genesis chapter 9 the best. I think that he was actually having sex with Noah's wife, and that Canaan was the product of that illicit union, and that's why Canaan got cursed. That's my interpretation, but I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, if you're uncovering your father's quote unquote nakedness, and if you pair that with
Leviticus 18,
Samuel talking, or no, King Saul going ballistic on Jonathan, talking about, son of a rebellious woman, like the whole uncovering of father's nakedness is really talking about the property that would be naked, which would be the woman.
Yep. And there's a couple of instances in Leviticus where God says that when you uncover the nakedness of somebody's wife, you're uncovering the nakedness of their husband.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even one where it says, if you uncover the nakedness of so-and-so, you've uncovered the nakedness of their father. Mm-hmm. So uncovering the nakedness of a man typically refers to doing something illicit with a woman that is under that man's headship.
Yep.
Right. All right. So let's see now. Next question. What location did Jacob receive a vision that included a ladder? Everyone knows Jacob's ladder, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Isn't that the movie?
Is there a movie? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I always remember it because visions are associated with the pineal gland. That's how I remember it.
Luz is close enough. So Lori says Luz, and Luz is in fact the previous name for Bethel. Right? So it says twice in Genesis that Bethel was previously named Luz, and he renamed it Bethel. And that's where he had the vision.
I thought it was the altar that he set up and called it Peniel.
Isn't that where he wrestled?
Oh, was it? Okay, I got them confused.
Yeah, that's where he wrestled.
It would have been more appropriate to name it Peniel.
Right.
And the wrestling lose, because that sounds like win or lose.
Oh yeah, you're right. I always found it interesting that he had to rename Luz Bethel twice. It's not at all because there were two completely separate narratives that got stitched together. It's clearly Moses wrote the whole thing and he wasn't on drugs.
Right.
This is a difficult one, but I think some of you will know the answer. It says, name the city in Judah that held out the longest against Nebuchadnezzar. If nobody gets it in like 7 seconds, I'm going to let Deborah answer it. 5.
I actually don't know that one.
I think you do. When I tell you the answer, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, of course I knew that one. The city in Judah that held out the longest against King Nebuchadnezzar. Close enough, Kevin. Close enough. It was Zion, which was the city of Jerusalem.
Oh.
Jerusalem was the last city to fall when Nebuchadnezzar came through Judah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jose got it as well. It's Jerusalem.
I still didn't ring a bell, so that would have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you had that one. All right.
I thought you would think I would have known that one, but no, I didn't.
That's okay. I think you know all of these because you already know so much. Which book carries the longest list of names that were considered heroes of the faith? This is a New Testament question. Which book contains the list of heroes of the faith? Hebrews. You got it, Benjamin. It was the book of Hebrews. Okay. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult. Let's see now. What was the name of Rebecca's nurse?
Oh, I know that one.
I know you know it. I know exactly that you know it. Skits, welcome in. Good to see you. Skits, we're just waiting for some opposition. Guys, we don't have any Christians up in here. The FYP stopped feeding us out. I don't know what happened. It was Deborah.
You might have to do a restart, my love.
Yeah, let's do that. Guys, I'm going to do a restart. We don't have a single Christian in here, I don't think. And we're down to like 300.
You just got to 100K too.
I know. TikTok being TikTok, you know. Anyways, thank you so much for being here, guys. I'm going to do a restart. Give me just like a minute or two to let the app reset. I'm going to close completely out, clear my cache, and then restart it and see if we can get a push out to the FYP. So it might be a minute. But we'll be right back in a couple.
from live to live to live to different topics like the 4B or the bear thing or Christian lives. And what they're doing is they're actually live streaming on YouTube, and they come out and immediately try to pick fights with the host by saying all the trigger things. I could bet you my last dollar that's who that woman was, because as I was listening to her voice, it actually sounded like a very AI voice, like they were talking into something.
Really? Okay.
And then that Willie guy who came up after her after you reset, he's one of them too.
Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, when they come up and they're being full bore and they're using all the trigger words, it's them. And what they're doing is this war is laughs and of course money. And then after they get booted, they all mass report the lives, and then they head on to the next live to do the same. So
sounds about right.
Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up on that's what's going on. So if you see or hear them come into the box like that, just know that that's those YouTube people doing what they do best.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that, Nick. That's new information to me.
Yeah, Cash and I have had a few of them already, and they do come in packs. So
I'm not surprised. Luckily, guys, just so you know, the more people that are here and the more people that are liking and sharing, the more it actually helps my live to withstand frivolous reporting. TikTok is aware that frivolous reporting is like a real thing. And so, for example, like on my last live, I think at one point I had 30 reports already, and it still didn't get taken down. So
yeah,
it really helps to have a lot of people in the live, to have a lot of people liking and commenting and sharing. When you get a really busy live, I think TikTok assumes that there's going to be a certain amount of frivolous reporting.
Yeah, you kind of got that going for you. So, but I just wanted to come up and make you aware of just a whole new cropping of troll types.
Hey, thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. That's helpful.
Absolutely, man. Take care.
Thanks, you too. Guys, if you're not following Nick, make sure you already do.
Wait,
Nick's,
make her a mod. Oh, you
I did.
Okay,
I got him. I got her. Nick, you got power now up in here. All right, guys. So we're just waiting for some Christians to arrive. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're spending time with their mothers, which is where they should be, rather than being here.
I'm surprised.
I'm hoping that's why they're not here tonight. All right, so let's do some more trivia while we're waiting, right? To whom did Jesus say, guys, this is easy. Thank you so much, Ellis, for the hat. This is easy one, okay? To whom did Jesus say, you must be born again? Who did Jesus say you must be born again to? Ethiopia, atheism. Good to see you, by the way. It's been a bit. It wasn't Patrick or Peter. It was Nicodemus. Who said Patrick? That's right. Oh, he's getting me. Okay. That's right, guys. It was Nicodemus. It wasn't Patrick. Anyways, let's get to the next question. All right. Oh, this is interesting. This is an ancient Near Eastern question. Says, who was the storm god in ancient Mesopotamia? I would clarify that this is ancient Mesopotamia, not to be confused with Mesopotamia like during the time of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. This is ancient Mesopotamia. I think there's at least one person here who knows this. It's almost Hey Dad, Kim. Eventually, this deity kind of got replaced by Hey Dad. That's in the later Neo-Babylonian period when they had a lot of Syrian influence. It wasn't Hades. Hades was a Greek. This is a tough one. Think of like ancient, even ancient Sumerian deities. Ancient, really old Mesopotamian deities. It's in the same family as Marduk. You're so close. This Enlil. Thank you, Reverend. It's Enlil. Yes, Enlil. Once upon a time was the storm god. But that's neither here nor there. Now, trick question. If Yahweh had a wife, what would her name be? It's not really a trick question. It's just
Ashira?
That's right. It was Asherah. You got it.
Yay!
It was Asherah. All right. Let's see now. There's a couple interesting ancient Near Eastern questions here. This is biblical, though. It says, name the nation that believed man was created to help gods with their work. This is a silly question. The answer on the card's actually wrong, but it says, name the nation that believed it was man was created to help God with their work. Zoroastrianism, kind of. Referring to the nation, though. The nation. That's right. It was the Sumerians. The card I have said the Assyrians, but the fact of the matter was it was the Assyrians, the Babylonians, and the Sumerians, and the damn Bible. This Bible quiz card literally forgot why Adam was placed in the garden. It literally says that Adam was placed in the garden. Some translations say toil, but it literally says to serve or to slave. It uses the word evid for serve or slave, which is why man was placed in the garden. So originally, man was placed in the garden to serve over or to slave in the garden to tend it. That's just what the Bible says. So there's not much difference between what the Bible says and what the ancient Near Eastern texts say. Man was created initially to tend to God's creation because God didn't want to do it himself. Apparently, an all-powerful God was too weak and too lazy to just do it himself. But we already know he's not all-powerful because he was defeated by iron chariots. So every time I read the Bible, God just gets weaker and weaker. He's also more incompetent. By the way, guys, in my main profile, if you haven't checked out the new Summer Jam, please check out at my main profile a song that, through the power of AI, we created. It's called God is Incompetent. It's a banger. I think you're going to like it. That's right, Glitch. W Iron. Definitely a big fan of that. All right, so let's move to another question. Let's see. I'm trying to find a New Testament question because so many people know the New Testament, but not so much the Old Testament. Oh, this is interesting. This is Old Testament and New Testament. In which city was Jacob's well located? Which city was Jacob's well located? Bible Girl does not like that song, God is Incompetent. No, God is not competent at all. Timeless, welcome in. Oh, thank you, Mike. Timeless, how you doing? You're in the guest box.
I didn't mean to press that.
That's okay. I didn't think you did. I'll drop you down. Don't worry.
Good to see you, Timeless. And
Good
hey,
to see
Mike,
you.
long time no see.
So the answer has not been given yet. It was Shechem. Shechem. It was the primary city of the north. It was Shechem, not the West Bank. Not the West Bank. So yeah, we're still waiting for some opposition up in here, guys. If you could tap the screen and share to see if we can get some opposition. If we can't find any opposition tonight, I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we just open the live up for a little bit of questions for a while and maybe go to bed on time.
I'm down for going to bed on time.
Me too, actually.
Needed.
At a regular hour. Okay. What were the Israelites, according to the Mosaic law, what were the Israelites instructed to put on their roofs? They were mandated to put something on their roofs. What was it? The roof of their houses. Which is ironic since theoretically when they were given these laws, they were living in tents. I will not be singing worship. That's a good poll, though. You don't want to hear me sing at all. It wasn't solar panels, but that's close.
I beg to differ. I do. And I will not be praying to Jesus.
Skins. No, it wasn't skins. The Israelites are ordered to place what is not dung, although you could put dung on your roof. They were ordered to. There we go. Kim got it. It's a parapet or fences. Deborah says same thing.
I'm sorry. Can I adjust cash money, or should I say cachet money for a second? Cash, suck my toes, Malaka. It's an inside joke.
That's right. Cash, you better be careful. Hanji's gonna take you out. How you doing, Reverend?
Hey, Justin, how's it going? Hi, Hanji.
Good.
Hello, dear.
So, I remember this was in a deep dive rabbit hole. The Shasu nomads were a roaming tribe of people who followed Yahoo, which got introduced, I don't remember, into Babylon or Egypt or exactly where it was, where Yahweh was made as a secondary god and then later turned into the primary god and then transferred over to as the only god. Have you heard of that?
I think you're kind of two different topics you're talking about, but the Shasu of Yahweh were essentially Semitic nomads that lived in southern Levant, and they were like problematic for the Egyptians. So the Egyptians sometimes would have to take the nomadic raiders and like defeat them in battle. Sometimes they would imprison them. But at one point, there's a monument where it talks about the Shasu of Yahweh, meaning that there were, in fact, some people living in the southern Levant that worshipped Yahweh. So I assume that's what you're referring to. But the second topic about Yahweh once being a regional minor deity and ascending to the place of a major deity, that is accurate. If you read, there's a really good book. Let me grab it by Mark S. Smith. Let me find it. I've got it, but the title is long enough, but I actually forget the name of it. Let's see. It's by Mark S. Smith. It's called The Origins of Biblical Monotheism, Israel's Polytheistic Background, and the Ugaritic Texts. Because the longer your title is, the more scholarly the book is.
Maybe update your sticker for Dave.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, yeah, that's a good book that talks about the subject, but the subject's been widely discussed now that we discovered in the 1920s, like all the Ugaritic tablets. We know a lot more about Levantine religion, and it does appear that eventually Yahweh worship went from a minor regional deity to supplant all of the Canaanite pantheon.
Okay, and just to cover the bases, I'm a fake doctor. I know you like to ask people that. I'm a fake doctor.
Right.
You had mentioned something about the Shasu being from the south part of town, but I heard there's a reference in, I think, Deuteronomy where it talks about coming from the mountains in the north.
The Shasu?
That kind of something like that, or that ideology, the god of the people of the north, which were... I might be conflating some ideas here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know of any Bible verse that talks about Yahweh coming from the north. In fact, I know specifically there, like if you go to like Psalm, was it Psalm 89? It talks about him coming from the south. Let me find it real quick. All right, I spelled it right. David Ginder. Let me pull up Psalm 89. So Psalm 74 and Psalm 89 are widely believed to be Canaanite psalms that were replacing Yahweh. Let me double check that. Yeah, so in Psalm 89, it talks about how Yahweh crushed the Rahab like a carcass and scattered the enemies with their mighty arm, so on and so forth, which is basically harking back to the ancient tradition that the God that ascends to the throne is the God that defeats like the chaos monster. And then it goes on. It says, "The heavens are yours, and the earth is yours also. The world and all that is in it, you founded them. The north and the south, you created them. Tabor and Hermon jealously praise your name," so on and so forth. And there's a psalm that talks about how Yahweh came from Seir, Mount Seir, which is in the south. Let me find it. That's Oh, it's also in Deuteronomy 32. That's right. Deuteronomy 32:2 says, Yahweh came from Sinai and dawned over them from Seir. He shone forth from Mount Paran, and he came with myriads of holy ones from the south, from the mountain slopes. So he seems to be a southern, Canaanite region, and then he rose to supremacy, and that rise to supremacy kind of went with a number of things. Like he took over the status of the warrior storm god, and it says in Psalm 64 or 74, again talking about defeating the dragon or the Leviathan. It says, "You divided the sea by your might, and you broke the heads of the dragon in the waters." Notice that the dragon has multiple heads. The sea dragon that Marduk defeated in Babylonian mythology had multiple heads too. And it says, "You crushed the heads of Leviathan, and you gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness, and you cut openings for springs and torrents," which ironically is just what happened in ancient Babylon and other ancient Near Eastern mythologies. The carcass of the Leviathan, when it's defeated, is used to create something with it. So there seems to be like some ancient Canaanite and other Near Eastern literature that found its way into the biblical corpus, and they just replaced whoever the original person was, like Baal or Marduk. They just kind of replaced them with Yahweh.
So on the tail end of what you said, the Leviathan that Marduk battled, is that something different than Tiamat?
Tiamat and the Leviathan are essentially the same thing. Same
A
thing
multi-headed?
Yeah, like Lothan. So if you read the Canaanite literature, you'll find Lotan or Lothan, which was also basically the serpent, the evil serpent of chaos. And so all throughout the ancient Near East, you'll find every culture had their own narrative of a chaotic sea deity who also happened to have like an evil sidekick that was like a multi-headed serpent.
All right. Well, I appreciate all that info. I swear there was something about Yahweh from the north, but it could have been the south. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been down that rabbit hole, and I was trying to connect some dots again.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
no problem.
I appreciate you.
Hey, thanks, Rev. Appreciate you too. Cheers, bud.
Trying to jump.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry. All right, guys.
Nice to see you, Rev.
We got some people up in here, but no opposition. I saw a Bible girl in the comments, but she didn't want to come up and discuss, apparently. I don't see any other Christians up in here. So I see one Christian troll in the comments that they're not actually Christian, and that's fine.
Oh, damn. You already know who that is?
Yeah. We'll give it a few more minutes here, see if we can get some Christians. I don't think we're getting sent out to the FYP right now, though.
I was going to say, is this account shadow banned or something? Because you've been steady like 200s. Like you haven't surpassed that.
Yeah, typically we do a lot more on this account. So I'm not really sure. I don't know if both my accounts.
Maybe third time. I don't know. Maybe third time's the charm. We'll see. Hey, Jelly Bean.
Yeah, we could definitely do another restart. I've seen a couple times where like Parker had to do like 3 restarts to get things going.
So third time is the charm. Do you want to do it on your main account, or would you rather stick to this account? I don't want you bouncing back and forth. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's just stick on this account. We'll just go live again in like another minute. We'll do a restart on this account, and we'll just see what happens. Hanji's on top. All right, algorithm. Good to see you, by the way. And yeah, we're getting live started. We'll see if we can get some push. See if we can get some opposition here. Try to get things going. If not, I mean, maybe we'll just all have an early bedtime tonight. It's 8:45, so the night's still pretty young. But I am pastor says your chats are mean. You mean the people in the chat? No, the people in the chat aren't mean. Honest. Maybe they're honest. I don't think they're mean. I agree. I think there's actually a lot of people celebrating Mother's Day with their mother, which, to be fair, is what they should be doing, honestly. And if we can't get some opposition, if we can't get any ground here tonight, that's fine. We'll, we can end early tonight, and maybe, I don't know, I'll go for a long walk or something and go to bed early. But Dr. Joe, yeah, we're back. Thanks for being here. We're gonna try to get something going. You know what I mean?
Are we gonna hold hands on this long walk?
Well, being that you're in Florida, oh, my Discord
Spiritually.
link. Neil says the Discord link in my profile isn't working. I'm actually unaware of this fact. Let me check it real quick. I assume it's the Discord link in my backup profile because that's what I'm using right now. But let me double check it in my main profile because I might have forgot to change it. Because I changed it in my main profile, but I don't know if I changed it in my backup profile. I assume that I changed it in my backup profile. Yeah, I did. I clicked it just now, and it's all loading. It might be your connection, man. I don't know. It loaded just now. It shows everything in there. It's got my Cash App, Venmo, TikTok, backup, TikTok main, TikTok backup, YouTube, Instagram, merchandise, my Clapper account that I don't use, the Discord server, Atheist Bingo. It's got everything in there. It might just be an issue with yours. The link to Discord is invalid. Yeah. Oh, that might be true. I don't know. Listen, the link that I used on there was a link that Benny gave me at some point. I don't even know if it's the appropriate link. I don't know how Discord works at all whatsoever. If there's a link to put in my link tree for the Discord server that's different than the link that I put in there, I do not know what it is. Somebody who understands Discord is gonna have to help.
Nick.
I got you. I got you, Justin. If you can check Discord, I'll send you a new link to update that with.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. He probably used a temporary link. It's what it defaults to. I'll send you a permanent link.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I assume there's not a permalink.
Yep, that's probably what it is.
That's what it is. All right, thank you. I'll make sure and update that tonight then. We'll get that taken care of.
Yep, no problem.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, Star Wars Nerd. W Star Wars Nerd for him and Benny running the Discord server because y'all, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't got the savvy for it. I ain't got the time for it. They're getting it going, man. They're running it for the whole deconstruction community, basically. We got skits up in there, joyfuls up in there. I think, is there a section for Dago Days yet? If not, maybe we should put one in there.
Johnny! And I think so. I think it's for Days for Demons.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Sorry, Snarky. There is a Discord server. We don't really advertise it. Maybe I should start advertising it. But yeah, there is a Discord server. But guys, we got 195 people in here and still no opposition. I'm not sure right now. Thank you, Carbon Handprint. I'm not sure we're getting any push to the FYP right now. I think it's just all, basically all friendlies up in here. It might just be a TikTok being TikTok tonight. It does that sometimes.
That's why I said I didn't know if you wanted to do this again on your backup or on your main, because at least on your main, we got to like damn near 700.
Yeah, well, let's do this. We'll flip over to the main. If we can't get any traction on the main, we'll just call it a night.
Sounds good. All right, guys, you heard the man. We're going to do this one more time. Apparently, Parker had the same problem. We are going to go live on the main account. Bear with us.
and then things kind of devolved after that. Didn't go so well. I think Hanji's in the house here. Let's get Hanji up in the box. Hanji,
Good
welcome
news,
in.
baby. I saw
Yeah.
you on my FYP. That is good news.
That's good. That's good. It means we're probably getting some sort of a push.
Yes.
Christina, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Star Wars Nerd is back. Paradox is
Christina.
back.
All
I'm
right.
hearing bad echo. Guys, is there an echo happening right now?
I don't hear one.
Yeah.
Do you hear one?
I actually don't hear one. No. If there's an echo, I don't hear it. Yeah, I'm hearing it's getting pushed. It must be getting pushed because we got 350 or 300, 360 people in here already. So it got pushed. So guys, thank you so much for all the patience. Please tap the screen, tap like crazy. Let's try to get an FYP push here so we can get some opposition. Nobody really wants me to get up here and talk to the screen by myself with nobody on it. That's just really boring.
I mean,
boring.
I don't mind it.
Hanji might be okay with it, actually. Hanji's okay.
It's like a FaceTime phone call, you know? Even though we technically do have that, we just never really done it.
I hate FaceTime.
Really?
That's my position on it, yeah. I feel it's just my personality. I just don't I don't know. I don't like
I
it.
like your personality.
But that's
From
just
your
that's just me.
lisp to your I find it all adorable. I love you just as you are.
Yeah, I agree. Chris says it's awkward. I agree. Jack says Jesus is the truth. Sure, Jack, come up into the guest box and demonstrate that for us. You would have a lot of people interested in how you can demonstrate that. In fact, I mean, maybe we'll all be Christians tonight. Maybe you can be the one to convert us. You know what I mean? After all, I mean, you've got the Holy Spirit on your side. It pretty much should be like a slam dunk, right?
Biblical wants to know, can I ask you if you have a copy of the JPS Torah commentary on Numbers?
I might actually. Yeah, I might. Give me a second. Take a look at that. I've got quite a few of the JPS commentaries, but I don't have all of them. Yeah, I've got it. But it's by Jacob Milgram.
There you go, Biblical.
And as you already know, anything by Jacob Milgram is good. It just is. I'm trying to get logged in on my iPad with my other account now, so that I can log in with both accounts at the same time. I have my backup here.
Sounds good.
Still no opposition in the box though. I don't know why. Maybe God's not present or powerful enough. I mean, he got defeated by iron chariots. Maybe he's just not up for TikTok.
Or maybe, I don't know why, but slavery.
Oh, maybe. I figured this is an easy one to do because it's kind of an open topic. Like a guest could come up in here and try to run a whole collection of different arguments. You know what I mean? Like it's not
true.
It's not just one particular argument.
Johnny. Sorry.
All right, I'm gonna get my backup profile up in here. Backup profile is connected.
I'm bottoming again.
I see a sweet Uncle Rory in the queue.
Uncle Rory.
Dub for Rory. How you doing, Forever?
Hello. I know I just came here to ask you a couple questions, if you don't mind. I don't want to have a serious debate, but
Sure.
Can I ask you? Can you tell me what do you believe in?
I believe in dogs.
Oh, so you don't believe that there is a God, correct?
No.
Okay. Can I know like
Thank you,
the evidence behind it?
I mean, you mean lack of evidence?
But do you have any like evidence that proves that he's not real? And this is a genuine question. This is a genuine question. That's why I want to know. I'm asking.
Yeah. So the way that the God claims work is there is no evidence for things that don't exist. Like you don't have evidence that the tooth fairy doesn't exist. You don't have evidence that there's not a magic dragon in my garage. You don't have evidence of those things because you can't find evidence for things that simply don't exist. What you can do is you can examine the claims. When someone says God exists and they said, here's the evidence for why God exists, you can examine that evidence. And I haven't found any evidence yet that would warrant believing that God exists.
All right, and are you a Scientologist or not?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. So the other question I was gonna ask, do you think that we were just an outcome that like we were an accident, like the Big Bang just happened and we were just here?
Yep.
Oh, okay. And do you think that there's others like us or not?
There's probably life outside of the planet Earth. Yeah, I think mathematically speaking, it's incredibly likely.
All right. So you also think that when we
Thank
die,
you, Paradox.
Say that again, sir?
I was just saying thank you to Paradox for sending the gifts. That's all.
Okay. And so do you also believe that when we die, do we think we just go back into a system, or where do you think we go?
I think we become worm food and fertilizer for the Earth. Thank you,
So
Paradox.
I'm simply saying this because asking because I'm curious. Are you not afraid to what's gonna happen to you? Like, like when you die, are you not afraid of not being like existing? You
No
get what I'm
longer
trying to say?
existing?
Yeah. Or is that just something you have to cope with?
No, well, it's both. Nobody likes it. No, nobody wants to be unalived. Nobody wants to not exist. It's something that is incredibly frustrating that we're alive and then one day we're not. But the fact of the matter is, because our life is limited, because it's finite, that means I'm going to treasure every day that I have much more than if I had wasted my life just trying to appease some bloodthirsty God.
And can you please define what you mean by bloodthirsty? Because I'm not a Christian. I just want to know what you think about him.
Any god that requires blood sacrifice is a bloodthirsty god.
Oh, you consider the Christian God? Oh, okay. Wow. All right, thank you.
Sure. Thanks for being here, man.
I actually appreciate the answers because I actually didn't think about it this way. Thank you, sir.
Sure, absolutely. Good to hear from you, man. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Thank your mother.
Have a good one.
Guys, if you listen, it's 9:00 where I'm at, but there's still time to call your mother if you haven't done it. Just putting that out there. If you haven't called your mother yet today, the day is not over. There is still time. And even if you might have had a strained relationship with your mother, I get that. Trust me when I tell you that I understand. But you only get one mom, which is only technically true. You only get one birth mom. You can have multiple moms. You can definitely have multiple moms. But if you can find it in your heart, then definitely please call your mom. It's hard being a parent. It really is. And parents, mothers, fathers, we all make mistakes. We screw things up. We unintentionally, thank you, Burnett, we unintentionally cause emotional damage to our children all the time. It just happens.
Hanji is my mommy.
Yeah.
I love
Hanji,
you, Snarky.
Hanji will adopt y'all.
Hanji
will definitely, yeah. If you want to join the Discord community, definitely get a hold of Benny. Benny and Star Wars Nerd, they can get you. So since we got no Christians, let's get Sweet Uncle Rory up in here.
Rory, my darling.
Hanji, my dear, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you.
Justin's here. Good to see you.
It's been a minute.
Justin, I'm checking in tonight from a town called Shropshire. It's located in Britain.
I knew you were.
Wales. And I've been listening to your story now, and you brought up the mother thing, and I think you know what happened to my mother. And yes, it is too late to thank some of our mothers, Justin, and you, Justin. I told the story before that, and Hanji has heard it, my 8th birthday, my mother had taken me to an amusement park, and it's true. I'm not going to get into it unless there's a... Well, we waited in line. There's a fun house there, and I don't know why they call it a fun house, but over an hour we waited, Justin. And we got to the front, and it was my 8th birthday, Justin. I didn't meet the height requirements.
Of course, you were only 8.
And we started walking away, and but my mother didn't come. My mother said, Rory, we just waited an hour. I'm going to go in. You go sit on that bench over there. And I did, and 15 minutes went by, and finally there was smoke billowing from the top of the fun house, and my mother never made it out. And the next day they were showing the family the...
Thank you, Vintage, for the subscription. So, Sweet Uncle Rory, I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Your mother went into a fun house?
She went into a fun house.
That had smoke rising out of it.
Yes.
That's not a good fun house.
It's not. So what happened was, we ended up burying Mom 3 days later, but we had seen the security footage, the camera, and the funhouse was filled with mirrors, and the poor woman was bumping into her reflection looking for the emergency exit. And so this has always been a very difficult day for me. So, but the important thing here is I'm not here to bring everyone down. That's the last thing I want to do on this day. But I do want to talk about Jesus. And I think the important thing here is, I know most of you don't believe.
No.
And most of you don't believe. And look, I'm not going to tell you what to believe. I'm not. And I see a lot of people here that I recognize. Laura the Jeep Girl in the comments. Good to see you. And Jasmine is here. Now look, Jason, it's
Justin.
I'm going to call you Justin. Just joking. Hanji.
Yes, my dear Rory.
Hanji, I love you. You know I love you, but it's bewildering to see someone like you drifting so aimlessly.
Rudderless, as they may say.
Oh, like a rudderless ship in a stormy sea.
Yeah.
Life without Jesus, Hanji.
Yes.
Kind of like trying to fish without bait.
Yeah,
Kind of like a chicken trying to fly across the ocean. It's not going to end well, Hanji. And you see, when you choose to turn your backs on him, it's like stepping into quicksand. Justin, you might think you're standing firm, but slowly and surely you're sinking, my boy. You're sinking. And have any of you even thought about why we're here?
Are you saying that Jesus is hard?
Oh, you can make these jokes, and Jesus is going to be keeping a notebook on all your jokes that you're making about him, and one day when you're sitting in front of him, he's going to pull that notebook out. It's not going to be funny then, is it?
But he is the rock solid foundation, right?
He is the foundation, my friend, and you're here to establish a relationship with him and to walk with him and to let his light shine through you, and denying him is like walking through life with a bag over your head, Hanji. You might think you're moving forward, my dear, but you're just bumping into things. And look.
Well, Jesus is pro-pegging, right?
Oh, Justin. I know this world is mighty.
I mean, me too. I'm just saying.
You don't get it. I had parents who were Satanists. Both of my parents were Satanists. It's true. They first bumped into each other at a seminar at the University of Colorado. All the Satanism and stuff. And think of it like two rare birds spotting each other from across a crowded park.
Didn't your the nun that you had growing up, didn't they try to convert your parents?
Sister Elfrida?
Yeah, didn't Alfredo try to convert your atheist parents?
Sister Elfrida. My parents were growing up at this time. My parents were Sister Elfrida. Now I know you've heard this story before.
Oh, I know about
Yeah,
Sister
I'm not going
Elfrida.
to talk about that. But look, I think women are beautiful. Before I go on to Sister Elfrida, I want to let you know that all women are beautiful. I think they're the Hanji, especially you're Hanji, whenever I see you in a live, it's like everyone else is a sheep following the herd, but not you. You're that lone wolf. You're daring, unafraid to forge your own path. It's not arrogance with you. It's a wholesome recognition of your unique essence, Hanji.
She's strong.
So not only that, but she breaks the stereotype.
Yeah.
The predictable pattern that seems to be the safe haven for the multitude. It's like everyone else is coloring inside the lines while Hanji is creating a masterpiece with every shade in the palette.
Indeed.
Yeah, I hear her laughter. It's like her laughter is like a melody in a world filled with noise. It brings about a refreshing change.
Yes.
A sort of hint of sweet music in the mundane cacophony of life. Oh, laugh, my dear. When you laugh and when you smile, it's like the sun breaking through the clouds on a gloomy day, giving
Rory. She's single, bro.
Warm to everyone in it. Hey,
Just shoot your shot.
I made a promise to myself many years ago never to give all this to just one woman. I'm not going to do it now. I've been with women from all over the world.
You are a lot.
I've been with women from Rio de Janeiro. I've been with women from the shores of Lebanon. I've been with women from bustling cities like Tokyo to the backwoods of cities like Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not here to... I love all women.
Rory, are you a plumber? Because you've been laying some pipe.
No, all I'm trying to say is that special thing that you have, Hanji. It's not just one thing. It's kind of like asking what makes the ocean beautiful. Is it the vastness? Is it the mysterious depth? Is it the life it sustains? It's everything, Hanji. It's the combination of your spirit and your intelligence, your beauty, your kindness.
Did you just call Hanji vast?
Oh, she is. It's her wisdom that's vast and that sets her apart. That's what's vast, my friend. She's the full moon in a sky full of stars. Undeniably brilliant and utterly captivating. That's you, Hanji. Hanji, women of your caliber, and I don't mean to embarrass you, my dear. If I'm embarrassing, please. But women of your caliber are like a four-leaf clovers in an endless field of three-leaf ones who are exceptionally rare and symbolizing something extraordinary. I don't need to tell you this, Hanji, but your existence, Hanji, is the embodiment of the beautiful amalgamation of beauty and brains. If you people believe what I just said, type 1 in the comments. Let's
see it. Let's see it in the comments, y'all.
Oh, they're going to do it. You don't even have to look. The ones are going to be flooding in. She has a harmony that many aspire to achieve, but only few truly attain. Thank you, Jackson, for that one. Who put a 2 in there?
I saw a 4 as well. I don't know why there's a 2 or a 4. That's just out of pocket, y'all.
Yes, Savannah Banana. Yeah.
Sweet Uncle Robert, why are there no Christians up here trying to defend their God tonight?
I'm going to tell you why. Because the real Christians are with their mothers right now, out to dinner.
I think you're right, actually.
True. It's true. They're out taking care of their mothers. Look at the rest of you. You're all here doing battles, or you're watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or Love Island. Look at you people. You are disgusting. It's your mother who's done these. You people you were spoiled growing up. You people,
but we're heathens. You
were spoiled. It's like watering a plant every day, expecting it to grow faster, but instead just flooding its roots. Oh. There's a thin line between pampering and spoiling, and based on what I'm seeing tonight, many of you people are tipped toward the latter.
Roy, my roots have rotted.
Oh, the tantrums, the I want it now attitude. It's like seeing a kettle constantly on the verge of boiling over. Now your mothers are probably sitting in some nursing home right now by themselves on Mother's Day.
I would never.
Watching, who knows what they're watching on TV? Probably. Look, imagine you're building a house. Here in Britain, we focus on laying a strong foundation. That's our emphasis on manners and empathy. But in America, you people, there's a rush to build a house without ensuring the ground below is solid. And what happens when you neglect the foundation?
You cannot have a flaccid foundation. It has to be a rock solid foundation like Jesus.
Exactly. That house might look beautiful, but it won't stand the test of time. Meanwhile, your mothers are home watching Dateline, Secrets Untold right now. And what are you people doing? You people are on TikTok. If my mother was alive, I wouldn't be here. You people.
Rory, would Jesus only allow himself to get nailed once, or is there more opportunities?
I love these jokes. I love these jokes about Jesus. You know, sometimes I think of life like a giant puzzle. Each piece, whether it's a tiny ant or a massive mountain, fits perfectly. Just like when you're trying to piece together a jigsaw puzzle, you can't just randomly throw pieces and expect a beautiful picture. There's a design, a plan behind it all. Imagine you walk into a room and you see a beautiful painting, Justin. Would you think, oh, that just appeared out of nowhere? No, you know someone with skill and talent painted it. In the same way, when I look at the world, it's hard for me not to see the hand of a master artist. And I've heard people like Hanji say that maybe, just maybe, everything came.
Thank you, Thomas.
Maybe, just maybe, everything came from a tiny speck that exploded. But think about it. Have you ever seen an explosion create something beautiful? If Hanji took a box of paint and threw it on the canvas, do you think it would look like the Mona Lisa?
It would look like Jackson Pollock, who was a famous painter.
Yes, you don't have to tell me that. Thank you for that information, Sherlock. I appreciate that. Remember that story about Adam and Eve?
Yeah, the one where God tricked them into eating the apple when they didn't know right from wrong.
Some like you say it's just a tale. But science has been pointing toward our shared ancestry. You know that. You know it, DNA.
Yeah, we all came from great apes, man.
That Shroud of Turin.
That's why when you see Hanji, you get all worked up and you want to like bang your chest and show your manhood. It's that the ape DNA rising up in you.
You're right. She is a. Let's get back to Hanji for a second. Hanji. I'd like to say something to Hanji right now, and I'd like everyone who's listening not to listen to this. Everyone here, please, I'd like to say something to her, and do not listen to what I'm about to say. Please.
Guys, plug your ears. Earmuffs, guys. Earmuffs. You don't want to listen to this.
Hello, Hanji. Hanji. Is she even there?
She's listening.
Where were you?
She's waiting with bated breath.
Hanji, I'm going to tell you something, Hanji, and I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I don't want you to feel confused but I'm going to say it. Whether or not you like it or not, that's up to you. Now, Hanji, if we ever go out on a date, I want you to know that I'm going to take the time to understand your interests and your passions and your hobbies. Now, I'm not going to shy away from engaging in intellectually stimulating conversations. We're going to discuss books and then current events, maybe art, science, philosophy, or any other subject that you are passionate about. Now, Hanji, I'm just going to say it. No one listen to this part, please. I think when a woman entrusts her heart to you, she does not merely give you something of value. Hanji, she bestows upon you the cornerstone of her very existence, the wellspring from which all her hopes, dreams, potential flow. It's kind of like a boundless ocean of emotion, Hanji, capable of nurturing love and weathering the fiercest storms of life and blossoming with unending forgiveness and kindness. And as the recipient of
you caught him tongue-tied, Hanji. He's looking at your picture in the corner and he's getting stifled.
As the recipient of such a gift, it is a duty to guard it with respect, and I'll cherish it with affection and nourish it with love. For in doing so, Hanji, I will become the keeper of your world, the guardian of your spirit, and the compass guiding you.
Rory, you're starting to sound misogynistic at this point. Don't be like the other Christians.
Hanji, let me get to the point here.
Thank you, Aunt Crispy, for the subscription.
Look, Hanji, I've had many women in my life, and I'm not here to flaunt my experiences or wear them as badges of honor. But life has taken me on quite the journey when it comes to women. I think it's easy to misconstrue some of my experiences as mere conquest, but let me assure you, Hanji, they've been anything but. Each woman I've been with was a universe unto herself. There were some women whose passions burned like the fiery suns of midsummer. Their love was rooted in raw, untamed lust. Others moved with the grace of a gentle stream, teaching me the language of compassion and acceptance and the kind of love that heals. You know, Hanji, a lot of people ask me if there's a common thread that ties all these diverse experiences. On the surface, they appear vastly different. It's kind of like, yet deep within, there was always a quest for understanding and connection and that elusive magic that some call love. Hanji.
All right, Mr. Feeney.
Deborah. Oh, Deborah. Oh, Deborah.
Rory, you're about to get roasted.
About to get roasted by Deborah?
I think.
Oh, Justin, I'm wearing your favorite dress.
It's a great dress, though. It's amazing. It's a beautiful dress. You look great.
Could we put Hanji up on the big screen, please?
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea, Rory.
Let's ask the people in the comments if you want Hanji.
This just sounded like a bad date.
If you want Hanji in the big screen, please type 1 in the comments. I'll go with the voting. Whatever the voting says, I'll go. If you don't want her on the big screen, please type 5.
Look at all the ones.
Oh, look at these ones. I'm sorry,
Hanji, what do you want?
The people have spoken, Hanji. The people have spoken. Look. Oh.
Sure.
The bear.
Hanji said, put her up.
Yes.
Put her up.
Damn, Hanji.
Show that dazzling dress.
Ooh, Hanji. You are. You know, Hanji, you're like that one book in a library that everyone wishes they had discovered first. You are true. It's true.
No. I have to ask. How did we get from the mirror, the maze of mirrors, to the ocean, to the moon, to puzzles, to paintings?
Well, the whole mirror thing started with Justin wishing my mother a happy Mother's Day when she passed away on my 8th birthday. Now, look, I'm almost done with Hanji. Please, just sit back in your chair and put your seatbelt on for a moment, my dear. It'll be done in a moment. You know, Hanji,
I don't think Rory's ever actually done.
Hanji, I think from the moment we
first. This is a big fail.
I think from the moment we first met, Hanji, and I think you'll agree with this, it was clear that you're not just any ordinary.
Bueller.
Your wit. Your wit is sharper than a chef's knife. And your wit cuts through these dull conversations. Your intellect is like a lighthouse, guiding those lost in their thoughts back to safe shores. And you've got a humor. And look at her laughing, everyone. Look, everyone look at her.
Bueller.
That's your mom calling, Rory. He actually did get a phone call.
His other one of the many vast women he has across the world. It's probably
Sister
one of the
Frida.
other ones.
It's Sister Frida. All right, we got to move on to a real guest. I love you,
for
Rory.
real. Oh my God,
We
love you, Rory,
Rory.
but Jesus, yes, Deborah, the bear.
Bueller.
Take the bear. Take the bear.
I mean, Justin, if you're the bear, then I'm willing to compromise.
I'm not a bear, unfortunately, but
Could be my bear.
I got to be honest. Most bears don't attack humans, unless
No,
you're
they
a
don't.
grizzly bear. Black bears don't really attack all that often.
Wait, grizzly bears, really?
Grizzly bears will attack you. They'll get you, but they're like super territorial. Black bears.
Even Elvis.
That makes sense.
Even Elvis was talking about the teddy bears.
It's true. Well, guys, we've been up here for a little bit. We haven't got any opposition. I know there's some Christians in the comments because I've seen them. They've been chirping, but for some reason, they like the Holy Spirit hasn't empowered them to get into the box.
I invited one.
So we'll see if we can get somebody up in here. We don't have any yet, despite the invite. So as far as I can tell, the Holy Spirit's just kind of weak tonight. You know?
Yeah. God isn't sending his best, is he?
God's not sending he's not spending anyone tonight. Maybe we need to like speak in tongues or something and try to stir the spirit, as they say in Pentecostal church. You got to stir the spirit, you know? God's not ready to act unless you can stir the pot and get it prepared ahead of time. He needs like warming up.
I should stop telling Christians about Matthew 10:14.
Oh. Let's read that for the audience. Matthew 10:14. It says, "If anyone will not welcome you or listen to your words, shake off the dust from your feet as you leave that house or town." And then it gets worse. "Truly, I tell you, it'll be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah on the day of judgment for that town." It's really interesting because the towns that he's referring to, the towns where it's going to be more terrible for them than Sodom and Gomorrah on the day of judgment, like most of those towns don't even like a lot of them don't exist anymore. I don't know what kind of judgment's going to come on them.
But Tyre still exists.
That's right, Tyre, the one city that God said it was going to completely destroy, still exists. Welcome in, Breezy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Rory tried to get me again.
Yeah. Hey, I had a quick question. Your background earlier, I was just thinking, do you think any of the Abrahamic gods would potentially pass like a modern day background check?
I don't think so, man. I think all the Abrahamic editions of God he would be arrested immediately.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, like conspiracy, demanding the unalivement of others. Apparently some stuff involving minors. I just doubt they would like pass a standard background check. It's just kind of weird.
I think they would all be limited from how close they could live to schools.
Yeah,
I agree.
They'd be on the registry.
For sure. Anyway, hope you guys are having a good night. Of course, I'll be in the comments. Just want to say hi. Catch you later.
We're trying, Breezy. Good to see you, man. We're trying.
We're trying to get things started. We're either gonna cook or we're gonna go to bed. One of the two. Right now
You could try the slavery topic. I don't know.
We could. I just don't think. I think TikTok's just being a kind of a bear tonight. Not the good kind. I think TikTok's just being defiant and not really FYPing anything.
Well, it's also 9:25, and I know most people, especially because it's Sunday, they probably did like a Mother's Day service at church, so they're probably on their way heading home now.
Well, all the moms probably said, you know what I want for Mother's Day? I want for all of y'all to stay off of your technology devices.
Yeah, stay off your phones.
Phones during dinner, please.
Right. But it is only like 6:26 here where I'm at.
Right, yeah. You West Coasters, it's still early.
I was just about to say
It's still
that.
light outside.
Yeah, it's pitch dark out here. Well, so I think it's like 9:30 now, and we haven't had opposition in like, I don't know, an hour and a half or two, something like that. So I think probably what I'll do, unfortunately, this live couldn't really get started. I'll probably just call it an early night and go to bed on time. But
Give
man,
it
I appreciate.
time. Give it time.
You want to give it a few more minutes here to see if we get anybody?
Give it time.
Yeah, I thought Rory might give me a push. I mean, Rory's not really a Christian. He's an atheist, but sometimes he pretends to be a Christian, and we can have a little bit of back and forth. But
Isn't he married?
I don't know actually what his marital status is.
I heard he was married. Like someone was calling him out in a chat one day. They're just like, "What will your wife think?" And I'm like, "Ooh."
Yeah, I have to ask him about that. I'm not really sure. How you doing, Shy?
Hi.
What's on your mind?
Well, I just left another one of these where he's saying prove, God isn't real or whatnot. He was extremely arrogant and pompous, and I'm just hoping that this one is different.
Well, I mean, I'll do what I can.
And that's great. So am I the only Christian on here right now?
Right now, we usually have kind of like a whole backlog of them, but it's been kind of a slow day.
Okay. May I ask your belief before I start? Because I don't know you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any gods or spirits or anything like that.
So I'm actually Native American, and I am a Christian, and I believe in both ways. So
interesting.
It's all the same God. We just call it something different, and we do different things to acknowledge Him and worship the spirits. So that's something that some people will have a hard time understanding. And in the ways that I believe in the Christian God, and I also believe in our native spirits.
Okay, so you believe in one God, but you also believe in spirits.
I do. I believe so. When God said, "Thou shalt not have no other God before me," that does not mean that He is the one and only true God. That means that there are other gods. It's just He is saying that He needs to be the first God in your life. He needs to be the first and no one before Him. And that's a common misconception even among Christians. They think that in Islam that, Muhammad cannot possibly be a god, but he can. He absolutely can. Hindi
so
god.
you believe in multiple gods.
I absolutely do. Yes, I do. Because that's
so
what
you-
he says.
Okay, so you're not a monotheist.
I am not. I'm a theist.
Okay.
I am
what
a
do you
Christian.
do with
To the person in the comments that said I'm not a Christian, I absolutely am a Christian.
Yeah, what do you do with people like Paul who claim that there's only one God?
They're wrong. And
okay, so you think the
I
Apostle
quote-
Paul was wrong?
I do. I quote back to it being said that thou shalt not be any other God before me. He does not say, I am the one and only God. There are no other gods. He doesn't say that.
Okay, I'm actually okay with that position. If you think Paul was like wrong,
I do.
and you believe he's wrong because he contradicts the rest of the Bible, I actually can get on board with that.
I'm glad. A lot of atheists just like to argue with me, and then that is my very big point, and I'm glad that
Hey,
we
Daniel,
can
good to see you.
agree to that.
No, I mean Paul contradicts the rest of the Bible countless times.
does.
For example, Paul says that it's okay to eat meat sacrificed to idols, and Jesus himself says no, it's not okay. Yahweh says it's not okay. So Paul's insane there.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I believe people are still trying to follow Old Testament, and you just can't do that as a Christian. Well, because you no longer have to sacrifice for God. You no longer have to spill blood. You no longer have to sacrifice your children. Christ
Wait,
came.
sacrifice
and-
your children?
Well, I'm being a little sarcastic there.
Oh,
where
Yeah, well, why not? Because when God gave those laws, he said that these are everlasting statutes.
He absolutely did. But then when he sent his son in the form of a human, and his son died on the cross and shed his blood for all of us. Therefore, we are sanctified through his blood.
How do you know it was Jesus' death and not Simon Bar Kokhba's death?
Because I believe in what God the Father in the Bible says and what is stated in the New Testament.
Yeah, just not the words of Paul.
Correct.
Okay. So back to the question though, like, why do you believe the Bible? When the Bible says that Jesus was the final sacrifice, why do you believe that?
Because I believe that, and this is where it goes on faith. You have to have your own convictions and your own faith. And I believe that Christ's sacrifice and his crucifixion was our redeeming chance.
Why though? Why specifically his crucifixion? There are other like Jewish messiahs that died by the hands of the Romans.
Because according to the Bible, Jesus is the Son of God. And
yeah.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, but why do you believe that? Well, when the Bible says that Jesus is the Son of God, why should I take that claim seriously?
Well, you shouldn't. You have to follow your own convictions. The one thing that I am different, and people will say, "Oh, you're not a Christian for this," is that I don't push Christianity. I say what I believe. I state my faith. I state my position, and then because to some people, you may be the only Bible they ever read. So you have to live your life according to the Bible as best as you can. And I show in my works, in my words, and in my heart, and in my faith. And I will tell someone, as I'm telling you now, how I believe, but then it's up to them to either receive it or not receive it. I'm not going to push it. And
yeah, but that's the thing is, if you share somebody that, hey, this is what I believe, what's the reason why we would want to believe what you believe?
Because being wrong is terrifying. Being right, there's nothing wrong with that.
What's terrifying about being wrong?
So if you're wrong about there not being a God and there not being a heaven, then, or if we're right about that and you're wrong about your belief that there's not, then the only option for you is hell. And I don't preach hellfire and damnation, brimstone, and destruction. I don't talk that, because
right, so we should believe so that we just have like some spiritual fire insurance.
I love how you said that. I'm so sorry. That's a great way to put that. No, you should believe because of your own convictions. You should believe because of your own faith. You don't have to believe, is what I'm saying.
Right. What I'm saying is you can't force yourself to believe something, right? You're either convinced by something or you're not convinced by something, which is why I asked the question. Like, if you tell me these are the things that I believe, and you think maybe I should believe them too, I'm just asking you, what would be the evidence that would give me like sufficient reason to believe it?
So I don't believe. So I believe there's tangible evidence.
Sure.
But you're not going to believe in the same way that I believe, because I believe that God gave man and science the intelligence and the common sense and the knowledge to be able to do what they do. I believe that, I believe this planet was created by a God. I can't find anything in me that makes sense of things up in space banging around, and all of a sudden here we are. So, I have a problem with the theories, but as far as trying to make someone believe in my God, I never do that.
Sure. So you don't have any evidence that your God is real?
I do, but probably not anything that's going to convince an atheist.
Okay. Well, listen, thanks for sharing your perspective. I got a couple of Christians in the box that I think will want to try to convert me, so I'm going to see what they have to say, okay?
Oh, no, absolutely. I'll never try to convert you. I will just tell you my faith, and hope one day you see it, and I will hopefully see you again one day.
Sure, yeah, have a good one.
Thanks for being respectful.
Absolutely. Cheers.
Cheers.
That was interesting. She was nice, at least. We got Herb. We've got a couple new faces actually up in here, so we'll see what we get. How you doing, Noah?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I just thought I'd come up here because you said you were. Well,
Thank you, Fem.
I saw the line was short, so I thought I might as well come on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna like start out by saying by like I don't actually know if I could be considered a Christian or not. I will say that I am a theist, that I do believe in a higher power, you can say. But I will say also that I don't think that the Christian God is fake or made up or something like that. So I
Thank you, Fem. Yeah. So, do you believe that the Christian God is real?
I want to say, that depends on what you mean by real, but I know that can lead to some wishy-washy answers.
And he's gone.
For the sake of convenience, I'll just say that he's real.
Okay, so he exists, right?
Okay, yeah, well, just go with that.
Cool. Do you think that any other gods exist?
Okay, so we got to define what a god is, okay, so a supernatural like power or something like that.
Sure. FemK, thank you so much for the first time subscription. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know why you're being evasive. Like, do you believe in the biblical God the way the Bible describes it? Thank you, Catherine.
Okay, how does the Bible describe it?
The Bible describes God as somebody who is basically completely sovereign. He created all things. Sometimes he's all knowing, sometimes he's not, sometimes he's all powerful, sometimes he's not. Like that, like, the way in modern, conceptions of God, we would think of him.
Yeah, so I think that is a way of conceptualizing God. I don't think it's an illegitimate way to conceptualize God. Let's say that.
Okay, and you believe in that God?
Well, when I say when I say,
I'm getting the feeling you're not a real Christian, Noah, and that's fine if you're not. But we're up here trying to talk to Christians, man.
Okay, well, I find myself just wanting to like be on the side of it's still like my own like journey, I guess.
All right,
but,
we're cool with that.
I find it very hard.
If you got your own, if you got your own conception of God, that's fine. You're allowed to have that, but we're not here just talking to like deists. We're trying to talk to Christians, man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to talk to hardcore Christians, then go ahead.
That's what we're looking for. Yeah.
All right. Well. All right. Well. Have a good night.
Thanks for being
here.
Good to
Thank
see
you
you.
for your time.
All right.
Well,
we got
good
some people
call
in the
on
queue.
me once again for telling you to wait.
Yo, what's
Wait,
up?
we got some push. How you doing, kid? Kid, didn't we talk once before?
I believe so.
I think we talked once.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I actually just got back from church.
Sure, you should be like ready to go then.
I am.
Told you.
I'll try my best. One thing I must say though, before the conversation goes, certain people when they look to debate, if they have like a closed off perception or like not a open mind or heart to maybe being changed of how you think about God, then there's really not much that can happen in the conversation.
Are you describing yourself?
I'm just describing how it may happen with certain people that like to have these conversations.
Could you ever be convinced that there's no God?
I've had my doubts, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody's had their doubts. I've thought about it before, but honestly, it's really crazy to think that there is no God. Like I think it's more crazy to think that than to actually believe in conscious,
not me.
intelligent behavior.
Not me. I don't believe in any gods. I don't think there's any evidence for God either.
Sorry, I was taking a seat and I sat on something. Let me move it out the way. Sorry. Well,
So
it is a very delicate thing. Go ahead.
So why do you believe in the Christian God?
Because I've just been through a lot of my personal experiences that I see lined up with the same characteristics and virtues that this God is explained to be described as. You know what I'm saying? So basically, the depiction of God is we had a creator that made us, and
I
when
know, we know the story. So you like this God?
right, this it's a relationship thing.
Okay, does that make him true though? The fact that you like him?
That is something for each and every person to find out on their own at first. Because listen, as far as like, I can't just solid yes or no answer that question yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my personal beliefs, yes, I believe there's a true God. Because I have walked in a church and not said anything and sat in the back, and or just unnoticed. And I've had something specific, so specific in my heart that, like, for someone random, like a pastor, to just bring it up and like touch you with the words that he says, it's just like, what makes you really want to think, like, what are the chances of that guy just saying that randomly to me?
Pretty good
today?
chances.
You know, instead of like, there's the actual God that loves me out there.
It's a pretty good chance. It happens a lot.
It happens a lot. It can,
Yeah,
but
pastors are human, and they struggle with the same thing that the people in their congregation struggle with, and so they talk about those things.
yeah, we all have our struggles and stuff. Some people are delivered. Most of the time when the pastor is preaching, it's a pastor who's been delivered, and he, doesn't mean the struggles are gone, because the struggles will never go away. That's one thing that God tries to tell.
So do you think that's evidence that your God exists, or do you have stronger evidence?
Evidence that God exists. Okay, that's what you're trying to get at here. How about have you seen any of the articles where they claim to have found the blood of Jesus and is still alive?
Yeah, that's a discovery from Ron Wyatt, which isn't actually a discovery because they didn't find any blood there. What they found is some red colored dirt. I watched the video of Ron Wyatt collecting the red dirt. I watched the video of Ron Wyatt coughing and sneezing on the red dirt and touching it with his bare hands and then placing it into a vial. And then I watched the video of Ron Wyatt's wife touching it with her bare hands, scraping it into a jar and then putting it under a microscope and then not understanding how the Browning effect works. The supposed lab that Ron Wyatt said he sent the blood to has never been identified, not once. So Ron Wyatt is just a con artist. He's always been a con artist. He's not an actual archaeologist. Every archaeologist that have tried to follow up on his findings has never found anything. So Ron Wyatt's just a scam artist.
Okay, how do you feel about? Dang, I literally had it on the tip of my tongue. I was gonna say something. Just give me a brief moment. Let me drink some water.
Shroud of Turin?
Get out of my head, Deborah. I was thinking the same thing.
I was trying to keep what I was having to say next in mind while also listening to him, and I couldn't do both. So like now I just brain fart, and it was. Can you repeat what you said, please? Okay, the guy's a con artist. Okay, the blood. Okay, so
he's not an archaeologist, right?
I didn't even know the guy's name. That was just one of the few points I was gonna bring up. Oh yeah, the prophecies. There's so many prophecies that were biblical that
which ones
came to be. One saying that the Euphrates River would dry up. Did you hear about that?
Revelation 16? Let's read it. I love this prophecy. I talk about it at least once.
Glad I brought it up.
Once a night. It's one of my favorites.
Nice.
Let's go to Revelation 16. All right. Now, do you know what's happening in Revelation 16? Do you know the context?
Not necessarily. I haven't got to Revelations yet. I'm in Genesis right now.
Yeah, you got a ways to go, obviously. So there's 7 different angels that pour out wrath on the earth after the Antichrist is revealed, and the 6th bowl of wrath says that the Euphrates is going to dry up. It says the 6th angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up in order to prepare the way for the kings of the east, because there's going to be a battle of Armageddon, right? So first things first, let's look at the beginning of chapter 16 and see what happens chronologically before this angel pours out his bowl of wrath on the Euphrates River, and see if this prophecy makes sense as thinking that it's being fulfilled. It says in verse 2, it says, the first angel went and poured his bowl on the earth, and a foul and painful sore came upon all those who had the mark of the beast and who worshipped at his image. So before the 6th angel pours out the bowl of wrath, there must be people worshiping the beast, the Antichrist. and then they're going to pour out their bowl, and everybody who worships the beast going to break out with sores. And then it says the second angel poured out his bowl into the sea, and it became like the blood of a corpse, and every living thing in the sea died.
Or
Obviously,
one third of all the fish in the sea died.
it says it became like the blood of a corpse, and every living thing in the sea died. That's what it says.
What version of the Bible is that?
This is the NRSV, and it's in every translation.
NRSV.
Yeah. So that's verse 3. So that hasn't happened yet either. It says the third angel poured out his bowl into the rivers and the springs, and they became blood. That obviously didn't happen either.
No, not yet.
Rivers and springs didn't turn to blood, right? The fourth angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and it was allowed to scorch people with fire, and they were scorched by the fierce heat. But they cursed the name of God who had authority over the plagues, and they did not repent and give him glory. So that didn't happen. The output from the sun has basically been roughly the same the entire time we've ever been able to monitor it.
Okay. The Euphrates River did dry up, though, right?
We're going to keep reading. The fifth angel poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and its kingdom plunged into darkness, and people gnawed at their tongues in agony and cursed the God of heaven because of their pains and their sores, and they did not repent of their deeds. Did any of these bowls of wrath occur yet?
The first one.
The first one did not. It says the angel went and poured out his bowl on the. It says no. That's the sixth one. The first one says the angel went and poured his bowl on the earth, and a foul and painful sore came upon all those who had the mark of the beast. Right. So none of these bowls of wrath have actually come to pass, and they actually precede the bowl of wrath that you're referring to. And it's also true that the Euphrates River has not dried up. It's still there. It's just diminished, right?
Right. So it's in the process of drying, would you say?
I would say it's definitely in the process of drying, but it's done this a dozen times throughout history. This is not the first time the Euphrates River has started to get down to a very, very low state. So, what's that, Deb?
I just want to point out that you also have the first 7 seals and the 7 trumpets that need to blow, and the Euphrates River, if it dries up, it has to be blood first. Like that, you have to. It comes before the 6th bowl. That the rivers and the fountains turn to blood.
Mm-hmm.
So the river has to be blood before it dries up.
Mm-hmm. Right. This is chronological. What's happening here in chapter 16. So to say that, one verse in the entire chapter is being fulfilled, and that's a sign that God is real, it's not really good. It's one piece in a larger process, and that piece hasn't even been completed.
Okay, what about him saying the moon would turn into blood? There's rust on the moon resembling a dark redness that is called hematite.
Yeah, you know that rust and blood are not the same thing, right?
But it's a blood red. And
it's not. It's actually orange.
It's hematite.
It's orange.
Okay. One shade different.
It's still not blood.
Okay. What is you don't think God is real?
No.
What you're saying?
Nope.
You don't mind me asking you why?
Because I see no evidence for his existence. The same reason why you don't think that the tooth fairy is real.
Tooth fairy is real. No, it's definitely not real.
Right. Things that are real have evidence.
Right. What would you say about like the books, like the actual like Matthew, Peter, all the people who actually claim to have walked with God on earth, who was Jesus, which is what's claimed to be in the Bible. What about those people who actually seen him in real life and decided to literally stand on that until their death? Like they literally were killed.
Well, you brought up two different topics. I'll address the second topic, the easiest, because people die for their faith every day. Muslims fly planes in the buildings. 900 people drank Kool-Aid and unalived themselves for Jim Jones. 70 people gave their lives for David Koresh in 1992, I think. I mean, so people unalive themselves for their religion all the time. It's super common.
Right, but religion and God are two separate things. You know that, right?
No.
So religion, okay, is
Well, you got muted. I don't know how you got
Sweetie,
muted.
yeah, let me hit your microphone. There you go. Okay.
Give me 1 second to turn my do not. Can I turn my do not disturb on real quick? 1 second.
Yep.
That's right. Heaven's Gates is another good one. Heaven's Gates is another we'll call it death cult.
I'm sorry, I just got stressed out. What was I saying? What did I say?
I don't know, man.
It's gonna come back to me literally in a second now.
You were gonna say the difference between God and religion.
Okay, cool. So if I was God, right? Basically, Jesus in the Bible is what they say in the Bible that when Jesus was talking about religious things, he really didn't like religion because religion is a way to categorize, right, God, and it's putting a limit onto what God really is. And there's so many religions in the world, right? But if there's only one creator and one God, there's, you know what I'm saying, it wouldn't make sense. There's so many different beliefs and versions of it, you know what I'm saying? So he doesn't really like
What's the
religion.
definition of religion?
Hey Google, what's the definition of religion?
According to Wikipedia, religion is a range of social-cultural systems, including designated behaviors and practices, morals, beliefs, worldviews, texts, sanctified places, prophecies, ethics, or organizations that generally relate humanity to supernatural, transcendental, and spiritual elements, although there is no scholarly consensus over what precisely constitutes a religion.
So the dictionary says religion is a belief in and worship of a god or multiple gods. That's the basic primary definition. So if you believe in a god and you worship a god, you are in fact part of a religion.
That's to man's standards.
The dictionary, you mean how it defines words in our language that we agree on as a society, that words have meanings? All right. Hey, listen, do you have any evidence for your God or not?
Have a good night.
I feel like you might have run out. You might have dried up.
He ran.
Oh, he gone. Well.
Hey, Google, why should we believe in God?
Studies statistically say that you shouldn't.
Hanji, you legitimately sounded like Google. I thought that was Google.
I know, so did I.
That was wild. How you doing, Rising?
Sorry. Yeah, 1 second. Hold on. So I was going to argue that if there was a God and he opened up the heavens and he said, "Hey, everybody, I'm God," then what would be the point of having faith? There would be no point to have faith because everybody would be like, "Holy crap, that dude's huge. He can crush me like a bug." Yeah, I believe he's God because he's right there. That's what the whole purpose of having faith is.
Yeah. Did Abraham have faith?
They all had faith.
Did Moses have faith?
Yes.
You know, both of them saw God, right?
You have to have faith. You have to seek God for God.
Yeah.
If you
Rising,
want proof that God's
we'll start
real,
from the beginning again. All right, just take a deep breath. We'll try this logical, sequence here. Okay. Did Abraham and Moses both have great faith? Did they both see God?
They didn't see God. They seeked for him.
They saw God.
They prayed to him. They asked.
In Genesis chapter 18,
no one sees God.
In Genesis
God's
chapter
too
18,
powerful. You can't see God.
Hey,
He's
take
too
a deep
powerful.
breath. I know you're excited. I know, just take a deep breath. In Genesis chapter 18, Yahweh visits Abraham. In the book of Exodus, Moses, Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 elders of Israel see God. Have you not read Exodus?
Yes, Jesus is God in the flesh.
It doesn't say Jesus. It says they saw God.
Yeah, yes, and Jesus is.
He's not. But it says in the book of Exodus, in Exodus 24, it says, Moses went up, also Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 elders of Israel, and they saw the God of Israel. And there under his feet, as it were, was a paved work of sapphire stone, as it was like the very heavens in its clarity. But on the nobles of the children of Israel he did not lay his hand. So they saw God, and they ate and they drank. So the elders of Israel, Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, they all saw God with their eyes. Right? So you can have faith in God and actually have a real manifestation and encounter with God. Thank you, Gabs. God proving himself to you does not negate the fact that you can have faith in God, because you're confusing the word faith with believe. Just because you believe that God exists doesn't mean you have faith in God. Putting faith in God means that you trust God. That's inherently different than believing in God.
Well, I mean, if you don't seek God, you're never gonna have proof that he's real. So, I mean, it's.
Well, you have proof. You found God, you sought him, and you found him. So what's your proof?
It's not just me. There's many Christians that believe, have faith that God is real because they went and seeked him.
Cool. So what's the proof?
That's even more evidence that he's real.
So you don't have any evidence, do you?
A lot of people we don't need evidence. It's like the wind. You don't know it, you can't see it, but you know it's
so
there.
What I'm hearing is you don't have any evidence.
That's how God is real.
That's what I'm hearing is you don't have any evidence.
You're not supposed to have evidence. You're not
Deborah,
supposed to have
that's
evidence.
what
You're
I'm
supposed to
hearing.
have
I'm hearing
faith.
he doesn't. Well, back to the same point. You can have faith and have evidence that God existed, because all of the great patriarchs of the Bible had evidence. They met God, they spoke to God, and they still had faith. So there's no point in continuing going back to that empty well saying, well, God won't prove himself to you because then you can't have faith, because that's just a bald-faced lie because you haven't read your Bible.
It literally says that Moses spoke to God face to face as a friend speaks to a friend.
That's right. Exodus 33.
Well, I've been to Jordan. So you can have faith. Old buildings of Moses and people that have that have memorials for them dying in the promised land. I've been to all these places, and they are real. So for that to go back,
Israel exists.
Hundreds of years. Yeah. So
are you aware that the ancient Babylon? Are you aware that the ancient Babylonian sites exist too? Does the fact that the ancient Babylonian ziggurats exist, does that prove that Marduk is Lord?
Sure, a lot of it proves a lot of things.
He said it. He said it. Marduk is Lord. Marduk is Lord.
No.
Praise Marduk.
I didn't
Praise
say
Marduk.
that. That's what you're saying.
Okay, so the fact
I wish you the best proof, but if you want actual proof of God, I would just try to seek him. But thank you for
why are you making the assumption that I haven't? Why does your world
seek him? I know you'll find.
Why does your worldview require you to look at me and make assumptions about my character?
I'm not making assumptions. I'm just saying you should.
That's right. Listen to your girl in the background. Listen to your girl in the background. Do not judge lest you be judged. Why are you assuming that I've never sought God in my life?
You're misled, but
I'm not. All right. Go cook your girl some dinner. It's Mother's Day. Give her a day off.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We got some people in the queue here. Let's bring them up.
Can I just also add that shit, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
It's okay. I do that all the time.
It's okay, Debs. Professor Nixie in the house.
Oh,
Hey,
Nixie, good to see you. Look at this poll. Where did the guest study the Bible? Ron White University. I love these polls, dude. Keep the polls coming. They're awesome. So the guest that's been screaming in the comments, bringing me up, Moon Angel, is not connecting. Moon Angel, if you cry in the comments about wanting to get up on the guest box, make sure you have an actual connection, like maybe a Wi-Fi connection or something. And when I call you up, you can actually come on up. Get back in the guest box when you find yourself some Wi-Fi, okay? How you doing, DJ? DJ, you present? Skits, thank you so much for the galaxy. W Skits in the house. W Skits. Well, DJ is obviously not here, or the Holy Spirit is made him mute. I'm not sure.
I remember what I was going to say.
Oh yeah.
So there's 2 times in the Old Testament where it speaks of faith, but it's a mistranslation because it should say fidelity or trust.
Right.
But the New Testament introduces the concept of faith, and it's mentioned over 330 times in the New Testament. Meanwhile, if we're being intellectually honest, the Old Testament never speaks of faith, just obedience.
Yeah, pretty much. The word faith in Greek is pistis, and it is not the same as what you find in the Old Testament. Anyways, Bambi, welcome in.
Hi. Happy Mother's Day to everybody that might be a mother.
Thank you.
Yeah, win Mother's Day.
Yeah, of course, of course. I am I'm rather new to my religion, Christianity.
Oh boy.
And I'm a first year in philosophy, and I find it hard, like, especially just trying to like find God now because I'm doing that. But I think I found a way that can sort of explain how he can be good and still let atrocities happen. Would you be willing to talk to me about that?
Yeah, we do this all the time. But when we talk about atrocities, can you address natural disasters?
Yeah, and do you want to explain my stance?
Your what?
My stance?
No, I'm asking you to address natural disasters ahead of time because I'm going to bring it up if you don't. Thank you, Skits. I appreciate the hearts.
Okay, yeah, I gotcha. I would say I base off whether God is good or I'm trying this out, and you're either gonna cook me or not. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna get cooked. But off of Plutarch's philosophy, which shows that good is directly correlated with virtue, and I would say that God is all good and can be all powerful because he fully embodies the virtue of a god, which through Plutarch's philosophy would make him all good.
Yeah, so it's just divine command theory, right? And anything God does is inherently good because God is good, right?
Yes.
So that's circular.
Is that valid, or am I being unlogical there?
Well, let me ask you a question. If God told you to go steal candy from a baby, would you do it? Thank you, Dexter, for the sub.
I see that's where it gets tricky, because also in Plutarch's philosophy he emphasizes the importance of freedom. So I would say that but yet he commands people in the Bible, so that doesn't really make sense now, does
Yeah,
it?
he commands people in the Bible to do horrible atrocities, right?
Like slavery, yeah.
Right.
So I would say to that I mean, even though he's commanding, I could say that he's showing his power as a god, which is fulfilling his virtue. So wouldn't that contribute to the point that he's good and make it stronger?
No, if you command atrocities only to satisfy your own ego, that just makes you a narcissist, not virtuous.
So what could you explain to me what the virtue of God would be?
Well, virtue is basically a principle of something having like a attribute of goodness to it, right? So we would say that caring for others is a virtue. Inherent in the definition of virtue is that whatever you're doing has some sort of moral goodness to it, right? So if you're defining God as virtuous, then you're just kind of going back to saying, well, God is good, right?
Yeah, yeah, correct. And could I say that being good, like the epitome of being virtuous and being good is being God? Like
No.
I don't no, I couldn't say that. Could you explain that to me?
If everything that God commanded you was just inherently good, because God cannot give bad commands because that would make him not all good, then you should have no problem agreeing to slavery, to subjugating women, to executing women if they're not virgins on their wedding night, all kinds of stuff like that, right? But my guess is you're not actually okay with those things,
No, no, I'm not. So
right?
so does that go sort of back to Euthyphro and like, is it good because God loves it, or does God love it because it's good? So you would say
Yeah.
that
So Euthyphro's dilemma is basically, if divine command theory is true, then morals are still subjective. It's just subjective based on God, right? They're not
Yes.
actually objective. If morals were completely objective, then God, when God commands something, it's not good because God commanded it. It's good just based on its own virtue of being good, and it just happens to be that God always lines up with what is good.
okay.
But the problem with that paradox is, if something is good independent of God, then we have no measure of knowing what that good thing is.
Oh, well, see, that kind of oh, I'm so glad I got on this with you, because I was at work, and it's funny, I actually thought of this because of the Hunger Games, because there's a person in there called Plutarch, and I was like, oh. And I was like, oh shoot, Plutarch, I wonder what he does. So I looked it up, and it was a philosophy, and then I started reading into that, and it said goodness is based off of virtue. And I was like, well, God completes, like, always fulfills his virtue of being a God. So, like, wouldn't that make him all good? And then,
I don't think so, because you could be a bad god. In a lot of the ancient religions, there are lots of bad gods.
but wouldn't the Abrahamic religion be sort of cast that out, because there's only one God, so you can't have discrepancy between gods, so it would only have like one right?
Well, according to Paul, there's only one God. According to the Old Testament, there's some divided opinions on it. But what I'm saying is, not according to the Bible, but just according to philosophical beliefs, right? A God could exist and not necessarily be good. You can have a God that's not all good, right?
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
not a
yeah.
necessary attribute.
Oh, okay. Wow. And I guess I can't argue against that, because I'm a Christian and the Bible says that. Wow. So that kind of, hey, I want to say thank you. I was kind of wondering about that, and now I know that Plutarch's philosophy does not make God good, and if he's all powerful. So thank you. Happy Mother's Day to everybody in here, and have a good night.
Thanks, Bambi.
Thank
Good
you.
talk to you. Come back, okay?
Will do. Thank you.
All right, cheers. What a nice
He
guy.
was a sweet kid. Also, I didn't forget you. Forrest, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App, my dear.
W Forrest. Guys, also remember, it's only 10 o'clock. If you haven't called your mother, there's still time to talk to your mother tonight. This guest is having a little bit of trouble connecting. We're going to try to bring him up. We'll do it
And
what we can.
I was steaming some shirts. I didn't see who gifted me, but thank you, gifters.
Me.
Are you steaming shirts, or are you making shirts with a heat press?
Oh no, I'm literally just doing some ironing.
Just getting the wrinkles out?
Yeah.
Ironing
this
is so
guest-
soothing to me, or is that just me? Like, I enjoy it.
I like any activity that is inherently like organizing. And so getting wrinkles out of shirts, I actually kind of like. Ironing, I kind of enjoy. Washing clothes, hate it. Don't like washing clothes.
Same.
Citizen, how you doing?
Hey, greetings, hosts. Greetings, citizens and sovereigns. I'm from the UK.
Well, welcome.
Thanks for welcoming me. Hard act to follow, that guest earlier. He's humble, he's well spoken. I'll give it a go anyway. I'll get straight into the question. Or the Christian God is imaginary. Is that your statement, host?
Yeah, that's my statement. I don't think that God exists outside of people's brains. I think there's no evidence for a God outside of your brain. But to be specific, I talk about the Christian God because I think even if you can demonstrate there's like a deistic force, I don't think that the Christian God is even logically possible.
I think it's more than possible in the terms of the way, not the God itself, but the value systems that one applies when they observe religions. Automatically, they assign themselves a gender role. And I think that's been happening since Akhenatenism, which I've identified as the birth of Monotheism.
Yeah, some people believe that. Yeah. He was
Well,
definitely
believing,
an early monotheist.
definitely. Well, the first example of unifying three different deities, male ones, to form a masculine cult religion and nation.
Yeah. So are you a Christian?
I was a Christian. Yeah, my granddad
Oh,
was
you're not
a.
anymore.
No, I can't be, because when you advance your knowledge, you real as a black person as well, so called.
Yeah, when
Black
you advance
Christian.
your knowledge, it's hard to believe in the Christian God.
It's hard to actually believe in one
Yeah,
deity,
I
rather
agree.
when you start understanding every male deity had a female deity. For example, Elohim had Ashera,
Mhm.
that was his consort,
Mhm.
but Ashera had a son called Baal, who she
Mhm.
also took for a consort. I have the understanding that that's adultery amongst the demigods, and that would cause a human fallout amongst the blue bloods and red bloods. So
I don't
religion
know
is more
anything
of a,
about blue bloods and red bloods. That's
you
above
don't
my
know.
head.
Okay, well, blue bloods
But
for me, I've identified the
anyways,
royal.
citizen, we are just trying to talk to some Christians up here about their specific God, though. I appreciate
Yeah, fair enough.
your point of view, but I don't want to detract from the debate.
Fair
But
enough.
thank
Fair
you
enough.
for bringing up the gods without the goddesses. Thank you. I have been stressing that forever.
Yeah, it's important.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks for
Thank
your
you so
time,
much,
bro.
citizen.
All right, nice one.
All right, cheers.
You too.
Y-
And Lori,
Yeah,
thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you.
W. Lori. Yeah, it makes you wonder what kind of insecure people had to start getting rid of the goddesses.
Oh, Nikita. Hello, darling. Justin, go easy on her, please.
I'll do what I can.
How did I become the fragile one?
Baby, you are too innocent for this religion. Me and Nick and Cash already discussed this with you, my darling.
Oh
But
boy.
go ahead. It's okay.
Well,
I'm
Nikita,
not
you have the floor. What's in your
innocent.
mind?
I'm not innocent. I just think I just believe I know God purely.
Shar, thank you for the subscription. Cool. What evidence do you have that the Christian God's real?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in my life experience, I can't reject that he is God.
Sure. Do you believe that there are other gods or just the Christian God?
I mean, God, even in the Bible says, I mean, even in scripture, you hear that there are other gods. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that in the end, all are one, really.
So
Just
do you
some of
think
them
that
fell a little bit further than others.
Zeus and Yahweh are the same God?
Uh, I wonder if it isn't just because it's two languages saying the same thing.
Oh no, they're definitely different gods, right? Zeus, in fact, has probably more than a dozen wives.
He has 6, baby. He has 6. 3 of them are his sisters.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that humans take things and then they do whatever they want with them.
Right, but we're
And
talking about
then
Zeus,
people
right?
look at them thousands of years later and probably take it way more serious than what it ever was. I don't know. Maybe those were just jokes that they were writing on the walls.
Sure. Is there
I
a
mean, if
reason
I'm going to be a
why?
true scientist, I'm just going to look at in observation mode. And that means I have to account for every possibility. That includes the ones that don't encompass my belief.
Yeah, I've got a Hindu friend that I met through work a number of years ago who believes in the Hindu gods, Vishnu, Brahma, so on and so forth, and he's had experiences with those gods. Do you think that those gods are real?
Listen, when you say the word real, what do you mean?
Do they exist?
And when you say the word exist, what do you mean?
Are
they
they
visible?
imaginary or are they real?
Are they visible or are they invisible?
Do they exist at all?
They're imaginary.
Okay, well, why is your God not imaginary?
Well, because after all of the other gods are gone, he's the one that is.
But how do you know that?
He's the everlasting. There's only one that's the everlasting.
Yeah, and
Did Zeus ever say he was everlasting?
that's certainly a claim. I'm asking you, how do you know
Nope.
that to be true?
Because he is everlasting.
Yeah, I know. And you can say it all day, but I'm asking you how you know that what you're saying is true.
Because it still is true.
How do you know that?
Because it is
Come on,
real. Because
Nikita.
people believe it.
So people believe that Muhammad was the last great prophet. Do you believe that he was the last great prophet?
I believe that Muhammad was a prophet.
You sure about that?
I don't put any prophet above another one.
Have you read what Muhammad had to say?
And I don't judge any prophet either, because you're not supposed to judge the prophets.
You're supposed to test the prophets.
You do test the prophets, and if one of them is proven a liar, then you throw that one out.
So that's what I'm asking you. Do you believe that Muhammad was a prophet sent by God or not?
I haven't heard of him lying yet.
Okay, you understand that Muhammad taught that unless you were Muslim, you're going to go to hell, right?
I guess I will wait and see if I don't die a Muslim.
Well, but according to your logic, though, right, just because a lot of people believe it, does that make it true?
What?
You said that your God is real because a lot of people believe he is. So I brought up a parallel. I said a lot of people believe that Muhammad is a prophet.
No, my God is real because no one has to believe he is, and he is.
I'm asking you how you know that your God is.
Because I know, listen, if one person in all of the universe, says, God, you are the only God, right? And then I die, that means he was the only God.
No, it doesn't.
To me, he won.
I'm asking
That's all
you.
it takes is one time.
I'm asking you in reality, how do you know that your God is real as opposed to imaginary?
Well, I know my God is real because people die and go to heaven and come back and tell about it.
People also have experiences with other gods, like they experience Muslim afterlife, they experience Hindu afterlives. People believe that they've been reincarnated, they have past life regressions. So like these types of experiences are wildly subjective, and they almost always match like the cultural background of the individual that's reporting the experience.
Yeah, that's because you guys just don't understand what the Messiah is.
I do.
Oh, you do?
He's a liar and a fraud.
You must be mistaken.
Nope. I don't think you've read the book.
Listen.
How much of the Bible have you read?
Well, I mean, that is...
Thank you, Alicia.
I cannot quantify that for you. I'm sorry.
I know. Well, you haven't read the whole thing. I would highly recommend...
I have read through the whole Bible.
So you said you couldn't quantify how much you've read. Now you're saying you've read all of it?
I know I've read at least once.
Okay, so let me tell you why I think Jesus was a liar and a fraud. Number one, because he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. Number two, because multiple occasions he says he's going to come back before all of his disciples have passed away, and then he doesn't do it, which makes him a liar and a fraud.
Well, I see it differently, but I can't prove it, so I guess I
Okay.
have to rest there.
That's fine. That's fair. Just saying you can't prove it. There's nothing wrong with that. We appreciate being here, Nikita. I hope you have a good night. Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, there's more.
There's one more thing I would love her to read from Deuteronomy. I think it's 18:22,
Oh, the
where
test of a prophet.
the test of a prophet. Yeah. I encourage you to read Deuteronomy 18:22 again.
It's a good one. Yeah. It's a good
Love
one.
you,
Anyways,
Nikki. We'll see you in Cash's live later.
yeah. I hope you have a good night, Nikki. All right.
Nikkei.
Nikki, sorry. Well, that was interesting. I
Told
thought
you
she was
she's a
gonna.
sweetheart. She's not a debater. She's still figuring
Yeah, she's figuring
things
things
out.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see some Christians in the chat, but they're not in the guest requests, y'all. Muster your courage and get yourself into the guest request, guys. How you doing? Name I can't pronounce.
The all-seeing eye?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So, imaginary. Well, I would point at the fact that the big debate about in the past that, God said that we're the central part of the universe, and that's when they believed that the sun went around the earth or whatever, and that the earth was the center. And then, of course, astronomy showed up and said,
Hey,
no,
are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Do you have evidence that your God is anything but imaginary?
I'm giving you the evidence.
Well, okay, you were giving me a story. I thought you were
Yeah,
giving me a
here's the
story.
story. Have you found anybody else? Astronomy has found no one else, and now we're looking to the beginning of the universe. Isn't that
Yeah,
kind of a...
that's how we know that your God is imaginary, is because we've looked to the greatest depths of space, and there's no sign of an alternative universe in which your God would exist.
There's no alternative individual. We are the center of the universe, which is what it says.
No, we're not.
Yeah, I think we are. You show me the evidence of another civilization. They haven't found one yet, and they've looked everywhere.
Yeah, because the nearest inhabitable planet is like 1 million light years away.
How do you know?
Because we've got telescopes in space.
Yeah, I understand, and we're looking at them and seeing nothing.
This guy's really triggered.
Well, there's your evidence. Well, don't
All right, guys, so
why do you get to say what is?
yeah,
What
so
I'm saying, you can claim, oh well, there's no habitable. I'm trying to tell you, we're looking with the James Webb, and there's nothing anywhere except us. We are the center, which is the point.
We've discovered
What, light?
Big man.
On a planet?
No. We have discovered recently on one of the planets signs of life, and it's
really?
got a.
What? Because they're light?
It's almost like he can't handle another person talking besides himself.
No, man, I'm
Would you like me to speak, or do you just want to have the
please,
floor
go
all
right
to
ahead.
yourself?
All right, no, go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, so just recently we've discovered a planet that, we've known about the planet, but we've been able to actually capture images of it with James Webb and do other things.
Right.
And it appears to have a byproduct of life on the planet. There's a particular gas on the planet that
Yeah.
we know here on Earth
Right.
only comes about as a byproduct of bacteria activity. And so they're surmising that there may be bacterial life on this particular planet. It's also true that upon meteorites, we have discovered amino acids, the building
proves
blocks
what?
of proteins.
This proves what? My point is,
It proves that the building blocks of life are out there in the universe the same way that they were here on the planet billions of years ago.
so what does that mean? That means God's imaginary? The point I'm trying to make.
All right, so do you have
Can I-
any
can I
evidence
make
that
the
your
point?
God exists or no? Because I'm hearing no.
Well, no, you're not. You're making up no. You're telling me.
Sure, so give me the evidence.
All right, you gonna let me speak? Or you
I'm
gonna
waiting
just
for
comment?
it. I asked you to
Well,
give me
I'm
the
trying to.
evidence.
Here's the evidence. Said in the Bible that He created
Hey, Kate, good to
this
see you.
earth and us. All right. One people,
Yeah, we know what the Bible
only
says.
begotten Son. Okay.
Is
And
there a
then-
reason why we should care what the Bible says?
Sure. Yeah. Why would we care what you say?
I'm asking
just-
you,
you
why
just-
should anyone care what the Bible says?
Why should we care what the Bible says? Well, why would we care what the Bible says?
Now, there's a bunch of other holy books you could read.
Yeah, I
right?
understand. I know them all. Yeah.
Right. So why would I believe what the Bible says over the Bhagavad Gita?
Well, let's go back to Cain and Abel. The Bhagavad Gita. Well, why are you laughing, man? Why are you
Thank
laughing?
you so much, Timeless, for the $10 on
Yeah,
Cash App. Thank you
right.
so much.
Why are you laughing? I'm going to tell you why. Because
I
Cain
can't
and
wait.
Abel had a debate about the true nature of God.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they really did.
Show me in the book where it says that.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Show me in the book.
It's going to run your mouth.
Show me in the Bible where that.
Like a CNN.
Show me in the Bible where it says that.
I'm telling you.
I know you're telling me. I'm asking you to show me in the Bible.
The fact is that Abel gave a sacrifice, which was
Does it say they? Does it say that they had a conversation about anything that you just mentioned?
Ladies and gentlemen, this guy's the fraud. Okay, he's gonna over.
Did you come up here to cry or what?
That's all I'm hearing is crying.
I'm hearing lots of crying and no proof for their God.
Nick, was that you? I mean, thank you. Sir, we're here to have a discussion. This isn't a voice battle of who gets to talk over who. Host makes a statement, you respond to that statement or question, and vice versa. Okay?
Yeah.
If it's that much of a problem for you, there's the door.
Yeah,
now,
really
I
triggered
will
up in
send
here.
you a request to unmute yourself. But watch how you talk to host.
All right. So I get it now. Ma'am, are you Hindu?
Nope.
I'm Greek, and I'm Hellenic. I believe in the Greek pantheon.
Yeah, of course. So you guys are going to tell me what is real and what's not, or what I'm trying to tell you that Cain and Abel. Cain gave a sacrifice of work, like you do.
Is that what the book says?
He gave a sacrifice of his work. Yeah, it does. He went and worked hard and brought his little vegetables and
he brought it
gave them as a sacrifice.
Yes, he brought the fruit of the land, of course.
These are the two different ways you get to God. Either you ask God, you can't get there unless He allows you.
He's in preacher mode. Yeah, so anyways, what you're talking about is like whatever your theology is. I'm just asking you if you have any evidence for your God.
That's my evidence.
Your evidence is the Bible says something.
In reality, there's
This is
two
rough.
there's two types of religions.
I think you're living in an alternative reality. You're not in the reality that the rest of us are living in.
Oh, really?
So do you have any evidence for your God, or do you just want to preach?
I just told. Oh, now it's preaching if I give you evidence that you're asking for.
You didn't give me evidence. You said that the Bible said something.
My time with you, ladies and gentlemen.
You said that the Bible said something.
May I?
Goodbye.
Go for it.
May I? I'll see an eye. Oh, never mind.
He gone.
Okay.
Well, that didn't go so hot for him. Well, we got another pastor in the queue.
Boy, he let me up.
How you doing, Pastor?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Good. How you doing?
I'm peaceful and humble. I just want to let you know that I love you.
Mm-hmm.
And every man have their opinion or what they believe or what they think.
Hey, we love you too, man.
Yes, I just wanted to say that as for me, I was a atheist. I didn't believe. I grew up in a Christian home and I had my own belief about God, and I had an issue of learning how to read and write. I was struggling with something called dyslexia. I learned that later on down the line. The doctor said I was illiterate. The doctor said that I was never be able to learn or comprehend nothing in my life. And so I used to get bullied in school by other kids. And as I used to get bullied, because of my learning disability, kids would say, "Oh, you retarded. Oh, you don't know how to read." And I used to go in a little corner and cry and be so mad and angry at God. And I used to be like, "God, why you created me like this? Why you made me like this?" And then so I ended up getting involved with the wrong crowd, and I starting to hang out with gang members, and I starting to because they accepted me. They didn't shame. They didn't push me out. You know, they accept me for my condition and who I was. And I got to the point
Yeah.
went
So,
to
Pastor,
I
do you have anything to say on the topic?
Yes, the make a long story short, I got caught and I got caught by the Fed and I was looking at a life sentence in prison. As I was looking at a life sentence and I was in the jail cell and I said, God, if you're real, please don't allow me to get life. And I asked God, I said, if you real, teach me the Bible. And I read the whole Bible from Genesis to Revelation. He took the veil out of my eyes and I was able to read. Nobody taught me how to read it. And I learned from the Most High God, the higher power, to read the Bible. And that's what I've been through in my life. And I don't know about nobody else. That's my life story. I've been shot before. I got shot in the neck. I got
So,
shot in the leg.
God is real because you read the Bible?
I read the Bible and I ain't know how to read and write. Remember what I told you? When I was born, the doctor said I would never be able to read or be able to comprehend nothing in my life.
Yeah. How old were you when the doctor diagnosed you?
I was a baby. And
Yeah.
when I
How
was
old?
9 years old, huh?
So you were a baby when you got
Oh, when
diagnosed
I
with
was,
dyslexia.
no, I'm sorry. I see what you said. Oh, I'm sorry. When I was 9 years old, the doctor said I had a 5-year-old mind.
Yeah. So when you were a young man, 9 or 10 years old, you got diagnosed with dyslexia. It sounds like, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then as an adult, much later in your life, you were capable of reading.
And yeah, the age of 28.
Yeah, that happens with some people. My ex-wife had dyslexia, and she overcame it as well.
So that means that God showed her a miracle. That was only God could have.
No, she just practiced really hard.
Oh yeah, I didn't know how to read.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, I didn't know how to read, and then when
I
I
believe
was
it.
in prison, I prayed and I
How can
asked God.
you?
I said,
How
God, if you're real, teach me the Bible.
how could you go through school and not learn to read?
Um, I didn't get a chance to stay in school. I ended up leaving school as an age of 11, 12 years old, and ran on the street.
Okay. So what age did you drop out of school?
12.
Okay. I learned to read in school far before I was 12. Sounds to me like you probably did learn to read at some
I didn't
point.
know how to read at all.
Yeah. I don't believe this story, man.
No, I didn't. I was having a
I
hard
don't buy it.
time. The teacher was being aggressive. Go ahead, sir.
I don't buy the story, and I don't know. I don't think you're lying. I think you're just sensationalizing, looking at the story through rose-colored glasses and attributing it to God. The fact of the matter is, people with dyslexia, as they enter adulthood, often will be able to read at a much higher level than when they were children. It's just pretty normal.
So you don't believe in no higher power. That's what
No.
you're telling me.
Mm.
So you just believe that you just exist on your own. You just came on this earth on your own.
Yep.
Uh, so so could I prove some? Could I ask you something? You know, in the Bible, right? It say this is my theory. You don't have to believe it or not. Everybody got their own theory. You know what they want to believe it. I respect you. I just want to say I respect you, and I'm not trying to force religion on you. You know, because at the end of the day, we are human beings and we have the right to believe what we wanted to believe. So I respect you. You know, I'm not trying to force what I believe on you. You know, I respect for who you are and you know what you believe in. I don't knock you at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've been
Yeah.
respectful.
So what I wanted to point out is that the book, the Bible, it said that man was created from the dust of the earth. So the evidence that I got out of it, if you get like you got clothes on right now, if you get a white rag, a washing rag, what you bathe with, if you scrub your body with that rag, regardless what color you is, white, black, Japanese, or Haitians or Jamaican, wherever, that rag gonna come black. I want to know what
Black.
it's gonna turn to dust. I mean, it's gonna come to dust.
You lost me.
If you get a rag, right, you scrub your body with it, What color do it turn?
Not black. It doesn't turn anything. It turns the color of whatever was on my body.
Dust.
Yeah, like brown.
Yeah, that's still dust.
Yeah, our
So to
bodies
me,
accumulate dust. You know that, right?
yeah. So to me, I feel like it was a higher power that we was created from the dust of the earth, even though we came out of our mother womb.
You know we get dirty, right?
Listen to this, though. You got your clothes on, though. How can you have your whole clothes on when you take it off
Thank you,
and you
Solo.
shower and you scrub your body and the rag still turn dust?
That
It
never
still
happens to
turn
me.
dirty.
My
Huh?
my rag literally never turns any color other than the color that's on it, unless I've been like outside in the dirt in the yard.
I'm talking about a white rag. Try that.
I've got white rags. I
You
use them
see,
every time I go to a hotel. Oh, they have
you bring
nothing but
these in
white rags.
and the rag stay white. It don't change no other color, but it stay pure white. It don't.
Yep.
Are you
Wow.
talking about dead skin cells?
Wow. Unbelievable. All
Sounds to
right,
me like
man.
you play outside too much.
Who me? No, I don't.
I don't know what to
No,
tell
I
you. My rag stays the same color it started out with. Anyways, Pastor, I appreciate being here. It was good talking to you. I'm going to try to get someone up in here who thinks they have evidence for the Christian God, okay?
okay, then no problem. You be blessed, and I love you, and I pray that God will reveal what you're seeking for.
For sure. Absolutely. Good talking to you, man.
All right, no problem. Take care.
Cheers. He's a sweet man. So somebody in the comments, one of the users that's been in the comments, have been asking to come up, and I don't see you in the guest box. So you're going to have to actually get into the guest box to come up.
That was probably that
Moon
that
God
guy
or
that
something?
yeah.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, Divine?
Yes.
I'm doing well. Glad to finally come up. Hi, Justin,
Good to have you
Deborah, and Hani.
Hanji.
Hanji. Awesome. So it's good to finally be up. So probably not going to be what you're expecting, because I know you're looking for someone who is a Christian.
So
I
you're
used to
not.
be a Christian. Oh, what was that?
You're not a Christian.
No, I used to be.
Okay, well, we're looking for Christians, okay?
Before you take me off, can I say something real quick though?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. I've learned that Christianity, like when I was a Christian, it was actually holding me back.
I agree. We all agree with
When
you.
when I let go of Christianity, I figured out who I was, became a lot happier, and I'm actually right now I'm on a mission to expose the Bible and how it's wrong, and not like totally wrong, but like.
Well, Divine, you came to the right place. That's what we do every night. So I appreciate you
But
being here,
like,
man.
but my thing is like, so I'm in the process of writing the true holy book.
Okay. Can't wait to read it.
Justin, make sure to wash the back of your knees.
Yeah, I always boundaries, guys. Guys, we have boundaries here. If you want to talk about your beliefs and you're not here to talk about the topic, you can start your own live. That's the thing you can do. I'm not stopping you. No one's stopping you from doing it. That's right. Always wash behind your ears. I heard from the comments. Never forget
Yes.
your belly button, your ears, behind your knees, between your toes. Even remember, if you don't clean between your toes properly, you can get athlete's foot. Nobody wants that. This guest is not connecting, so we'll move on to the next one. Moon God, I don't see you in the queue. So
I
if you
told him to come up, so
yeah, if you still, oh, he finally popped in. If you still wanna get up, make sure you're actually still in the queue. How you doing,
Hey,
Ashton?
yeah, good on you.
Good.
how old are you?
I am 35.
Okay.
So I'm pretty new to all of this myself, but I thought I'd give it a shot. Before anything, I want you to define what you mean by Christian God.
The God that is defined in the Bible.
But like, can you define his character?
The Bible does. The Bible defines them in about 100 different ways. Every Christian I talk to, though, has their own idea of how they conceive of God. So I'll leave it up to you to prove your specific version of the biblical God.
So if I said that the Christian God is like God, like the fruits of the Spirit, love, peace, joy, would you agree with that?
No.
Okay, so if
Those are
God isn't that,
feelings.
if God isn't those characteristics, then is it possible that you can't find him because you're looking for the wrong God?
No.
How so?
Yeah, because evidence for God doesn't actually require that God to be a specific God. Like, it doesn't matter if he's specifically good or specifically patient. The God, if he existed, has the same amount of evidence whether he was patient or not. Also, you've got some sort of a weird echo. Am I on speakerphone?
Yeah, I can
Can
get
you
my
take it off
headphones. Give me
speaker?
a second here.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Catherine, for your 5-month subscription. Thank you so much.
I missed that. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Give him a second. Hey,
Yeah.
Dr. Joe, good to see you
So,
in here.
to be better now.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes.
Yeah, so you say, on the one hand, you're saying God isn't love, but at the same time you say, the God that you're looking for isn't love and you can't find him. So that's what
No,
I'm not really
what I'm
understanding.
telling you is that it doesn't matter how you define your God. You can take any of the biblical attributes that are ascribed to God. It doesn't matter which ones you take. The fact of the matter is you don't have any evidence that that God exists.
But I mean, what is it that you're looking for? That's my question. So if you say something's imaginary, you have to first
Yeah,
know, you have to first define, like,
that means it exists in your mind and nowhere else.
but how, I mean, if you've experienced things like love and peace and joy, how can you say it doesn't exist?
I think love and peace and joy exist.
Yeah, so if God is the source of that, that's what the Christian God is.
Cool. Now demonstrate that God is the source of that.
Would you say that all religions are the same? Like if you met a Christian person,
No, they're
and you
all
met
different.
people from other faiths,
They're
how are
very
they
different.
different?
Very different.
How?
The Jehovah Witnesses, the Mormons literally believe that God is a human-like deity that lives on another planet called Kolob. Do you believe that?
No.
No, of course. So obviously they're not all the same.
But I mean, in terms of character, would you say that like all religions, they all of them have that same?
No, they're all different.
Yeah, I mean, because if you look at the example that Jesus set, he was basically about sacrificing himself for others, right? So that's the core of Christianity, is like sacrificing
Yes,
yourself for others.
I'm aware, but what is the evidence that your God exists? It doesn't matter what you think Jesus did. Like if you think Jesus was really cool, that's great. I like some of Jesus's teachings as well, but how can you demonstrate that your God is like really existing?
Wouldn't that be in those that are actually willing to do that then? I mean, someone that's actually willing to do it, wouldn't that be proof that
No.
comes from God?
No, it just proves that people who believe in the religion will do what the religion teaches. That's all it is. Right? When Hindus do what their religion teaches, does that mean that the Hindu gods are real?
Well, perhaps their faith is what makes it real. I mean, faith makes everything real to some extent. Like even the fact that we still use the dollar. I mean, they just print the dollar out of thin air, but we believe in it, right?
I have faith that you punched your neighbor in the nose yesterday. Does that make it real?
No.
Right, yeah. So having faith doesn't make anything real.
But it gives things power. That's the difference. It gives things power.
Yeah, it's called the placebo effect. Thank you for the heart, Rusty. Yeah, that's called the placebo effect. People, when they believe they're being empowered by something, will behave in a way in which they are empowered by something. In fact, there's a study I haven't talked about in a couple of months, but there's a really good study. I've got it documented somewhere where they took weightlifters and they split them into 3 groups. One group said they were going to get performance-enhancing drugs, and then they were given them. One group was told they were going to get performance-enhancing drugs, and they were given a placebo. And then one group was told that they wouldn't be getting any drugs, and that was the control group. And the thesis was that people who didn't receive any of the drugs would perform just a little bit better than the control group. As it turns out, they basically doubled the control group. They performed so well that they nearly came close to where the performance enhancing drug group was. So the placebo effect is real. If somebody believes that they're being empowered by something, it can actually sometimes enable them to do things that they normally wouldn't do.
And so what's wrong with that? So but I mean, that's what I say, like, you have to define.
Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong with it. But, believing in something inherently is not wrong. I'm just asking you, but do you have evidence that your God actually exists? You can believe anything you want to, but is there evidence for that belief?
It's like chicken before the egg, because, I mean, if you say that faith does work, like if you believe in stuff, then good things can happen. And Jesus said the same thing. I mean, you're basically agreeing like with everything Jesus says, but then you say Jesus doesn't
No,
exist.
I have good things happen to me all the time. I don't believe in any gods.
But you've read the Bible. So how do you know that those things that you've read aren't, like, you're not subconsciously practicing?
Because I don't own slaves, and I don't subjugate women, things like that. That's why I know.
I mean, you don't own slaves. So by the way, like, how do you know that back then owning a slave was the same as it would be today? Like,
Because
let's
the
say
Bible
back
describes
then,
it. Leviticus 25 describes slavery.
but back then they would also like communicate. I mean, they had a lot closer connection to God. So maybe they
I don't
didn't
think
need
so.
like all the material stuff like we need today. Maybe their joy was just in their relationship with God. So
Sounds like
could
they
do
didn't
any
need
job,
slaves
like,
then.
it wasn't like as important how much money you had, because if you
Then why
got
did they have
joy with
slaves?
God, then
If money was
in
important,
order to
why
get
did
stuff done.
if
We
money
didn't
was
have
important?
technology.
If money was important, then why in the world did they need slaves?
They didn't have technology. It's just how they got stuff done.
Yeah, I'm asking you, why did they need slaves though?
Because
Could they have
there's
got?
still like economic
Could,
activity that you have to
could they?
do,
Could they
right?
have not have? Could they have not have got it done just by paying them as a hired laborer?
Yeah, but again,
Yeah,
but maybe they didn't
so
need
there's
as
the answer
much
to the
money.
question.
That's
The
the
slaves
point.
are not necessary. The reason why people had slaves instead of hired laborers is because it was cheaper. They wanted to make more profit. So it was about money. Yeah. Asher, what I'm hearing from this conversation is that you don't have any evidence for your God.
I blocked Divine Oracle. He
Well,
is literally trying to form a cult in the chat.
Oh, he's going off in the chat?
Yeah.
so I would
He's a
say,
cult.
like, basically, it's like it's a catch-22, because you're saying provide proof, and I'm saying, okay, well, if you can see the things that God's describing himself as in the world, that's proof. And you're saying, no,
It's not
that's
proof.
not who God is. Like,
Because that exists in other religions, right? Other religions profess to
but that's the
bestow.
lie. That's basically the lie. That's Satan saying,
Oh, right.
you know,
That's why I'm asking you. How do you know that that's a lie, but yours is true?
because
See?
Satan can only claim those things, but he can't produce them. That's
But
why.
Ashton, listen to my question very carefully. How do you know that your religion is the true one as opposed to the lie?
Again, because only God can produce the fruits of the Spirit. Satan can't produce those.
Incorrect. I'm asking you, how do you know that your religion is true and the other religions are not? Because the other religions would just say that you're deceived, right?
But that's what I'm saying. The other religions, they could never produce those fruits of the Spirit unless it comes from God,
I have the fruits of the
Christian
Spirit.
God.
No, that's not true.
Would you say that you have fruit? What are the fruits of the Spirit? Can you name them?
Love,
Well,
joy.
go ahead, baby. It's your
What is
life.
it? Love, joy, peace, gentleness, kindness. Oh, the faithfulness. I forget. There's more of them.
Stop. Faithfulness. So okay, you just said that God is imaginary, and you
Yeah,
said that
he is.
you've got the fruits of the Spirit, faithfulness.
Yeah, not
So
in God
if you
though.
don't,
Faithfulness in your partner, in your friendships, doesn't have to be a deity.
Right. So this is like the weakest argument I've heard in a long time. The idea that people have like good personality traits in no way invalidates your particular God at all. That's silly. Other religions tell you to act in a way that brings love, joy, peace, kindness, so on and so forth. If
But
just so, Chef Caleb, thank you
that's
for
the
the heart.
false light. That's the false light.
And
It's like Trump
that's what I'm
and all
trying
these
to
people.
that's what I'm trying
Yeah.
to tell you, Ashton. How do you know that your religion is true and the other religion that also talks about love, joy, peace, kindness, so on and so forth? How do you know that that is the lie?
You know, like when it says you shall know them by their fruits, unless
I know
unless
what the
God's
Bible
actually
says.
given,
I'm
unless God's
ask,
given you the fruits,
I'm asking
you won't
you're
know
not
how to.
Ashton, you're not understanding my question at all. I'm asking you to provide some sort of metric, some method that you can use to determine that love, joy, peace, and patience is coming specifically from your God as opposed to another God, because other gods also promise these things.
I think
Mine
it
don't
basically
promise
comes.
them, but
I think it
Thank you,
comes
Ellis.
down to the definition of them. So
I don't think it
it's like
does.
if I said define love, you could, like, as any other religion, you could only give me
Ashton, are you
a
going to answer my
definition of love.
question or no?
So repeat your question.
How do you know that these personality traits are coming from your God as opposed to another God?
Because they're real.
That's not the answer to the question. How do you know that this thing that you call real comes from your God as opposed to Vishnu and Brahma?
Yeah, because because they're real. I mean, any other characteristic
guy
would
doesn't
be
get it.
not real. It would be false.
All right, Ashton, I don't think you have any idea of what you're talking about. This is literally the weakest argument for God I've heard in weeks. Surely this can't be the best you have.
So you said that you've got patience as a fruit of the spirit, right?
I've had patience to keep you up here for about 10 or 15 minutes when I should have cut you after about 5.
So that's the difference. I believe that a Christian will have unlimited patience.
I'm
That's
not a
like a good
Christian.
example. Exactly. That's why you don't have patience.
Yeah. Either way, your God is not real, and you have no proof that he's real.
I do. The
No, you
proof
don't.
is fruits of the spirit. That's the proof.
No.
And those that believe it have them, and those
That's
that
not
don't
proof.
believe it don't have
So
them.
I'll ask you for the last time. Other religions offer the same types of personality characteristics if you're part of that religion. Why is their religion false but your religion true?
Because okay, so we're going in circles. Look,
Because you won't
again,
answer the question.
well, no, my definition of that Christian God is that
No, your
those
definition's
things.
irrelevant. Your definition is irrelevant. I'm asking you to demonstrate how you know that these personal characteristics come from your God as opposed to anybody else's God.
Because they're not the same. You're comparing apples and oranges, right?
It's irrelevant.
Mm.
These
You're
personality
saying
these personality
you're saying,
characteristics use your patience. These personality characteristics are promised by other deities and other religions. Whether or not the list is identical is completely irrelevant. I'm asking you how you know that your love, joy, peace, patience, and kindness, generosity, so on and so forth. How do you know that that comes from your God as opposed to another God?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question in order to answer that.
So he's
What
not
is
Thank
the
you,
gonna-
Forrest,
difference?
for the subscription. No, he's not.
So how do I know that they come from the Christian God and they don't come from any other God? Because there's a difference. The Christian God is giving me one type of fruit, and the other gods are giving you another type of fruit. That's
He's not
how I know.
listening.
No.
There's
All right,
only
well, anyways,
there's only one type. There's
I'm
only
going to
one true
exercise some
fruit.
discernment
Wait
and
till he
cut
finds
you.
out that the story that he is writing so hard for came from the Sumerians, the Babylonians, and the fucking Greeks.
He has no clue how to answer the question that I asked because he
Malaka,
wasn't
that
even
was
listening to it.
painful. I'm
Well,
releasing the
not,
Kraken, baby.
yep, not, that was painful. I can agree with that indeed.
So Phoenix, what's going on?
I'm doing great, bro. That's my first time on the live, and I kind of like the argument that you all going about, actually. But there's one little thing that I would change though.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you point out Christian God. One, there's God. You can give it many names. And Tanakh and the Torah and the Quran and the Hindu Bible, they can have many names like Yahweh, Allah, or whatever.
Are you
Where
sure you're Christian?
yes, and not on the sense that Christianity is preached.
Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, I
Do you think?
do.
Do you believe in the Trinity?
Not in the sense that it's preached also.
But do you believe in Yahweh?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're more or less a Christian. Cool. Do you have any evidence that the Christian God is real?
Christian God, on the true sense of the term, yes. Not on the sense that is being the propaganda that is being done.
I'd love to hear it.
Let's go for one thing. There is a holy city that everyone that in the three main religions that is mostly known to the world, the Jews, the Muslim, and the Christian,
Mm-hmm.
is called Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
Where exactly those three books? Right now, I'm actually reading the Quran because I'm in search of knowledge, not propaganda, religion, or whatever people are trying to give me, whatever, full the crap of everybody's head with.
Yeah, so what does Jerusalem have to do with demonstrating that your God is true?
The thing is, all those three religions are preaching of one God. Where it deviate, it's about
Not
Jesus
really.
Christ.
No. Christianity teaches a completely different Yahweh than Judaism.
Completely different?
Yeah, according to Christianity, there's like a Trinity.
That
Do you believe?
comes when
Do you
God
believe that Jesus is God?
is a representation of God, like the path that we can follow to reach the level of God.
But do you think he is God?
Yes, in some ways.
Because both Paul and the book of Revelation says that Jesus is God.
Jesus is God because basically it's like God made flesh. Most people
Okay.
like faith. Where what we say, you have faith in your friends, like Henji said.
Cool.
Faith and love, Henji. Henji or Hanji?
Yeah, I think either one would be fine.
Okay. You have faith and love, faith and kindness, and all of that.
Right. So what
Most
evidence do you have
people,
that your God is real? I guess we're trying to figure that out.
what evidence?
Yeah.
Let's say the Higgs boson,
The
recently
Higgs
discovered at
the
CERN.
Higgs boson is your evidence?
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, go for it. I'd love to hear it.
Science have been trying to prove the Big Bang Theory for ages.
I don't think it needs to be proven. It pretty much has been.
It pretty much has been, but the photography of the universe, as far as they can go, because the speed of light only reached a certain level where they call it the border of the universe. And to explain it, lately CERN fired the Hadron Particle Accelerator again to just said that they cannot go further than the Higgs boson.
The Higgs boson has nothing to do with whether or not you can see back in see back in time.
See back in time, but seeing back in time, it's seeing back at the beginning of the universe. Therefore, proving that God exists.
Not even close. I don't think you've proven anything. Do you even know what the Higgs boson is?
The particle of God, the one that
No.
all the universe come from.
Incorrect.
Correct me, please.
Do you know why the Higgs boson was called the God particle?
Not to completely understand the particle physics that I read, but it's basically said it's the particle that actually created the Big Bang.
Not at all. No. The Higgs boson was called the God particle because it was so hard to find. It was characterized as being impossible to find, just like God. In fact, the guy who coined the term God particle that came from a book that he wrote in 1993, and he referred to it as the goddamn particle because it was so goddamn hard to find. But he obviously couldn't publish a book with that title, so he just referred to it as the God particle, indicating that it's nearly impossible to find. So that's how it got the name. It has nothing to do with it being important for life or anything like that. It's just one of the many particles, one of the elementary particles of the universe.
I stand corrected. Then I need to make more research on that part.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I don't believe in one Christian God, because Christianity in the long term, I know I'm gonna put a lot of people in the live here pissed. I'm gonna make a lot of them pissed. Christianity in the terms is like it's deviated. It's like indoctrinating people to follow some belief of there's only one religion, one thing, getting back to the prehistoric era.
What are
God
you talking
exists.
about? The Bible
God,
says in Revelation 21:8 that the non-believers are going to be thrown into the lake of fire.
the non-believers of what exactly? The
People
God or
don't,
Christianity?
people who don't believe in Jesus as the Messiah.
Me, I believe in God. I believe in Jesus came, made flesh to show me the path to reach enlightenment.
Cool.
Not exactly that it's gonna be blind people, blind thing to follow. Like Muhammad was a prophet of the Muslim. He showed them the path to Allah.
He showed them the path of how to touch little children.
That too. They
Yeah.
said that he was married to a 12-year-old kid, which was
Aisha.
weird.
He got married to Aisha at age 6 and consummated the marriage at age 9. Do you think that that's a role model? Do you think that's a
No,
person who came
that's the
from God?
reason why I said I believe in God, but not the prophet that come after, like where the religion diverse.
Cool. Yeah. So, what evidence do you have that the Christian God is real? Because I haven't heard any yet.
Christian God, no. God
There's
in
no
the long
evidence for
term,
that.
yes.
Okay. Well, if there's no evidence for God, then I don't know if we have anything to debate here, do we?
For the Christian God, you said,
Yep.
but not for God in the big term.
Well, we're talking about the Christian God, but I don't think any God exists, and I don't think you can demonstrate that any God exists either.
Oh, so the pantheon written in the Bible, the 144,000 connection in one book, that is made.
I think you've just misquoted that fact. Are you referring to the 66,000 cross references?
Yeah, the cross references is actually not only 166.
Yeah, what do you think a cross reference is?
According to the 66 books that the Catholicism translated for the Protestantism when they was created.
No, the
But
Catholics
read
didn't
the
translate
Latin
them for the
version of the Bible.
Protestants. So now you're on two different topics. Do you want to talk about the cross references or how you don't know translational history?
Translational history, okay, knowledge is power. Let's say that.
This
Let's
guy's
go.
all over the place. All right, so I feel like you're just gonna like ramble on one pivot from another. I don't see how any of this actually helps you demonstrate that your God is true. And we're losing. We've already lost like 75 viewers since you've been in here because I think everyone knows you don't actually have any evidence. So I'm just gonna move on. Okay, Phoenix.
Suit yourself.
All right, cheers.
So Justin, how long have you been doing this? Like asking believers where their God is?
Good question. I just started this topic probably a couple weeks ago now. Maybe, I don't know, 2 months ago.
But like you've been on TikTok for a long time debating Christians, asking for proof, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
I thought that if we were to seek, we would find.
He's very hard to find. He's like a
Very
Higgs
hard to
boson.
find. Right. Okay.
LG has put out quite a few APBs looking for Jesus. Haven't come up yet, but we're going to keep looking.
How's it going, sir? Mr.
Good.
Joseph.
How you doing,
are
Lamb?
today, man?
Thank you for the heart.
So,
what's in your mind?
yes, how's it going? So I obviously can't force religion on you, but I hope you could listen to what I have to say and why I believe. I'm a believer, right?
Well, I probably already know what you believe. I'm asking why you believe it.
Yeah, right. So, first of all, the many eyewitnesses that saw Jesus perform miracles. I
Sure.
think they are a very good, like, reliable source.
Miracles or the eyewitnesses?
No, the eyewitnesses witnessed the miracles, right?
All right, so you're aware that there are eyewitnesses to Vespasian's miracles.
Right, but let me finish my point here.
Right,
So,
but no, well, I mean, your point is not worth finishing if your point is incorrect, right? So your point is that there are eyewitnesses to Jesus doing miracles, but there are eyewitnesses to lots of other people from the same time period.
yes, but eyewitnesses to miracles that
Yeah.
are like otherworldly, like that are of a higher power. Like,
Is this your first debate, man? Thank you, Chef. Thank you, Blizzard. I appreciate that.
no, I'm not really here to debate. I'm just here to explain why I'm like really convinced because
Right. Yeah, but are you aware that there are eyewitnesses to Vespasian healing people from blindness?
okay, I don't believe in that. 'Cause
Right, and
there's
I
not
don't
enough-
believe. Yeah, I
there's
don't
not
believe
en-
in your miracle stories either.
Okay, but I feel like there's just not enough, like, there's not enough like proof to these other eyewitnesses. So
How do you know that? Have you read any proof? Did you even know? Do you know who Vespasian even is?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, how can you tell me that their story is not true?
Because I don't know. I've never heard of it. So clearly,
I
it's
know
not.
you haven't. The Christians never have. There's a bunch of miracle workers in the first century. Jesus was one of many. Like there's a dime a dozen in the first century.
Right, but none of them claim to be God, right?
Yeah, Vespasian was. Vespasian not only claimed to be a fulfilling Jewish prophecy, but he, along with at least six other leaders of Rome, were deified.
1 second. Sorry. So what I was saying was the reason I believe so much, and you just give me a second to finish because I'd like to make a point.
I mean, if you just want to make 1 point or five, I mean, go for it. I mean, if you say something that is demonstrably, silly, I might point it out to you.
Okay. Do you mind doing that after? I like have respect for you, but just
All
please
right,
let
go
me
for
finish
it.
my
Do
argument.
the whole monologue, and then I'll address each point.
Okay, please. So first of all, I don't see how 38,000 Romans would choose Jesus Christ so clearly that they would let their lives go away because they claim to see Jesus Christ. The choice was choose Caesar as your king or choose Jesus as your king and be thrown to the pit of lions, and they chose that. And also many Christians were crucified. Are you even listening?
I'm writing it down.
Oh, okay. And many Christians were crucified because they believed so strongly that Jesus was the Son of God, the Messiah, right? So I don't see how that could just be made up, right? Why would people lose their lives for something that is just made up? Why would they lie about this to the point where they would be willing to lose their lives? And also, when Jesus heals a blind man, he is presented in the synagogue in front of the Pharisees, and were kicked.
Pharisees.
Not the Pharisees, sorry, and were kicked out of the synagogue, which was seen as if you were kicked out of the synagogue, you were seen as an outcast, right? So I don't understand why these people would throw their whole lives away just because they believed in the word of Jesus. I don't see how that could ever be a misunderstanding or fake or false or lied about.
Those are your 3 points. Do you have any more?
No, sir. Please address
Cool.
me.
So the first point, you said something about 38,000 Romans. That is absolutely nothing that appears in the Bible. There's no
3,800. Sorry.
Okay, so 3,800 Romans. Let me get rid of that. 3,800. Okay. Where can I find 3,800 Romans that testified to anything Jesus did?
1 second. I'm looking it up right now. Okay, what was your question again?
Well, you mentioned about 3,800 Romans being apparently following Jesus and or being fed to the lions. Where can I find that data that says there was 3,800 Romans that chose to be fed to lions rather than say no to Jesus?
Can I give you like, I don't know how to give you a site. I don't have enough followers to show my screen, but I have an article right here. If you want, I can read it to you.
Yeah, you're saying there's 3,800 Romans, specifically Romans, who got fed to the lions. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So can I read you what I'm seeing here?
Sure.
It says modern historians estimate that during this period, known as, I can't even say that word, or great persecution, and extending several years beyond the reign of, can't say that word either, as many as 3,000 to 3,500 Christians were executed under the authority of the imperial edicts.
Yeah. Where's the source for that? Like, who are they quoting?
This is, let me see. This is Wikipedia. This is like
right. Go to the source though.
This is historians.
I know. Go to the source within the Wikipedia article.
It's the source. This is the highlighted text that I'm reading in the source.
Well, Wikipedia is not a source, but inside of the Wikipedia article, you will find sources listed.
They're usually at the bottom. And Kem wants to know, Justin, if you have any recommendations on books regarding the Canaanites.
Yeah, I've got a bunch. Yeah. Okay, so
I can't find the.
I know you don't know how sources work on Wikipedia. That's fine. So it's fine. So early Christians, some of them Roman, some of them Jewish, some of them Greek, so on and so forth, were actually tried for their faith. Pliny the Younger writes about this specifically. So I'm not disputing that some early Christians were persecuted for their faith. But I would say that falls in line with the second point that I think you were making, which is that why would people die for a lie? And as it turns out, people die for a lie all the time. 900 people gave their lives for Jim Jones. 70 people gave their lives for David Koresh. Many thousands of Muslim people give their lives for their faith. So I don't actually find it to be compelling that Christianity has martyrs, because every religion, people are willing to become martyrs. Right?
One second. Okay, I'm back. So what did you say again? I'm sorry.
Said every religion, just about, there are people that are willing to become martyrs for the religion. It doesn't demonstrate that the religion is true. 900 people gave their lives for Jim Jones, and that was actually pretty recent. Was it the 1980s?
Right, but why were they so convinced that he was the truth that they would die for him?
Because they believed that he was the Messiah. They believed that he was sent by God, and they believed that he did miracles and healings and things like that, and they believed it so much that they were willing to give their lives for it. 900 people.
They had eyewitnesses.
70s. I'm saying 1978 or 1979.
Yeah, 79. Okay, almost 80s. Yeah, so 900 people literally committed suicide for their cult leader.
Thank you, Demon Girl, for resubscribing, my dear. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Demon Girl. Yeah, so listen, people sacrifice their lives for their religious beliefs all the time. In fact, most of the people that were kamikazes in the World War I and II, those kamikaze pilots were doing it with the understanding that the Japanese emperor was divine, that they were getting a divine command from God.
Right, but the reason that these people died was because they seen eyewitness testimonies. They have speak to the eyewitness testimonies.
No, we don't know that. In fact, most of the Christians that were persecuted, most of the Christians that were persecuted came long after Jesus was already passed away. They weren't eyewitnesses to anything.
Right, but what about the eyewitnesses who did?
What about them? 900 people were eyewitnesses to Jim Jones's ministry.
I mean, Judas was a follower of Christ, and he betrayed Christ, and he hung himself.
Well, kind of. It depends on which narrative you read. If you read the book of Acts or you read the Gospels, there's two different stories, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is that somebody willing to give their lives for their cult leader is not evidence that their cult leader is like true.
But the thought of someone dying and losing their life for something that you think isn't true just couldn't make sense to me. And the many like people who
I didn't say
had
that.
that.
I don't
Well,
know.
you don't
I don't know
believe in
why every
Jesus,
I don't know
so
why every Christian
you
brings this.
believe it.
Every time we talk about this, I hear this every single time. I am not saying that the Christian martyrs gave their lives for a lie that they knew was a lie. Obviously, they were convinced that it was true, but that doesn't make it true. We have people of every different religion who believe a lie so much that they believe it's so true that they're willing to give their lives for it. Charles Manson, people were willing to commit their lives to Charles Manson.
1 second.
So that's not good evidence. Just saying people were convinced enough that they were willing to give their life for it, that's not good evidence. Some angry typing.
Sorry, my keyboard is loud.
Yeah. So the next point, the healings, you talked about them being kicked out of the synagogues.
Yeah.
Synagogues technically weren't actually in use in the first century. That's kind of anachronistic. They probably would have been presented to the temple in Jerusalem, and they weren't excommunicated from the assembly. That's not in the Gospels anywhere. That's just something that you kind of made up. So I don't know where you got
I'm
that
pretty
from.
sure that's in the Bible. No, hold on.
No, it's not there.
Yes. Other sin. Okay, hold on. Okay, where did they bring the blind man? Where were the Pharisees when the Pharisee, not
Pharisees.
the Pharisees? Where were the Pharisees at when that the blind man met them? Where were they?
Most likely in a temple.
What was the temple called?
The temple.
Oh, it was just called the temple.
Yeah.
Why was it didn't have a name? Because now
Yeah, it was also
aren't
called the
Jewish
House of
temples called
Yahweh.
synagogues? No,
It was called the House of Yahweh.
the house of Yahweh. Okay, well, the house of Yahweh, whatever it is, synagogue. They went there, and it was
That's not what a synagogue is. A synagogue is a Greek word. All right, never mind. It's fine. Listen, whoever Jesus healed, right? The person who was presented before the Pharisees, they weren't removed from worshiping at the temple.
no, they were. It says in the Bible they were thrown out.
I know they were tossed out. That doesn't mean they never come back.
Well, what is it? What does being thrown out mean to you? They just literally picked them up and threw them out,
Yeah, they removed them.
as in picking them up and throwing them out.
No, I didn't say they picked them up and threw them out. You just removed. It's an idiom. You know how idioms work, right?
Yes, I know how idioms work.
Yeah.
Okay, but I also have another question about the 5,000 people that Jesus fed.
Oh,
So
I have lots of questions about that.
really, how could 5,000 people claim to be fed by Jesus,
They
but
didn't.
it not be true?
They didn't.
So then, who did Jesus feed?
Nobody.
So then, this
If
is
five if
false.
5,000 people were miraculously fed by Jesus on the shores of Galilee, I would expect a handful of them to tell that story to others and to somebody to write that story down. But that story doesn't exist in any secular sources. In fact, that's the one story of the Bible, even though it's a doublet. There's another one where he fed 4,000. That's the one story of the Bible that I see it being the least credible out of all the stories of the Bible, because somebody would have said something to somebody else and somebody would have wrote that stuff down, yet they didn't. The only story that ever survived is the narrative from the Gospels. You're telling me that not a single Roman or secular source wrote that down? That's crazy.
So this is just basically you don't believe in the Bible and I do.
I'm saying is that story in particular is the most egregious story of all the stories about Jesus. Now, I'm sure you believe that the Bible's true. I don't believe that the Bible's true. I'd be
Right.
willing to let you convince me that the Bible's true. Is there a compelling reason why I should believe that the Bible's true?
The many people who died in the name of Jesus because they so greatly believed that he was the Messiah, the Son of God, that they
Okay,
were willing to
so
die for
that's
him.
back to the other argument that you started previously that doesn't work. So being willing to die for something doesn't make it true.
I know, but it's not them being willing to
Then why do
die
you
for
keep
something.
saying it?
They didn't
Why
have
do
the
you keep,
choice.
if you know it's not
Listen,
helpful, why do you keep saying it?
they had the choice to live and they had the choice to die, right? And they
Yeah,
chose to die because
I
they did
know.
not want to deny their God.
I know. And so did 900 people when Jim Jones had them drink the Kool-Aid.
Did
They
they have
had the option to leave. They could have left. You know, some of them left, right?
Let me actually look this up.
They were interviewed by the press.
When was this?
1978, 79. Have you never heard of Jim Jones? These Christians, man.
Let me see.
Okay, so people are willing to give their life for their beliefs or things they claim to witness all the time. It's perfectly normal. Are you aware that over 20,000 Parthians sacrificed their lives for the resurrected Nero?
Who's the resurrected Nero?
He
See,
was
there's
another.
all these like stories and like things that I've never heard of, and they're
I
not heard of
know.
for a reason.
Yeah,
Does that make
because you haven't
sense?
done any homework. See, that's the problem. I have. So 20,000 Parthians believe that they were being led in battle by the resurrected Emperor Nero. And they literally thought they were going to march into Jerusalem and reinstall Nero as emperor now that he's risen from the dead. And of course, they got unalived by the Romans. They were just I can't say the word, mercilessly destroyed by the Romans. Bro, if you keep banging that keyboard, it's not going to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Nah, it's just loud. It's like I don't know what's wrong with it. Wait, so I'd like context on why
Why
the
what?
Kool-Aid happened. Why did they die for the Kool-Aid again?
They didn't die for the Kool-Aid. They died for Jim Jones. They believed that Jim Jones was the Messiah
Right,
incarnate
but why
the
did they
same
take the
way
Kool-Aid?
Because they were convinced of all of his teachings and his miracles and things like that.
No, but what was like the reasoning of the Kool-Aid? What did the Kool-Aid do?
It unalived them. The reason why they took the Kool-Aid is because, according to Jim Jones's own
Why did they die
prophecies,
for Kool-Aid? What does Kool-Aid have to do with their resurrected king?
they didn't die for Kool-Aid. They died for Jim Jones.
What does Jim Jones resurrecting have
This
anything
guy's
to
really
do with
struggling.
Kool-Aid?
Jim Jones was a cult leader, and he convinced 900 of his followers to commit suicide by drinking Kool-Aid.
He convinced 900. So then it's not okay. So if you're convincing your own followers to kill themselves, does that not sound contradictory? Because
No,
Jesus,
because that's literally what Jesus did. Jesus
Jesus,
said, if you want to keep your life, you will lose it. If you lose your life, you will find it. He said, pick up your cross and follow me. Whoever does not forsake their life is not worthy of following me. I did not come to being priest, but a sword. You must hate your mother and father to follow me. Jesus never once,
but Jesus
said
did not go
that
out
he
and
was
tell
going to
people to kill
preserve your life.
themselves for
Jesus
him.
said over and over again, you will be persecuted because I am persecuted. They will lock you up and they will throw you in prison.
Right, but Jesus.
Oh, Sarah, thank you for the road. It's good to see you.
Right, but Jesus didn't go out and tell 900 people to unalive themselves in his name. Jesus said,
Jim Jones did.
Jesus said,
So?
keep my name and don't deny my name, for you will
So?
not have salvation.
Jim Jones did, though.
But he told 900 of his people to unalive themselves.
And then they did. And do you know why they did? Because they
truly
believed
believed that
him.
he was resurrected.
They truly believed his teachings.
Right,
So
but telling
so
telling
being
900
convinced
of your followers to kill themselves.
so being convinced by someone's teachings enough that you would give your life is not evidence that the teaching or the person teaching is real.
Right, I think you using this Kool-Aid thing is not accurate because he
It is
told
accurate.
his followers to kill themselves. Unalive
It
themselves.
doesn't matter. They
Jesus
did
never
it.
said unalive yourself.
It
Jesus
doesn't
said,
matter.
"Hold my name, or you will
Or
not
you're
have
not here. You're
salvation."
not actually hearing the point. Listen very carefully to my point. It doesn't matter if they taught different things. That's irrelevant. The point that you're bringing is that somebody's willingness to give their life for something gives validity to it, but it does not, because people are willing to give their lives for their cult leaders all the time. It doesn't make that they're cult leaders. Doesn't mean that they're true.
Did Jim Jones whatever the heck his name is, Jim Jones, right?
Honest atheist, honest theist. Thank you so much for the dino. What are you saying there?
His name
About
was
Jim
Jim Jones.
that wasn't his birth name, I don't think, but that's what he
Okay,
went
well,
by.
I'll
Yeah.
just refer him as
At the
Jim
People's
Jones.
Temple.
Did Jim Jones promise salvation to them to go to heaven?
Oh, I'm not really sure, but it's also irrelevant.
Well, no, it is because
It's not
the
relevant.
reason
So
it
I'll
is
try.
because
I'll try this
listen,
one more time. I want you
just
to listen to.
1 second. Just listen 1 second. The reason that
So I'm just gonna try this one more time. Okay. It doesn't matter what they taught. What they taught is irrelevant. What you're suggesting is somebody's willingness to give their life adds validity to the cult. And I'm telling you it doesn't, because people are willing to give their lives for their cult leaders all the time. It's completely irrelevant what they taught.
right, but
And yes, he
Jesus.
did promise his followers salvation, by the way.
Okay, then that goes against what I was about to say because I did not know that.
But it's also irrelevant what he taught. He could taught that if you do what I tell you to, you'll grow 3 legs and your skin will turn purple. It's irrelevant. What we're talking about is whether or not people are willing to give lives for their belief systems, and does that validate their belief systems? And it doesn't.
Well, what would make, like, if you saw, like, answer this honestly, if you saw a man make a crippled person walk who could not walk, would you believe them? And if they said to honor my name, even if put to death, would you do it?
I don't know if I would, but I do know that if
Really?
somebody healed a
So then you're
crippled man,
dishonest with yourself.
I need you to listen to what I'm telling you now. If I saw somebody heal a crippled man, I would be willing to entertain the idea that this was a very special person. I would need more evidence, though, to just give my life for that person.
Right, but seeing the teachings of Jesus, I'm referring to Jesus, right? He said
Yeah,
that he's the Son of God. So if a man saying he's the Son of God,
but you're also assuming that the stories about Jesus healing the crippled person is true. Why do you make that assumption?
what assumption?
Why are you assuming that when you read in the Bible that Jesus healed a crippled man that it's true?
Because there were many eyewitnesses.
Name one.
Okay, let me look it up because I do not have it memorized. Okay, so there are none by name, but
Okay,
when
so how do you
listen,
know there are eyewitnesses?
listen, because there were people who knew him when he was a cripple and
Who
knew
did?
him after he was
Who?
able to walk again.
Who?
Unnamed,
Okay, so how do you know it's true?
because it's in the Bible.
But why do you think the Bible's true? The Bible's full of lies, failed predictions, bad science. It says the earth is flat. You're aware the Bible says the earth is flat, right?
Where in the Bible does it say the earth is flat?
Job 38:14.
Where?
Job 38:14.
Job?
Job 38:14.
Is that even a book in the Christian Bible?
But don't play with me. You know Job is in the Bible. Bro doesn't know Job is in the Bible? Oh, come on.
Okay, Job what?
Job 38:14.
Okay. You want me to read it to you?
Yep.
The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Its features stand out like those of a garment.
That's right. Yeah. What does clay underneath a seal look like?
Mason, how old are you?
18.
Yeah, he sounds about 18.
And you know none of this.
This is what clay beneath a seal looked like in the time of Job. In fact, this actually comes roughly just a little bit before Job. This is, I believe, the seal of Hezekiah. I could be wrong. I forget which one I pulled up. But anyways, the fact of the matter is this is what a clay seal looked like.
Okay, hold on.
As it turns out, this matches the biblical description of the earth every time it shows up in the Bible.
38. It is turned place. So it's a beautiful impression. The clay was just in the darkness.
It also says there's a dome over top of the earth. Are you aware?
So when it says that, it's referring to the earth's beauty, actually, is what I'm reading here.
It says it is, I don't know what you're reading, but the Bible says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. That's what it says.
Right.
So I don't know what commentary you're reading from, but I could just read you what the text says. It just says what it says.
Right, but in the Bible, there's a lot of like meanings behind things, right?
Right. Yeah. As long as you can change the meaning of words, you can make it say anything you want to.
No, that's false because there's a lot of.
All right. So what does it mean that the earth is shaped like clay beneath a seal?
So let me just tell you what I'm reading here.
No, you use your own words. What does it mean to shape clay underneath a seal?
Okay, well, I'm not a Christian scholar, so let me tell you what Christian scholars have to say about this verse explaining it.
You know, I know what Christian scholars say already.
Right, but can I read you what I'm reading right here?
Sure, it's going to be wrong, I'm sure.
It says, as the seal makes a beautiful impression upon the clay, which in itself hath no form or comeliness, so earth, which in the darkness of the night lies like a confused heap, without either form or beauty, has quite a new face put upon it by the return of the morning light, and appears in excellence, order, and glory. And they stand as a garment, that is, the twilight and moonlight stand, as it were, dressed in a beautiful and magnificent garment, where the meaning is that the men and things of the earth, whether natural as living creatures, herbs, and trees, or artificial as houses or other buildings, present themselves to our view, as if covered and adorned with elegant and beautiful clothing.
Cool. None of that addresses anything that we just read.
It
Job
does.
38:14 says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. And if
Right.
you read in
Saying
Old
the seal
Testament,
makes a beautiful impression upon the clay.
if you read an Old Testament commentary from an Old Testament scholar, they will agree with me.
Then what does this say right here, written by
I
a
don't know.
Christian
I have no
scholar?
clue what you're reading. Who wrote
Well, Dan McClellan also touched base on this, and
It
he
says
even
the
read the
Benson
passage.
commentary.
it? Who wrote it?
The Benson commentary.
I'm asking
Nice,
you who wrote
Sydney.
it.
Benson commentary. That's
Yeah,
what
who wrote it?
it's in Job 38:14.
I'm asking you who wrote the Benson commentary.
Probably Benson, because it's called the Benson commentary.
So the Benson commentary was written by Joseph Benson in 1749. Is there a reason why I should care what a guy from 1749 had to say about Job 38?
Well, I mean, there's no reason for you to believe anything.
Right. So you have two eyes and a brain. You read it the same way I read it. It says the earth is shaped like clay beneath a seal. And I showed you a picture of what clay beneath a seal looked like. It's clearly flat, which is why it's possible for there to be a dome over top of the earth, because the firmament, which is rakia in Hebrew, literally means a hard dome.
Yes, but what it's saying here is that it makes a beautiful impression upon the clay.
Yes, I'm sure it would.
that's-
and
it's stating- it's
clay,
showing
when
that
you
the world is
yes,
made
and when you impress
And
clay,
also, what
it
does
is
the
flat.
garment have to do with the
It
earth
is-
being flat?
It is flat. It doesn't say garment; it says skirt.
Okay. In NIV, it says garment.
I'm sure it does. So
The
as
earth
it
takes
turns,
shape like clay under a seal. It
that's
features
right.
stand out
And
like those of a
how and
garment.
what is the
And the
shape?
garment is seen as beautiful, right? So
And
it
what is
stamps
the
the earth with beauty. Does
hey?
that make sense to you?
What is the shape of that clay?
The shape of the clay, whatever the seal looked like.
Yeah. How are seals formed?
It doesn't matter the shape. It's not
It
talking about the
does.
shape.
It
It's talking about the
says
beauty that the scroll implanted on the shape.
you're not listening to what I'm telling you. It says that it is formed. It doesn't say that it's made beautiful. It doesn't say that it's dressed up. It says that it is formed like clay beneath a seal. And we know what clay beneath a seal is formed like. Every time it's flat.
Right, but then why does it say its features stand out like those of a garment? What does that have that anything to do with the flat earth?
Job 38:14. Let's pull up the full verse and we'll just go over it.
Now, what version are you reading?
I'm reading from the NRSV.
NRSV.
It says, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place, so that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it? It is changed like clay under a seal. It is dyed like a garment. Light is withheld from the wicked, and their uplifted arm is broken.
Thank you. So it's talking about the difference between the garment and without the garment, the beauty.
It's not.
And then, say it again.
It's
Where are
not.
you reading this
Garment was
from?
never garment is not the purpose of this passage.
Job 38:14.
God is questioning Job on
what Bible are you reading this from?
God is questioning Job on the formation of the world.
What?
Do you know what's
Bible?
happening in the book of Job? Like,
What
do you know the
version are you reading this
storyline?
from?
All right, so
I can look
in
at the
Job
verse.
38, God is
Okay,
answering
that's
Job.
not my question. What version of the Bible are you reading this from so I can see the verse for myself?
I told you it's NRSV.
Thank you.
In
I
Job
don't know how many times
38,
you have to repeat yourself.
God is asking Job hard questions that he knows Job does not have answers to. He's demonstrating that God is superior to Job, right? That's why he says in the very beginning, the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind. Who is this that darkens counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up your loins like a man, and I will question you, and then you will declare to me, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? The earth doesn't have any foundations. That's silly. Tell me if you have
I don't think you're
understanding.
reading from the real Bible, my friend. I think you're seeing a false.
That was Job 38, verse 4. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth?
Job 38, verse 4. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The whole chapter is God questioning Job about things that he doesn't know the answer to. That's why he says, have you entered into the springs of the sea or walked in the recesses of the deep? And one of the topics that he covers in this big dialogue is whether you even understand how the earth takes shape.
Richard, we don't read the King James Version because the King James Version is actually the worst translation. Even biblical scholars don't use it.
That's what I'm looking for.
Well, it's not the worst translation, but it's certainly not a good translation.
I can't see what you're seeing. That is
Thank you,
nowhere.
Chef.
It's
Yeah,
turtles all the way down.
Yeah, sorry, it's turtles all the way down. The King James Bible is not worth your time. If you're really like in love with King James, try the New King James. That's a little better. Says, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place so that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth? It's talking about how the dawn takes hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked are shaken out of it. Just like you would shake a rug.
Is that Job?
Do you know what the skirts of a rug are?
Wait, hold on. Is that Job?
Job 38.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like you might want to read all of Job.
The skirts mean his magnificent mysteries, the mysteries of his creation.
Incorrect.
Okay, and what makes you think it's incorrect? What is the meaning?
It says the skirts of the earth.
I know, but what is the meaning of the skirts of the earth? What
the
is
skirts of the earth is the edge of the earth. If you read anything in Hebrew, you'll understand that the definition of a skirt typically refers to the edge of something.
Maybe something simpler. Going back to, I think it's Joshua, where the day is held for, or the sun and moon are stood still for a day. That might explain this flat earth theory to him a little bit better.
Right. and even skirt, that's not a great English translation. I love the NRSV, but it just means the edge of something. The Hebrew word kanaf just means the edge of something.
Okay, and what does the garment mean? Why am I seeing garment in the place of skirt?
It says like a garment. It's not saying that. So it says in verse 13, so that it may take a hold of the skirts of the earth or the edge of the earth, and the wicked will be shaken out of it. It says it is changed or formed like clay beneath a seal, and it is dyed like a garment. The entire description here is about flat objects, about an earth being shaken out like a rug by the skirts, about being pressed like clay beneath a field, like being like a dyed garment, which is also flat.
Right, but it's shown that it means the beauty of the earth. It's showing
No.
because the garment is beautiful,
Incorrect.
it's pressed on the earth.
This passage has nothing to do with beauty.
Okay, so then what does it mean by garment after Job 38 verse 4?
It's saying that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, and it is dyed like a garment. It's got colors on it, just like a garment would have colors on it. Because as it turns out, the earth does have an array of different colors. The whole passage is describing the earth using imagery of other things that just happen to be flat.
Okay, and when it says it's pressing the scroll the scroll upon the clay, it's showing its beauty, not that it's flat.
Doesn't say scroll.
Using the script. The what?
The seal.
The seal of. So it says using the seal to press on the clay makes a beautiful mark, right?
Yeah, that's adorable. It also makes it flat.
It does not make it flat. It's not.
Yeah,
representing
seals
it
were
being
flat.
It's not
All
representing it
clay
being flat.
seals were flat.
It's representing the beauty that the seal
All
gives onto
clay
the clay.
seals were flat.
It's representing the beauty the seal
not.
gives to the clay.
It's not.
Okay, then that's just your interpretation.
No, that's literally what it says. I'm just telling you what it says, and you're saying it says something other than what it says. If you need a guy from 1740 to tell you that the words mean something than what the words actually mean, then you're in a whole heap of trouble.
The seal?
Where's the edge of the earth?
It's a circle.
Where's the edge of the earth?
It's a circle. There is no edge.
Right. The Bible says it does.
No, it doesn't. You're interpreting it
Job
wrong.
38:14 says so that it might take hold of the edge of the earth.
You're interpreting it
That's
wrong.
what it says. I just told you what it says.
You're interpreting it wrong.
Have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place so that it might take hold of the edge of the earth?
Again?
Have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place so that it might take hold of the edges of the earth?
The edges?
It's plural.
So then it's not saying skirts. Where does it say skirts?
That's why I'm telling you the English word skirts is just a translation. It's an interpretive translation. The literal Hebrew word there, kanaf, just means the edge of something, the extremity of something.
Saint Justin.
Mm-hmm.
Saint. You're a saint.
I appreciate that.
I tell him that all the time. The patience.
Okay, I'm almost positive I can find a source, but I don't think I can do that in this.
Source for what?
For what the meaning of skirt is. You are interpreting it wrong. Whether
No,
it's
I'm
what
not.
Bible you're reading or what studies you're looking at, it's wrong.
I can just show you in the Hebrew dictionary. Want me to get my Hebrew dictionary back here off the shelf?
Okay, let's see.
You do know that the host actually can read and speak Hebrew and Greek.
That's great, and I respect him for that, and I would love to see that.
I just told you. All right.
And Jesus spoke Aramaic.
Yeah, he
Miss
did.
Lulu, you should care because the Old Testament and the Septuagint were in Greek and Hebrew, so that language is relevant in this conversation when it comes to the original text.
Yeah, it
Bro,
was definitely
it's
relevant.
not angry typing, bro. My keyboard's just loud, bro. Stop shaming on my keyboard, all right?
No, it's definitely some angry typing going on there.
No, I'm not angry, dude.
Yeah, he's definitely angry. All right. I don't have a highlighter. Maybe I'll circle. Okay. All right.
Wait, but Jesus spoke Aramaic, and you're saying this is Hebrew, right?
It doesn't matter what Jesus spoke. We're reading a text that is written in Hebrew.
Okay.
All right. Let me flip my camera around.
What?
I'm going to flip the camera. I didn't mean to do that, actually. I didn't want to flip the camera. I wanted to mirror the camera, which I forgot that I can't do. I apologize.
You have to take off the green screen, darling.
Yeah. Okay.
It says
Brown
Job in the
drive.
Bible spoke Aramaic.
Yeah, there is some Aramaic words in the book of Job.
Okay, so then
Okay, so this
Aramaic
word
and Hebrew words in the book of Job?
just focus. This word, sorry, it's backwards. You can take a screenshot and reverse it. This word kanaf in Hebrew literally says the wing or the extremity, which is, you can see it right here.
I'm having a hard time seeing anything now.
I know, because it's backwards. It says wing right here, extremity right here. That's the Hebrew word kanaf. So that's what the word means.
Where does it say skirt? It does not translate in English to skirt.
It is in my English edition as skirt. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How do I know that your interpretation is valid?
I just showed you in the dictionary what it says.
You just said that it's your translation.
No, I showed you literally in the dictionary where it says
But
that
it
the
did not- but it
translation
did
of
not say the
kanaf
word
is
skirt.
wing or extremity.
But it did not say the word skirt.
I know. That's why I've told you the word skirt is in the NRSV translation. That's what they chose to translate it as. But that would be an interpretive translation, which is fine. I'm okay with that. It can be used to refer to the edge of a garment, the skirt of a garment. It's just the edge of something.
Right, but how come in the Bible that I'm reading it says garment and not skirt?
It doesn't.
It does. Can I?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, I wish I could show you.
You're reading 14. I'm reading 13. Job 38:13 doesn't say garment. Read 13.
13 says that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked
There
might
you
be
go.
taken out of it.
The ends of the earth. How do you have an end of an earth on a sphere?
It's
Put the
metaphorical.
green screen back, honey.
Oh, right. When you don't like it, it's metaphorical, of course.
To the ends of the earth. When you say,
everybody,
I'm going to run
or
to the
everybody,
ends of the earth, you
or
don't
everybody
mean
in
I'm
the
literally
ancient
gonna run
world,
to the edge of the earth.
yeah, or everybody in the ancient world believed that the earth was flat with a dome over top it, including the writers of the Bible. Which is why in Isaiah 40, the author calls it a disc.
Isaiah 30. Can you give me that
40.
verse? 40? Isaiah 40 what?
Isaiah 40:22.
Richard, he turned away from Christ because he read the Bible.
Yeah.
What now?
No, she's addressing somebody in the comments. Thank you, Parker. Says, he who sits enthroned above the disk of the earth. Some translations say circle, but
yeah.
appropriately it should say disk. And its inhabitants are like grasshoppers. Do you think that God sits enthroned on top of the firmament and like watches humanity from on top of the firmament?
Do I believe? No, God is omnipresent.
Oh,
God
no,
does
he's not.
God does not sit on top
You don't think
of
that
the earth.
you don't think that he has a throne on top of the firmament?
I believe he has a throne in heaven.
Do you believe that heaven is on top of the firmament?
I'll tell you right now.
Because Psalm 150 verse 1 says so. It says, "Praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty firmament." Isaiah 63:15, "Look down from heaven and see your holy and glorious habitation."
It says that the firmament is heaven.
The firmament is part of the heavens. It's the outermost. Thank you, Big Ass Pancake, for 5 subscriptions. It's the outermost region of Hashemayim, the heavens. And on the other side of the heavens is God's throne where he sits.
Right, but here it says that the firmament is heaven.
It's not.
So then why did God call the firmament heaven?
The firmament is part of the heavens. So the word firmament in Hebrew is rakia. It refers to something that is hard and solid. That's why it calls the firmament hard as a cast metal mirror. That's Job 37:18. It says, "With him you have spread out the skies, strong as a cast metal mirror."
Waters. I'm trying to find the verse where God calls the firmament heaven.
It's Genesis chapter 1.
Genesis 1:7. Let me see. Oh, it's separating water.
You're aware that all of the ancient Jews believed that the firmament was a hard, solid structure. Like even the Jewish rabbis debated as to what it was made out of.
Right, but this is
Give me
Old
just a
Testament.
second. Give me just a
Yeah,
second.
doesn't matter if it's Old Testament.
Defiance. Hold on. Defiance Project. Ain't no one scared that you here. This is a one-on-one debate. So either dish out the money to send the Zeus to get rid of the gas, or wait your turn. Have the patience of the spirit.
They ain't got
Continue,
no patience.
gentlemen.
They got no patience.
Way to lay down the law,
Scared
miss.
me, scared. Yeah, go ahead, Mason. Continue the conversation.
So it says, so God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it.
Mm-hmm.
So is that what you're saying shows that heaven is above the firmament?
No. The heavens includes the firmament. Hashemayim in Hebrew is literally the heavens, plural. There are multiple components to the heavens.
So what you're saying is the firmament is heaven.
No.
So what do you firmament is a part of heaven, is what you're saying?
Hashemayim in Hebrew refers to the skies. The heavens in the Old Testament is not a celestial kingdom far away. It's the skies right above your head.
Right, but it's unseen.
No, it's incredibly seen. It's the clouds. It's the sun, moon, and stars. All of those things are in the heavens.
The sun, moon, and stars, but how come I can't see heaven?
Because the heavens is the skies. I don't know how more clearly I can say this. The Hebrew word Hashemayim means the skies or the heavens. The skies and the heavens are the same in the Hebrew Old Testament. There's no imaginary celestial kingdom that shows up in the Old Testament.
Right, so if the skies are the heavens, the very skies that are above us, how can I not look up and see heaven?
You can. When you look up and you see the clouds, you're looking at Hashemayim.
Okay, well, heaven is said to have people in it, so how come I don't see people rejoicing in heaven?
Incorrect. You won't find that in the Old Testament in any Hebrew passage ever.
That people
You'll never
don't go
see
to
it.
heaven?
Yep.
Really?
Well, there are people that go to heaven, but they go in bodily form, just like God is there in bodily form on top of the firmament.
Right, I'm not saying their flesh is there. Obviously not.
Well, Enoch is there in flesh. And so is Elijah. They were
how come
both
I
taken
cannot
up
see
in
him?
flesh. Yeah, because the Bible's a lie. That's why you can't see them. Because there are no deities up on top of the firmament
Right, so
hanging
can he
out.
die?
Who?
The ones in heaven in the flesh.
They do, yeah, of course they're dead. Because God doesn't exist.
Right. So if they're in the flesh, what is the point of the flesh if the flesh cannot die? Why are they in the flesh? Why not just in the spirit?
Because that's how God chose to take them.
So you can't answer the question of why they are?
I answered the question. The reason why they're in the flesh is because God took them that way.
I know, but God doesn't take the flesh. He leaves the
He
flesh
does.
behind and brings the soul.
Incorrect. Have you not read how Elijah went up to heaven in a fiery chariot in a whirlwind?
The verse again?
When Elijah went up to heaven in a
I know,
whirlwind.
but what's the verse that says that in the Bible?
It's in the book of Kings. Let me find it. I always forget if it's First Kings or Second Kings. I think it's First Kings though. Let me see.
Someone in the
No.
comments is asking you to explain the Tower of Babel to him as well.
Oh, it's got to be First Kings. I'm looking at it right now. What about the Tower of Babel?
He wants you. Someone in the chat wanted you to explain the Tower of Babel to
Like,
guess.
what about it though?
I don't know. That's what they commented.
I'm not sure what they want to know about it. So I was right. It was Second Kings. Sorry, Second Kings chapter 2.
I wonder how high Enoch and Elijah went, because there's no
Yeah.
oxygen like way up there.
Mhm.
So
Those are small potatoes to God. He doesn't care about those pesky
Oh,
scientific facts.
to bring clarity about the heavens and the firmament. That's what they meant by the Tower of Babel.
I'm not sure what that has to do with anything either. I don't understand the question. So in 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 11, it says, they continued walking and talking, and a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. So
I think that was his mom
oh, was that? I didn't hear what happened. What's going on? Thank you for the hearts.
knocking.
Yeah, someone come get your boy.
Building up the tower to get to God, so God thought they get to him.
Yeah. If you read the Book of Jubilees, it explains it actually. The tower was a problem for the gods because they were worried that mortals would be able to storm the heavens, and it shows up in the Book of Enoch too a little bit. The idea that mankind could build a structure so high that they would meet the heavens was a very real problem. It's one of the reasons why Humbaba had to monitor the forest below the mountain of God and keep intruders from getting up there. Because, and even the ancient ziggurats were all given names. Like
Hello, Justin?
Yeah, what's going on, Lamb?
I've got to go, dude.
All right, it was good talking to you, man.
Yeah, good talking to you too, dude. Later.
Cheers.
Yep.
Richard is chirping in the comments, so at least I know that's a guest that is still active.
Well, it's midnight now. I gotta get some sleep. Unfortunately, it took a long time to get started, but yeah, the mom was tracking. You're right, and I think he was 16. So a lot of the ancient ziggurats were actually called like the bridge between heaven and earth. Really interesting, right? And so like they believed that the ziggurat, they could build a structure tall enough that a god, their chosen deity, would want to come down, descend from the heavens, and like commune with mankind. In fact, they had rooms on the very top of the structure where the deity could get food and rest and water and lay down and whatnot. And then there was usually a temple nearby at the foot of the ziggurat where people would come to worship and pray to that deity. So yeah, I would recommend on this particular topic, please read The Cosmic Mountain. The Cosmic Mountain was a PhD dissertation by a guy named Richard Clifford, who was a professor for a long time at Boston College. But The Cosmic Mountain is an awesome, awesome book if you want to explore this particular topic. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for all the gifts and the support and the likes. Please thank your moderators. Remember to thank your mothers. And we'll be back again on Wednesday night.